bad. Buh.
No.
When we all know it's actually really good.
Marvel is
we have
pretty
to
good.
sit here and spin this narrative.
It's incredibly difficult to spin this narrative. We have so little to work with.
No!
So many
We
words
just don't have a
twisted.
chance to show the people the greatness that they can't see.
This is pretty peak fire.
Peak fire, bro.
Yeah.
For real, for real.
Really, it's the peakest firest
No
it's
cap.
been. But people
It's
aren't
been
giving it a
peak
chance.
on fire.
That's accurate.
What exactly is that title of the stream?
I don't know. I was
What is
feeling.
the title of the stream?
You
Quite
know
a
what?
mouthful.
Ask me
Crispy?
again once we've seen all 3 of the video essays, and then I will try my best to explain why I thought.
How do I
it was
always
suitable.
end up in these 3 triple threat scenarios or double duos and just like kill me at the end?
Kill me, baby, one more time.
Oh, that's a good song. I like that.
That could be something that you have to be like a vampire or a zombie to say
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
right?
it could work.
Mm.
Or like Raish Al Ghul ending up in the Lazarus pit. Isn't that
I
right,
thought you were
Rags?
gonna say Raid Shadow Legends.
Whoa.
Raish
No,
Shadow
the
Legends.
Lazarus
Did you get-
pit. No, Rage Al Ghul boy isn't. He's not in the Lazarus pit. That's the. Wait, is this the one being guarded by the Confederate general?
You
Sure.
don't know your DC shit.
Raish
It shows.
Al
It
Ghul.
shows.
The
Yes, I
guard-
do. That's the Lazarus pit was guarded by the Confederate general. We watched this in
Fringy,
Crisis
get
on,
him.
on Infinite Earth.
Oh, wait,
That's the only one where they pronounce it Raish.
I can't remember.
Why is it all? Why do you always
Right-
have to talk about Raish?
Rags is talking about what's
Oh,
his
it's
name?
about
Jonah-
Raish with you
Yeah,
guys.
Right, you're talking about shitty Jonah
Green
Hex.
Arrow, right? Yeah,
Jonah-
Green Arrow goes to meet that guy. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
the
sure it's
Confederate
Jonah Hex
general.
in that shitty thing. I think. I'm
Oh,
not sure.
Was
I
it?
think he's the
Jonah Hex.
Confederate general. Yeah.
Is Jonah Hex a warlock?
I don't know. Let's see.
With a last
Jonah
name like
Hex,
that.
Warlock question mark. See what Google's got for us.
Yeah. Where did he get his degree?
Is
It's
Jonah Hex
what
a
in?
time traveler? Actually, he has time traveled a couple of times. All right, that answers my question.
Oh, good
so
on
he's
him.
basically a warlock. if you
Basically a
time travel
warlock,
couple times. You're a warlock.
Does Jonah Hex ever wear a Confederate uniform? It's the only uniform he'll fit in. What?
That's
As long as he
gotta,
doesn't
like,
have a Confederate soap
figuratively,
dispenser, we're
right?
fine.
Yeah, do they mean like he can only fit
Figuratively.
into in a personal way? Like he's I don't
Yeah,
want to wear
that's what they
nothing
mean.
else. Okay, well,
I
there
only
you go.
want to wear this. He wants to be ready for when the South rises again.
You guys learned a lot about Jonah Hex this stream. I think we could wrap there. I think it's pretty solid exploration of DC Comics. But we got some other stuff we could do if you're interested.
Like,
Well, you know, there's some videos. Which, to be fair, I want to shout out to the good old people in the audience. They're the ones that these 3 have been selected from. They a little post asking people for what they would like to see us cover, and I scanned through a couple of them, and these caught my eye. And then of the ones that caught my eye, I gave a little look-see, and I was like, "Ooh, these could cause some very interesting conversations."
You know
One of
what's
them is
gonna
just for
cause an
memes, though.
Well, we have to talk about one thing. I looked at the EFAP Discord before we started, and someone posted that, and I thought that was the thumbnail, and I was wondering, okay, we got Kratos, Master Chief. Why don't we just have Iron Man's hand? Well, that's really weird for you to make the thumbnail that. And then I was like, oh, this isn't EFAP number 2, so it just wasn't pasting the full thumbnail.
Rags,
So
EFAP
I
number
was like,
2,
oh,
you're not in it.
and also, I'm not here. So
Yes. Well, all of it'll make sense the further we go through, and there's no reason for us not to start straight away, unless unless there's something you guys wanted to bring up. You guys going to complain about something again?
I would like to bring up something that I thought about the other day. This
Fine.
shut up. Listen. So, mother and father, right? Mother starts with M, and father starts with F, right?
I can't wait where this is going.
We're analyzing the words,
I'm
not
following.
your
I'm following.
parents.
I'm getting it.
No. Then there's, I actually forgot where this was going.
All right, well,
Oh wait, no, it was
Starts with F.
yeah, male and yeah, that was where it was going. Yeah, male and female, right? Male starts with M, but mother starts with M. female starts with F, but father starts with F. And that just was a thought that occurred to me randomly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
You should make a
just
movie
little
about
quirk of
Little,
quirk of linguistics. They did. They made the father,
inversion.
and that was really good.
Did you guys see Mother? Remember that movie with Jennifer Lawrence?
Yeah.
I saw I Am Mother, and that was really good.
There was one called Mother that, as far as I remember, I haven't seen it. I just know that it's a Gooba film with it's like artsy and crazy. That's all I know.
What about Mamma Mia?
Oh, classic. You get to hear Pierce Brosnan, Colin Firth, and Stellan Skarsgård singing it. Isn't that what you want? Isn't that just the one thing you want?
I was referring to the yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, we were talking about movies. I
think-
didn't think you were talking about the song.
I love it. It's really good. ABBA's good.
Yeah.
How's
but-
Stellan Skarsgård's singing voice?
I don't remember.
Skarsgård's singing voice. Like, is he any good?
Chat, was it any good? The singing? I remember people making fun of Pierce Brosnan singing, I think. But I can't remember.
Pierce Brosnan.
Did he do it?
Oh.
Sing
Yeah,
thing?
Pierce was considerably the worst. So.
Oh.
They should have Pierce Brosnan singing.
Imagine I was like, surprise guest, Pierce Brosnan today.
It's a nice segue. He saw it on our podcast. He was the only character we liked in Black Adam, so we got him on the podcast. Yay!
He just comes in
No,
like, I
Falcon
didn't
was
think I was
pretty.
that bad,
Falcon
but
was
okay.
all right. Falcon was all right.
Falcon. Is that what you think his name is? Falcon.
Hawkman.
Yes. Get it right.
Falcon Man.
Falcon Man.
Falcon
He's
Man.
he's the Mr. Sega to our Mr. Clean.
Oh,
Professor
also,
Disinfectant.
of course, we just welcome in general. It's been a while to CJ. How you doing, buddy?
Hello.
I would do this with everybody, but we see these other fuckers all the time, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, so they're
I'm
not
like,
important.
Yeah, they're not
You
as
know how
prestigious.
to make a man feel special.
important to me.
Exactly.
Hi,
You're in the perfect episode, I would say, because we're covering things that you know about, like Iron Man.
You know about
Not
Kratos
a
and
lot.
Master Chief and Iron Man's hand.
Iron Man's hand is quite a big character in the Iron Man movies. It's people with his little pulses. But
If
I
say no,
provided.
you're gonna kick me off.
I'll think
Is
about
that
it.
Chris Redfield?
It is.
Oh my god! I was for a second there. I was like, "Who could that be?" It could be 78 different people, and it was like, "Oh my god, it's Chris Redfield from
It's actually
Resident
only one
Evil
person.
8 Village,
Everyone's
the amazing video game.
favorite.
That's very good."
Is everyone in the watch together? I see 6. I don't see 7.
Yeah, I'm ready to watch Big Buck Bunny.
Well, I guess someone is missing.
They show the still for Big Buck Bunny is him about to be murdered.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's funny, so it's okay.
Seconds
This
before
is
disaster.
if they did the furry version of what's the Brendan Fraser Fat Man movie?
Oh, whale.
Whale?
Whale.
The whale. Then he would be the guy playing it. He looks whalish for a rabbit.
And you know
Rabbits are
what?
normally quite lithe and small, but this rabbit is like gargantuan. I mean, maybe that's why they call him Big Buck Bunny.
That's probably it,
Big
yeah.
bug.
Ah, there we
Yeah,
go. We
he
have
is
7.
funny.
All right.
Whoa.
Well, there's no
Sorry about
reason
that.
not to get going. This video is called When the Filmmakers Get Stuck with an Unlikable Character. And it's focused.
I thought you were gonna say when filmmakers get stuckmanized.
Filmmakers get stuckmanized.
Pray it doesn't happen to you.
Yeah.
Now, the reason this would trigger people, I think, in general, is because Tony Stark is the focus of it. And it's like, unlikable. But that might
What?
just be a form of just the who knows what the video's about. It's well received.
Well, it could be
so
a lie.
It could be a twist of words, you know what I mean?
This would not be unprecedented for EFAP for the title to just be a fucking lie. But we'll
That's
see.
true, but it could also just be a hot take. Who knows, really?
It could
And
be, yeah.
You know what? We're gonna find out. See, there's
Why
Iron Man.
does
Look at him go.
why is this title all
Lowercase? I don't know.
in lowercase? Why do you stop fucking doing that? Have some
Hey,
goddamn respect for
Maybe
your
that's his
language.
style. Are you jealous that he
His
can get away
style
with
sucks
it?
balls.
And you can't?
Whoa.
Very postmodern.
Well, you know what? Maybe it's a bit of time we
You know
have some postmodern because everyone's using too many capital letters and it's ruined
Yeah, well,
it.
I don't even care if any of you people fucking do it either in your videos. I'll own it.
Oh wait, I got the cover on.
I'll
here.
carry on.
1 second, guys. There you go. Chat getting spanked. No offense. There we
Oh,
go.
yeah,
All right.
chat.
Warning, critical damage. Warning, critical damage.
Status.
Thrusters
Wow.
offline. Safety protocols offline. Systems reboot
Oh my goodness.
Which game is that?
He's fallen.
I assume it's a game.
in 15 seconds.
It could be an animation.
Then
Could be
leave
a
him
game.
because he
Whoa, who's doing
Oh
that?
my
Oh.
goodness gracious.
Oh, someone's
Stop.
doing something.
Someone
user
is
would
skipping
you
through the
is.
video, and whoever did that, you banned officially from your
Oh
account.
no!
It's
My fault. It's
unfortunate.
my push to talk is right. I didn't know it would also control the video. It's just
Skipping
I
us
gotta
through
switch
the
it.
whole video. You
Mark.
can't just skip to the end, okay, Mark? That's not how it works.
Ruining it
Can't
again.
Spoil the
We
video
gotta get
for
through this.
us.
No cheating.
Yeah.
Warning. Critical damage.
Mark causing critical damage to the E
Thrusters
EFAP.
offline. Safety
Oh.
protocols offline. Systems reboot in 15 seconds.
It's not good when your safety
Iron
protocols
Man.
are offline.
In 6.
Yep, he's
5,
fallen.
This is gonna hurt a
4,
little.
3.
This is a 2007 Iron Man advertorial video created by then future Deadpool director Tim Miller. It was one of 3 promotional shorts
Alrighty.
designed to introduce the character of Tony Stark and Iron Man to a generation of kids and mainstream moviegoers, many of whom at the time really didn't know who Iron Man
Catchy
was.
beat in the background.
Do you
Sure,
know
yeah.
where I learned about Iron Man?
Where did you learn about Iron Man?
I learned about Iron Man at the mecca of childhood, which was, of course, Chuck E. Cheese. Because there
Oh.
was an Iron Man arcade game. It was a Marvel Avengers arcade game way before the Disney stuff. It was when I was a wee lad, and that's when I learned that there was this character called Iron Man, and he looked really cool. He had the classic outfit. He shot laser beams, had rockets and stuff. I was like, wow, this Iron Man guy's really, really cool. And before that's how I learned about Iron Man's existence. Never knew about him before then because I wasn't like a comic guy. So I wonder how everyone learns about these sort of obscure-ish kind of heroes.
The big blast of Marvel information I got was from watching episodes of the animated shows and the Top Trumps and Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Those are like the
Ooh.
big sources where I was like, oh, I know stuff now. I know this
Yeah,
guy does
I
this
mean,
thing.
I bought a set of trading cards called like Marvel Universe Series 3 in like the early 90s, and it had I think like 350 cards in it, and every one of them had a pretty decent picture of the character and then a big list of their attributes, how fast they are, how strong they are, a brief summary of their origin, and that's kind of how I learned everything I know about Marvel heroes. Like, and when I was, I don't know, 8, 9, something like that.
I wish I could remember what the name of that game was called. If I scrolled around and found it, I'd know. It wasn't like a fighting game. It was one of those games. It was like there was one for The Simpsons, and there was one for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles where you'd go from left to right, and all of you would beat up the bad guys and fight a boss together, and you could go up and down and stuff. But it wasn't like a 1v1 fighting game. That
You mean
Simpson
a beat
one
'em
was
up?
fun.
Like a beat 'em up.
Yeah.
Streets of Rage.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Simpsons one is fun. It is fun.
It is, yeah. That was one of my very few and possibly first exposure to The Simpsons when I was very young, because my parents wouldn't let me watch The Simpsons.
It was
Hmm.
too
See, that was-
brutal.
My parents didn't let me watch it either, but fuck them.
Damn. I would
Mine
not,
let me
I
see
would not
Simpsons.
fuck my parents. I'll fuck your parents, but I won't fuck mine.
I think that Simpsons and that X-Men game were probably my first exposure to multiplayer gaming having more than 2 players at one time. Because video
think
games
there
is just
was-
being 2 players. And
I think
would've
there was
been
an
Mario Kart or
X-Men one
something.
as well.
yeah, there is an X-Men one. It plays really similarly. I think it's made by the same people.
Yeah. I like those styles of games. I played Castle Crashers with a friend. That
Ooh,
was really fun.
that was
I
fun,
like
yeah.
those styles. Those are fun kinds of games. It's,
I
it's a
remember
neat
Castle
style.
Crash.
When's the last time that you played a beat 'em up?
I think it was last year. It was late last year, probably around. No, not late. Like August or September when I went to a friend's house and he had Castle Crashers on his Xbox 360. We were playing like Halo Reach and stuff together on the Xbox 360. It was
Oh.
fun. It was fun. Just doing some
Nice.
nostalgia. We played Four Swords on the GameCube / Game Boy with the connection, the little cable that would link your Game Boy Advance
Bring
to
forward-
your
Oh, yeah, I remember
GameCube.
that.
Man,
Yeah,
when
he
Pokemon-
actually has all the components. He has the Game Boys, the Four Sword games, and all the cables, and a GameCube. And we put it on a little CRTV, and we played, yeah, little,
I remember
little
in,
fun nostalgia games.
In Pokemon Sapphire, when they had like the GameCube there, and they talked about the system link cable thing, and I was like, wait a minute, can I play my Game Boy on my GameCube? Holy shit, that's exciting.
Well, we're already on a deep tangent. Do you remember? Speaking of Pokemon and crossovers, do you remember the e-reader Pokemon cards? Does anyone here remember
I
those?
know of them, but I've never used them or seen them in
I
action.
can explain this.
Let me post a picture and you might remember. But the e-reader Pokemon cards were these fucking abominations where they'd have a Pokemon card, but it would have these little e-reader thingies on the left and the bottom, and you would slide it into a... Here, I can get a picture here.
It's like
You
you have-
basically slide it into something that looks like a credit card reader that you would
Yeah.
attach to the top of your Game Boy Advance.
You could even
And-
get, you could get the original Zelda as well as the original Metroid for e-reader as well, like little cards that just had those full games on them.
And I remember how everyone, we all had Pokemon cards when we were in, grade school and stuff. And then these fuckers, these fucking e-reader cards, they somehow, it's like a virus. I don't remember anyone ever buying them, but somehow we all just ended up getting them. We all had some of these in our collections somehow. I don't know where they came from, and no one had an e-reader. But these cards just sort of popped up, and they came and went.
I feel like I skipped this somehow. I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah,
this
I
at
don't
all.
think it lasted very long. I think it was one of those attempts at making this. How do we get we have got the Pokemon cards, we got the games, we got the Game Boys, and they did all of those things where they want to get accessories in the early days of handheld stuff, like linking two Game Boy Advances together to play like multiplayer games by a physical cable. They had the e-reader stuff, all the little knickknacks and doodads that they tried.
I
think
Did they
that was
bundle
really
these with the regular card packs? I can't remember.
Not the
Yeah,
e-readers
it's like
specifically.
cards. And they were specifically for e-readers, but you could get like mixed packs of them, like that looked like a little pack of trading cards, like a 3-pack.
I think what happened a lot of the time was that young kids would go and buy a pack of Pokemon cards because remember, gambling used to be fun, and then they wouldn't realize that e-reader means it has these things on the left and the bottom, and it has that E logo. I guess this is for some weird gadget that I just don't have, but at least I have Pokemon cards, so whatever.
It's a similar thing they did with PlayStation Vita was these little almost QR code things that would make AR games that you could interact with the touch screen and the
I think I
back
remember
camera.
that,
Yeah, it looked like you were playing the game in your living room.
Back when that was kind of an obsession with games for a little bit, a couple of years.
Nintendo even had that Labo thing that it's like a VR headset that you can make out of cardboard as
The
well.
cardboard,
As well as
yeah.
other weird accessories.
I bet Nintendo they've got a host of both successful and failed gadgets, knickknacks, doodads, add-ons, all sorts of stuff. From
Remember
especially
Amiibos?
Yeah.
I
yeah.
think so.
But I
Those are the
think
little
those
plastic
were,
minifigures,
I
right?
think those
Little
were
trophies,
yeah.
tremendously successful
I've got
for
pretty
them.
much all the Zelda and Metroid amiibos. Those they're cute. Yeah, kind of a waste of money, but I like them.
You could put them on the thing and they'd unlock something in the game, right? Like a skin or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Breath of the
Oh,
Wild.
Are they not still actively making those?
I
Yeah.
think they
Amiibos?
are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
They
I
made
think
Tears
they
of the
are.
Kingdom ones
They
at
got
least.
they were discontinued while I was working at the toy store, as far as I remember.
I'm pretty sure that's not true. I think they're still making them. I remember that there was like a new one for the new Zelda.
Yeah, I have the Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda, and Link.
Yeah.
I
So
think there was a
what-
game that I kind of didn't care. I was like, that's fine.
Well,
It's
something
very possible
changed
that maybe
'cause-
they
yeah.
maybe they only
there
sell
were-
it in certain
there were
countries. Maybe they scale
other-
it back.
Remember, there were other things that were happening at that time,
Disney-
like Disney Infinity and
Yeah,
stuff.
that's the one that they totally canceled.
Oh, it might have been.
I
I
don't
might be
even-
mixing them up. Yeah.
I don't even know about Disney Infinity.
God,
Well,
keeping
that
track
was
of all that in the toy
actually
store was a
great
fucking
thing.
nightmare. Because there was
It
so many
was,
characters that I didn't even know
well,
which
first
they
remember there
belonged
was,
to.
Wasn't the beginning of it was what was the Spyro spin-off thing? What was that called? What was
Skylanders.
Yeah, there was that.
Yep, I
And
remember
there
that
were
as
like
well.
a
Yeah.
billion of those. Yeah,
Oh,
a
wait.
billion
We
of
had
those
full
things.
sections for
This
all of them,
Infinity
but
logo
like
looks familiar.
they started to it was funny because the fully stocked one was clearly the unsuccessful one. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
it was,
Mhm.
I have Disney Infinity 2 with an Anakin and Obi-Wan thing for it because Ninja Theory, the people who did Hellblade and like that Devil May Cry reboot and Heavenly Sword, they actually did the
Ninja
Jedi
Theory.
combat when they added Star Wars to Disney Infinity. So I was like, oh, I might actually fire that up. It was okay, but it kind of just felt like a Lego game with slightly better combat.
I'm assuming
They made
Amiibo came
Devil
first
May
out of
Cry,
those.
right?
The Skylanders and the...
Skylanders was first.
Oh,
Skylanders was
interesting.
first.
Okay.
A lot
That was Activision,
of
too.
money. And then everybody wanted to do it.
Yeah.
I think
Even
a lot
tried
of people,
one with ships that was it had a Star Fox crossover. I think it was called like Starlink or Star Command or something like that.
Yeah, there was a game on, I think it was on Switch. Yeah, that Ubisoft made that.
a lot of people who are really young. Wait, what's this? Holy shit, Maz, $500, my dude. Thank you so much. I
That's
know
a bit of
normally we don't
a-
point them out, but like, geez, thank you so much.
A red boy.
Dang.
A sad one.
Let's see. After Halloween 2019, my wife sent Molly a picture.
Well, I'll just read it, right? Why half read it?
Because I'm
After
really
Halloween-
getting engrossed in the lore.
2019, my wife sent Mauler pictures of our pumpkins carved as Mauler, Rags, and Wolf. I remember that. We
I
got
do
him on a
remember
meme
that.
fab, I think. That was 1 month after she was diagnosed with cancer and given a year to live. Yesterday, she finally lost the battle. Any of you toxic drinkers tonight, please toast to Corinne, I assume, pronounced Corin. Oh, Corin. She was 33. Well, sorry to hear that, man. That's
That sucks, man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
but
but she they told her that she only had a year and she managed to get another 4 years.
looks like it, yeah. So
Okay. At least I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
yeah, obligatory fuck cancer, of course. One of the
Yeah, cancer's messed up. We've lost so many good people to cancer.
But
It ain't
I
fair.
mean, at least you got more time than you thought that you were gonna get.
Hmm.
yeah, and I mean, thanks for the carvings. We thought they were awesome, and
They were very awesome.
appreciate-
You certainly remember them. 33, way too soon. It's a tragedy. That sucks, especially when like that's basically my age. I can't, imagine being that age and have it cut short. It's a terrible thing.
no, it is crazy the amount of people that we lose to all kinds of insane shit like that. Cancer's one of those ones that just I've said before. It feels like it literally is a glitch, right? Like in terms of how it would be categorized or explained to like a child how it
ain't
works.
fair.
Yeah.
Some people just get cancer and then it can kill them or give them this really long terrible battle they have to fight, and it just ain't right. The sooner we get rid of it, the better. Hopefully every year we get closer to stamping it out for good.
But yeah, absolutely appreciate all of that, and we'll
really
do our
do.
best
Thank
to keep your mind in a more entertainment focused place, perhaps a bit of escapism tonight, because we got these 3 videos. There's some wacky opinions in here, especially if we want to end up talking about Pokemon e-cards. It's just something that comes up, so hopefully that's all right too. But yes, sorry for your loss, and thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the one thing I was gonna actually ask is because I didn't if you're a Friggy gave it ads, but what? Because I don't think I've ever heard you answer this question. What was your introduction to Marvel? Like knowing stuff about it? Was it comics or?
My introduction to Marvel in general.
Yeah.
I don't know. It probably would have been like X-Men, like one of the the
Animated
X-Men
show?
movies.
Oh, X-Men movies.
No,
Okay.
would have been like X-Men or X-Men 2.
Because it was so funny for me because I just had like random, deeper, specific knowledge, but then a general lack of knowledge on Marvel. Like I knew that Apocalypse's name was it's like En Saba Nur or something like that. Like I just knew that. It was like why? I was like I don't know. It's just on the top trumps. Like that's where the description had it. So that's just information that's in my head now. And then of course the Ultimate Alliance game, like filling in lots of really cool shit. In the same way the Batman Arkham games will have all this kind of crazy lore from the comics, almost like direct references or adaptations of like works from similar writers that are a part of the project, but that it introduces a whole new set of people in a really cool way. We're not really at that point right now. Any new audiences that Marvel's pulling in aren't exactly going to encourage people to search further into their stories.
No.
Anyway, let us see where this video is heading.
Because
Yeah,
most
good.
people never heard of Iron Man, most of the population.
I guess it helped, because a year later, Jon Favreau's linchpin blockbuster would go on to gross over $500 million at the box office, launching the most successful film franchise of all time.
At times, eh?
Man, looking back, he looked so young and full of life and in the sand, and now he's
full of life.
And now the MCU is just, it really takes you back to the beginning.
Absolutely.
But while Iron Man's international appeal would rejuvenate the comic book movie industry, and Robert Downey Jr. in the MCU would solidify the character as one of Marvel's most likable comic book heroes, Iron Man didn't exactly start out that way. Back in 2008, under the impending shadow of Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight, Marvel...
They're dead. I'm more kidding. It's a maybe, but you could definitely have killed them by doing that.
You could have killed them, and also, your legs are broke.
I was gonna say he's got some big old booties. I think I'm not sure exactly. I guess steel boots, like Mario boots.
It still has to transmit all that force and to land like that and to not be phased by it.
He's got bad springs.
I mean, no. The Dark Knight is a very, very good movie. It's great. It's amazing. The Dark Knight's really good, guys. I don't know what we were thinking.
Someone sounds passive aggressive there. You coming after
the
Dark Knight, right?
Play the video.
Future.
Whoa, okay, fine. I guess we can. I
love the Dark Knight.
Ever actually thought about the safety of his knees in this moment, but yeah,
he has bat knees. They're very...
Marvel was staking their future as an independent movie studio on a character who is literally designed to be oppositional.
Let's face it, this is not the worst thing you've caught me doing.
Oppositional is an interesting word to use, but we'll see what he says about it. See where he's going.
On creating Iron Man, Stan Lee once said, "I think I gave myself a dare. It was the height of the Cold War. If there was one thing the young readers hated, it was war. It was the military. I got a hero who represented that to the 100th degree, a weapons manufacturer, an industrialist. I thought it would be fun to take the kind of character nobody would like, and make them like him." But it's exactly what makes Tony Stark so unlike conventional superheroes that ended up paving the way for one of the most compelling and successful narrative through lines in mainstream cinema, because more than any other character in the MCU...
Yeah, the thing is, so far, this is all still kind of...
Yeah, he's setting up.
He's set up.
Still setting up.
Establishment stuff, yeah.
I don't disagree yet. We're on like a shaky ground, like, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty
Tony
reasonable
Stark's
so far.
characterization and his true character are
characterization and his true character.
So characterization, true character, not a distinguishing set of categories that I would use, but I'm always up for people to give me what they mean by that, I guess.
I would assume it would be who he acts or how he acts versus what he truly is privately or on the inside, but
the problem with that, I guess, is that true character in that instance would still come under characterization. And a lot. So if you're going to put him to two things like how he acts typically and then what he does in private, whatever you said, I'd be like, well, aren't both of those still characterization, though? This is a movie, you know? A story.
Yeah, the fact that he is, even if he's pretending to be something in front of people, that is who he is. That's him acting a certain way, him exhibiting elements of his character, whether it's because he's whether he's very full of himself or egotistical, or he's always comparing himself to everyone, he's overly competitive, insecure. There could be a number of reasons for it, but that would be an element of his true character.
Yeah.
The most at odds with each other.
I'm just not the hero type, clearly.
In his seminal book, Story, Robert McKee writes, "Characterization is the sum of all observable qualities of a human being, all aspects of humanity we could know by taking notes on someone day in and day out."
Now this, on the other hand, is Agent Romanoff's assessment of you.
Now, if you've watched through the MCU, then you know how Tony Stark is characterized.
Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist.
That's actually not... so the problem is that clip is already past Iron Man 1 and 2, which have way more than those categories, right? Like, he's a very layered and detailed character, but...
one of the points in that scene is that, you know, it's like Steve says right after that, you know, guys, with none of that worth 10 of you, because the actual more important thing that's being driven at that Tony Stark has is like heart. You know,
Yeah, if he's talking about how many in the world see him versus who he is, that's one thing. But he's characterized this as characterization, which I'd be like, well,
yeah, that's what I don't understand.
there's a lot. To summarize every characteristic Tony presents in Iron Man 1, 2, and Avengers would take a bit, you know? A lot of stuff.
And what do you say to your other nickname, the Merchant of Death?
Yeah, apparently I'm volatile, self-obsessed, don't play well with others. Textbook narcissism. Agreed?
That's good stuff. But also, yes, most of those are more so how people see him than who he is.
It's quite the laundry list of flaws to sell to a mass audience, but director Jon Favreau and his team on the first Iron Man movie did something clever. I mean, aside from the obvious. They pitted their fundamentally flawed protagonist against a similarly characterized antagonist. Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane share a profession, wealth, power, hubris, a dictator's need for control. I mean, Stan Lee's cursory description of Iron Man could have just as easily been used to describe Ironmonger.
A dictator's need for control in Tony Stark?
I don't agree.
Why wouldn't we have just put it as a desire for control, which is much more of a human nature thing, to be honest with you?
Yeah,
Dictators need.
I mean, that's why people are nervous when they get into airplanes, even though it's the safest way to travel. It's that lack of control. It makes you worried. We want to have control over things.
And
pretty natural.
if he's about to highlight, like, Tony doesn't come across anywhere near as likable without Obadiah Stane as a foil, I don't know that I agree with that.
No, I mean, the first scene you see him is super charismatic and likable immediately.
Obadiah is not revealed as a villain, like as a much more antagonistic role until far later in the film. At that point, I'm pretty sure everyone's on Tony's side because of what you see him go through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, and we see him trying to be better, which is already super invigorating in a sense of like, I want this guy to win.
Because at that point, he already said like, we're gonna stop producing weapons altogether, gonna shut down everything.
Yeah, and Obadiah panicking on that note, I don't even call that like a like a desire for. He's just like a businessman at that point, being like, "Whoa, our stocks are gonna explode."
Hang on. Yeah, you were just in terrorist captivity for 3 months.
Now you're about to torpedo our company. Please don't. Like, if you want to have a conversation, but then later on it becomes clear that he's going to stop him no matter what. So.
Right.
But I mean, even if he's trying to look at Tony Stark's character as a whole over the entire series, the dictator's need for control thing really doesn't make sense because of Civil War. He was the one trying to give away control.
I would go as far as just knock out the dictator part.
Company.
I'm fine with him desiring some form of control. He wants to control the situation to prevent suffering, right? That's what Tony would probably say.
You could even say that to Captain America to a degree.
Yeah,
he wants to control his own.
I think to an extent, you could argue that all superheroes are agents of putting their control on the world in some way, shape, or form, but usually in the form of trying to protect people.
Yeah,
nothing wrong
I think
with
it's
that.
also interesting. By him saying that we need Obadiah Stane as a foil to get us to like Tony Stark is interesting, considering that while he was playing all of those clips of Tony Stark that were sans Obadiah, we were all going, oh boy, I sure do like Tony Stark.
It's I mean, the what people usually talk about is like, why do we like Tony? It's like, well, you see him go through something horrible, and then he sees that it's a result of his own potential, like manufacturing, sees what happens to so many people as a result of it, and then starts to want to change it himself personally and designs himself a weapon to go against the weapons of his that have been sold to the people that are hurting people. You know what I mean? It's like, that's a story in and of itself. It's so interesting. It's like, what about Obadiah? It's like, no, sure, Obadiah's a part of it, but like, I don't even think he's the main factor for having Tony become so likable so quickly.
I mean, especially because he's only in the first movie. Spoiler. But there's no like all the other ones too. add, and those are without Obadiah Stane.
I think he's talking about in the context of just the first movie, but I'd still say it's fair to say that most people seem to like Tony the most out of all characters in the MCU by the end of his story, even. So, it's worth thinking about how did that happen, especially if Obadiah is not in most of it, like the vast majority of it. But
Probably also worth noting that the sort of general character archetype and personality that you get in Tony Stark is probably similar to a few other sort of character types that we see done more poorly than well. Like Harley Quinn comes to mind. You have like Jinx in Arcane is a good example of that sort of kind of character done really well and written really well.
Manic Pixie Dream Girl is the
Alice in
archetype.
Batwoman. That's a good example of it done well.
Oh yeah, she's great. She's really, really good.
Good stuff,
Absolutely.
yeah.
But yeah, with Tony Stark, you have that kind of personality in a character. If it's written poorly or even so-so, a lot of people will come across as really not liking him at all. You
Also-
can almost see like maybe
Almost like a first half of that is accepting as best I can, along with that, like how this point could be defended, that Obadiah is important as a mirror to Tony. But as some people in chat have highlighted, and I was just thinking about, when these movies were coming out, do you remember one of the many primary complaints about the state of the MCU in Phase 1 and sort of in
Every single villain is the inverse of the hero.
Yeah, in a bad way. Like, oh look, I'm you but bigger, or I'm you but I have a gun. Like, it's okay.
I am you, but the serum did not work on me.
Yeah, and I'm
and then with
bumpy.
Iron Man, it was starting to
not
get
an
a bit.
inverse, is it?
It was just like, oh, he fights another Iron Man.
Oh, when he
bad
says
guy is another Iron Man.
inverse, I assume he means like morally. Like they're the same, but they're like.
Oh, okay, I
"Rawr,
got you.
I'm
I got you. Yeah.
But Red Skull, who I was referring to there, he got power from the
Yes.
serum taking the inverse effect it did to
Yeah, then you have
Steve.
Abomination, who's like, I'm the Hulk, but gross. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure. And then Thor, you end up having him fight Loki, which was probably the most interesting in terms of a dynamic, because that's the one they ended up banking on several times. He's back in Thor 2, and he's back in Avengers. But yeah, that was a good one. Ironmonger.
Yeah,
No one really misses Ironmonger. They're like, oh man, I wish Ironmonger comes back. What a great character. Obadiah Stane.
No, and that were the problems we had with the MCU.
Better times, mate. Because
So
the thing.
nice.
One of the criticisms that many people have of Iron Man's third act is Obadiah goes from being an interesting kind of antagonistic force to
He goes
straight up supervillain.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is so. I
I
guess
need
what I'm
this
getting at is, like,
reactor. I'm gonna rip it out of Tony Stark and let him die. It's like, oh, that's a bad idea.
feel like this video has presented something that sounds true, but fundamentally isn't, both when the film came out and in retrospect. Obadiah Stane was not really an important factor to making everyone like Tony Stark. I would argue the most important factor was Robbie Downey Jr.
I think so.
Mhm.
He is incredibly charismatic, and he plays that role perfectly well.
casting.
Yeah, I would say that the bad version of Tony Stark, like Tony Stark but done shittily, with a lot of parallels, would be Galadriel from Rings of Power.
Ugh.
I think there's a lot of parallels you could draw, except she's a really shitty character in how she's written. Tony's well written, and that same thing.
But at some point, things change. Their arcs diverge, revealing a separation between what a character seems to be on the surface and who they truly are.
So you didn't need that bubble there when your audio balancing would have been a bit different.
Yeah, or you have to. You're giving me. You want me to listen to you talk, but you also want me to read
Yeah.
something that
I
I
didn't
can
even
sort of
catch
hear,
the
but
first
not really
bubble.
hear.
Or just play the clip without.
Yeah.
the narration.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
just
mean.
play the short little clip. It's like 2 seconds. Just play the clip instead of,
I was also going to bring. It seems like he's made it clear now. So he's saying how they present on the surface versus who they are underneath is his characterization versus true character. But of course, I assume
But I
everyone
feel like
here.
that's all characterization. Is
Yes.
That's just all characterization.
It's almost like
when
he's
a
saying
character
it
reveals
from an
themselves to be
in-universe
someone-
perspective or something.
But I don't even. That's just strange to me.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know why it wouldn't just be categorized as characterization. It's just like it's all encompassed in describing who they are to some extent.
And I wouldn't even argue, like if he was selfish throughout the entire movie, but then he does a selfless act at the end, it's not even like that. Like, Iron Man has his character scene. I say that as though I'm being critical of it. I'm not. When he's talking to Pepper, right, and she basically says, like, you're gonna die if you keep doing this, and then he explains his fundamental motivation, which is entirely like something that leads you into seeing his selfless acts.
it's not common where you would have an instance of what this video would describe as true character not being seen by other people in the same way that the characterization is seen by the other people, which is why I find it, I guess, a bit of a strange distinction to make.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because kind
and
of everything you do, how you carry yourself in front of others, that's a part of who you are. That is your
Mhm.
nature. Nobody behaves in public the exact same way that they behave in private. They're just fundamentally different things. You're just not going to do the same things in front of other people that you do alone.
well, yeah,
So
and
that's like everybody.
we obviously know there are many people out there who would claim to be like some of the most moral and selfless people ever, but that if push came to shove, they would just like immediately run away in certain scenarios, and it's like, and vice versa. Might be a lot of people who are like, I don't care about anything, and then they see a kid in trouble, and they're like, I gotta help him.
I think the term characterization is a function of like what the audience is seeing, what they're observing and learning. Like I could see, like you could have a character that has a true nature that is unseen in a movie, but all the stuff that's in the movie is the characterization of them. And so, like potentially you could have an audience perception of a character that's way different than what they actually are. I don't know why you would make a movie like that. I'm just saying for the sake of example, but
I think the way people normally split this up is how the character is seen, how we see them, how they see themselves, and then who they are fundamentally. You can make those categories, not characterization versus true character. I feel like these are confusing.
Well, because part of what would make it confusing is what happens when we're dealing with a character who... What if they're static, you know? What if they are a static character who doesn't change? And so their characterization and true character would be one and the same, because there is nothing that they're concealing or hiding, you know?
Or they're super secure about themselves, so they behave virtually identically between how they are in front of others and how they are alone, which is a very rare thing, very, very rare thing.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing would be if you applied it to villains. There are plenty of villains where the characterization and true character distinction is not useful. Where especially if you're talking about some of the, what's the name of the one in Thor: The Dark World? What was that guy's name?
Malekith.
Yeah, what's the difference between where is the characterization and true character line drawn for him and his motives, you know?
You're asking me to remember Thor: The Dark World, so I don't know. I can't help you, man.
I was half tempted to make his name up and see how many people knew, like Malados or something. And
Well, it started with MAL, so I'll buy it. Whatever, it's fine.
Malevolas.
Malevolas, played by Orlando Bloom.
Why not? But yeah. So just pointing out, like, I'm not too psyched by his categories, but let's see how he uses them. Maybe this will make some sense.
And it's here that we begin to lean into McKee's next point, which is that characterization is not the same as true character.
Okay.
True character, McKee says, is revealed in the choices a human being makes under pressure, and the revelation of true character, in contrast or contradiction to characterization, is fundamental to all fine storytelling.
So I
want to hear that. I want to hear that again.
I'm finding these definitions a bit.
Watching Iron Man save that guy, I would
draw a line
happily
between them.
argue is characterization instead of
That's
true
what I would
character.
call it. Yeah, it
That's
is
true.
characterizing him. It is a choice that he made that tells us who he is. I don't know why that would be attributed to true character as a distinction.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that makes sense in
How do
Why-
you
why-
define
why-
true character?
He said that it was true character was the decisions they make under pressure. I'm not sure why the under pressure part. Why wouldn't we just be saying that any decision that a character makes contributes to their characterization, whether they're
And
under
also,
pressure or
I just
not?
don't like that. I don't like the idea that what you do under pressure is who you really are. I think it's kind of the opposite. I think that when you're under pressure, you often do things that are just like they're out of panic. You don't think about them. You just
it can
maybe
go
act
both ways,
instinctively.
really.
You
I
could
can
go-
understand both.
Yeah, so there's this idea of maybe, I mean, it's like the old saying, don't judge two people for don't judge too harshly people who've made decisions under pressure or in high stakes scenarios when you're in a place of like safety and comfort, you know. So I don't like the idea of who you really are is when you're under pressure. I don't think that's necessarily true at all.
necessarily. I'll agree, but like because there are times where it totally reveals something about a person when they hope
It
to
certainly
keep it
can,
secret,
yeah.
you know, or just
But at the time he saves that guy and opens his parachute, at that time I don't believe that. I wouldn't think that Tony Stark wouldn't do that because he never tried to like not save anyone. Like the whole point he's here is to get rid of all these terrorists here to save all these civilians.
I think you are
So why would
absolutely
it?
right, because what you're probably inching at there is that that's a moment in which it's going to cost him, you know, time he could spend escaping against people who are actively trying to hurt him / are antagonistic toward him. However, are absolutely not like heroes, but they're innocent people. They're just doing their job. And
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it makes sense to us with everything that we know that Tony would absolutely try and save them. So we don't go in that scene. We don't see him do that and go, see, that's who he truly is. We're just like, no, that's in line, and it's like a good moment because it backs up a lot of what we thought to be true anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
As true character. True character, McKee says, is revealed in the choices a human being makes under pressure, and the revelation of true character, in contrast or contradiction to characterization, is fundamental to all fine storytelling.
Yeah, see, I find the distinction strange when you could simply say that any contradiction, like contrast or even potential contradiction to other aspects of their characterization is what makes for, you know, an interesting story, rather than trying to separate it into like completely distinct categories. Because like, at what point do you say that the choice was made under a sufficient amount of pressure that it rises to the category of true character, rather than just saying it is characterization, all of it is?
Well, there's a good argument to be made that your character can come through when there are no stakes or cost for you at all, and at the same time, who you really are is also when the stakes are really, really high. It depends on the person and the scenario. If you have nothing to lose and nothing to gain, and it doesn't impact you at all, and you still decide to make a particular choice, well, maybe that says something about you.
But is that to say that a guy like Steve Rogers, who is genuinely pretty good and characterized as being an all-around good dude all the time, is he not a hero because he's just never pushed beyond his limit in that respect?
No, I think we get that in the sort of the first act, I guess you could say, of the first Captain America movie, when he is, you know,
I
when
imagine
he is,
that
when he
this
jumped
guy
on a grenade.
I imagine this guy would absolutely agree that there are plenty of he would say that there are plenty of instances where you see Cap's true character, which is hyper selfless, you know, the hero man.
Yeah, they make sure to establish that before he becomes a superhero.
But again, like if I watch the scene of him jumping on the grenade to save everybody, I wouldn't view that as that's his true character. It'd just be, well, that's his characterization. That's who,
that's him.
That's who he is. I just find the categories strange because they kind of seem
they seem feed into each other,
like, very blurry, and that it only makes things more confusing than just saying it's all characterization.
I'm not necessarily going to say this is like fallacious or anything, but there is an element of me that kind of wants him to explain why this gentleman he's quoting should really be taken super seriously, and why this is the definition that's being used.
The implication is he agrees with him, right? And he's going to explain why he's right.
I guess, yeah, I guess so. It's just like, why? I mean, like this is basically, to me, it's some guy.
No, but right.
Which is,
remember the wasn't it the glass onion one, or was it? I know Brown Table did it once, but the famous one is, this reminds me of Karl Marx. It was just
this
like,
reminds
what
me
the
of Karl
fuck?
Marx.
Like,
it's like, why the fuck do you care about what Karl Marx says?
It's absolutely a video essay playbook thing of just quote someone. You just got to quote somebody.
Someone, yes.
Obviously we did that. That's where the Bilbo beam partially comes from. A lot of other things.
Yeah.
It's just a thing they have to do. It makes you seem more well read or more considered when. Like I said, I feel like he needs to address the fact that these could easily be the same thing, and there's nothing stopping them from being the same thing, and the line between them is incredibly blurry, like Frankie mentioned. But for reference, everybody, this is called When Filmmakers Get Stuck with an Unlikable Character, and we are halfway through exactly. So.
And also, I don't think it was ever established that he was an unlikable character. I don't remember him ever being
so he said earlier,
unlikable.
He has a lot of traits that are like, you know, it's difficult to make someone like them when labeling all those traits, right? Like narcissistic or self-centered, whatever.
Well, at
being
the
a
same
weapons
time, in the
manufacturer and stuff like that. I think that's what he mentioned as well.
Yeah, it's just
I
the
guess that's already that's kind of the built-in baggage you're bringing with that is that if you make weapons, you're a bad person
Well,
who's not
even though
likable.
in the test for the Jericho missiles, he shows a very high degree of charm, like charisma
Exactly.
and showmanship. So like
the
that's
the
like, yeah, he's an arms
performance.
dealer, but he's definitely charming.
As was mentioned, the performance from Robert Downey Jr. gave him so much likability; it was insane. I'm not going to deny the writing, of course, too, is absolutely, but to imply, as was mentioned earlier, that Obadiah Stane as a foil is partly, like, or significantly, or however he sort of put it, I just don't think it has much to do with Obadiah at all. And then secondly, we come to like Tony with, like, before the first act even over. Like, it's, you know, a lot of it is just watching a human try to get out of a horrible situation. And then we're kind of on his side, and then we start to, you know, build him back up when he's home. So, yeah, this not working so far, but we'll see.
We're not doing a good enough job. We can do better. We're going to do something else. Like what?
This relationship is in some ways the inverse of what we see in, say, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2.
Intelligence is not a privilege, it's a gift. And you use it for the good of mankind.
There we had two characteristically good men of similar
Would you say intelligence is a privilege?
Well, he wouldn't say it. He said it's a gift that you need to use for the good of mankind. Are you saying that, like, Otto thinks that calling it a privilege is incorrect?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess in a way it is. I don't know. Just thinking.
Sensibilities and passions, where one is driven to use a common power for evil. And here we have two characteristics.
Oh, wait. He's, like, mind-controlled. But, you know, like, from his tentacles. It's a
yeah,
bit weird to say he was
it's
using it for
weird.
evil. I guess you could say that.
Right.
Eh.
Bad men, where one is driven to use a common power for good.
Wait, sorry, did we just categorize Tony was just a bad man?
Go back, yeah. I need to hear this again.
Here we have two characteristically bad men, where one is driven to use a common power.
I don't think I agree with that.
Don't agree. I don't. Yeah,
Not
I
even
do not
Obadiah, I'll agree on, right? Once we find out that he's willing to just kill people to make as much money as he can, selling to whatever markets possible. Tony, the fact that he sees that he himself is blown up by his own missile isn't necessarily the thing that makes him so that he doesn't want to sell them anymore. It's the nature of how his missiles are being sold to people he doesn't want them to be sold to.
Yeah,
because remember, this is a little known fact, is that after that, he makes this suit with all of these weapons systems in them, and it could fly and go around and blow things up. And we were literally watching him on the screen blowing something up as he walks away, very cool like. So he's still making weapons.
Yeah. No, and he's taking more of a fucking interest in exactly where they go and how they're used.
Yeah, because a big part of what he's been, why he was still doing all the things, well, except just taking it from his dad, basically, when he passed. It's just, he wants to protect America, basically, and the U.S. military, and provide weapons for them. And so the U.S. is protected because he's like, that's like his thing.
Yeah, and his
then
role
all
and
this
the
stuff happens.
responsibility
Like,
he takes in that.
I don't think any of any of the things he does before he becomes Iron Man are meant to be malicious in any kind.
Well, the reason this is all funky is because he's trying to create like a mirror with Spider-Man 2. Two good men, one of them uses their power for evil. Two bad men, one of them uses their power for good. And it's like, no, neither of those really
Which
works.
is like, like that's thematically that's really cute, but unfortunately it's not accurate.
Well, it's one of
Tony
those
Stark isn't bad. Yeah.
square peg round hole, because, like I said, I feel like it's a bit of a gap there with Octavius not even being in control. Certainly not fully.
Yeah, it's a bit malformed on both sides. As lovely and poetic a thought as it is unfortunately not correct.
For good.
I figured he was going to get to an unlikable character like later in the video, and he was just using Tony Stark as like a positive
it's all about Tony.
example. But it's all Tony? What the fuck?
I mean, this is what I mean. I think it was kind of just said a bit ago, but like, was there ever a time in the film where we were like, ugh, that Tony Stark guy is so fucking lame and annoying? Like, not really.
Yeah.
Even if he was a womanizer or a bit
charismatic.
selfish or a showboater or like narcissistic. Do you remember his opening scene? He's being chill with like the military people,
The
right?
soldiers in the Humvee,
Yeah, he's super charismatic.
Yeah, and
It just
then, of
starts
course,
with like rock
Robert.
music playing, and he's just like, "So, what's up? I
And
think I'm gonna
also-
be executed soon because nobody's saying anything." And then just kind of just loosens up the mood. It's like super charismatic. It's like I love that intro to
I mean,
Tony Stark.
this video
It's
should be
amazing.
about stuff like that. That's all the work. It's the
I
extensive
remember even
work.
in that scene, this was back in the day when heroes would actually like either try or express some sentiment relating to trying to save people. Like when
It was 2008. Is a different
Yeah.
time for heroes back then. I mean, we had them.
And then on top of that, you know, he's going to be going on an arc in the film, and I think you know when you're going into these films, you're generally having some expectation of that. So even if you look at a character with flaws, who will still have flaws by the end of the story anyway, that you know that they're going to be heading in a certain trajectory. So it'd be very strange if somebody was like, wow, this guy is just like worthless, and then they were stunned by the end of the film, like, oh my god, at first I thought I was gonna hate him forever, but then it turned out that he's a good guy after all. Just be a bit weird.
Yeah, it feels like a rewrite of what actually happens in the film to fit like a point that wants to be made about characterization
About
versus
the
true
idea that
character.
the filmmaker has been stuck with an unlikable character.
Yeah,
maybe sort of a 2020, I guess, 4 mindset, whenever this movie was, a modern mindset that's being applied to maybe how that character would be looked at from the 2008 landscape.
I'm guessing that whatever the book is that he's referencing is probably old, would be my guess. But again, it almost
probably
I don't know.
If it's by the original Iron Man creator, right?
Oh no! I mean the book where the characterization and true character distinctions come from. He said it was from a writing book.
Oh yeah, the I forget.
I forget the name.
Yeah, I don't. I feel like
the name of the book.
I feel like with a quote like that, you'd want to give it a bit of, and here's why it's correct, and here's why and here's why you should take this quote seriously, or this quote is a guideline to some idea that I'm going to present to you as being, a truthful one. But I think he just sort of said the quote, and then we went with it.
Now, granted, the true nature of Sam Raimi's Dr. Octavius is substantially more complex than Ironmonger's, and a topic I've covered before, but this is all
Ironmonger
complex to the point of it doesn't work as an analogy.
Well, but I was also going to say, like, he's more complex than Ironmonger's. Like, Ironmonger's, like, known to be a bit of a laughable villain. Like, why are we even... There's no shock.
Say, a protagonist should surprise us. The greater the dichotomy between true character and perceived characterization, the more captivating our hero becomes.
I
don't
know about that. Yeah, like,
I just
look at Superman.
Agree. There's something... there's something to be said about a character who is just so self-assured, confident, stalwart, and secure that they will act very similarly outwards as they are inwards. I mean, there's a lot of characters who really kind of imbue that. And just saying that the difference is what makes them interesting. I mean,
to paint it as like sort of a broad rule, I agree that it can be really cool when a character surprises you with the choices that they make. Absolutely. But I don't think that it's the kind of general rule that could be applied to all characters that you should be increasing the distance between the way that they present themselves to the world and who they actually are, because that just doesn't encompass every kind of character that you could write that people would agree are great. What about, I mean, of course, I presume this is only being applied to protagonists, would be my guess, because with villains, if you did this also locks off like a whole bunch of different types of villains that you can have in your story.
Yeah. I mean, some of the most famous villains are going to be absolutely static. They ain't going to surprise you with the decisions. They're going to be ruthless. Like, that's, a big ol'... But if someone was to say, well, no, it doesn't apply to antagonists, I'd be like, okay, obviously Superman, but like someone just mentioned in chat, I was like, oh yeah, of course, Luffy. Like, he's not he's not going to surprise you with a sudden like villainous turn or a more selfish decision, or at least he doesn't in the first season of the live action adaptation, which is what I've seen. Part of what's so interesting about him is his unrelenting positivity and support of people he loves. Like, that's pretty cool. In terms of like, despite all odds, he'll always try and remain positive and supportive. It's like, oh, look at that, that's nice. Especially when you're surrounded by more nihilistic characters in other pieces of culture, perhaps.
Sometimes he's just surrounded by all the evidence being stacked against him being positive.
Yeah, and if someone wanted to say that I find that boring, it's like, that's fine. Anyone can find it boring or interesting, but to say a character's true character versus characterization being more and more at odds is more and more interesting. I'd just be like, careful encouraging that shit, because you're going to end up with assassinating your character, probably. Just,
And with a lot of characters who don't make sense.
And I don't even...
Potentially, yeah.
To me, like, I still don't agree this is what's happened to Tony. I don't agree. Like, we're practically saying, like, that moment where he saved that guy is, like, is it somehow at odds with how he's characterized? Like, no, it's not.
Yeah, if anything, you could make arguments for why him saving that guy just plays into his narcissism and how he wants to be perceived.
If you want to,
I mean,
yeah.
there's plenty of stories that where the hero is going to be doing
Homelander.
things just because of their perception. That literally who I was thinking of. Yes, Homelander. So, I mean, even Spider-Man to a degree is kind of like that before he goes on his arc.
Oh, you mean Bully Maguire?
Tom Holland.
Oh yeah, Homecoming.
So there's a lot of I don't know. I feel like this is really something that deserves a bit more exploration, because right now it's more declaration than anything
we got
else.
3
and I
minutes
just
left.
don't agree.
So, like...
Well, that's true. Percentage-wise, that's a big chunk of video. So.
Yeah, that's true.
See, the real trouble for the screenwriter doesn't come in crafting this contradiction. It comes in maintaining it over the course of multiple films.
Don't push it, I'll give you a war you won't believe.
McKee notably cites Rambo as an example of how a failure to maintain this dichotomy can have a detrimental effect on franchise sequels.
Gonna say up front, don't remember much of Rambo, so I hope
First Blood's great.
I remember 1 and 3 pretty well, and then the newest one was funny.
Shit about Rambo.
2 is the second best one. The First Blood's the absolute, like, none of them touch First Blood. Like, it actually is the best movie, but 2's fun, although at the same time they all kind of exist in separate universes in some way. Like, they are continuous, but you can definitely imagine that never in the history of the Rambo franchise was the next film considered while they were writing the one they were working on.
I just find it amusing as well to just sort of be like, do we have time to bring in Rambo? We're
kind of funny, because I was looking away for like 2 seconds, like just looking at something else. Like all of a sudden, I look back to my other screens, like, why is there Rambo all of a sudden? Are we talking about Iron Man? What's going on?
I mean, Metal, we are doing a First Blood Forge at some point if you've not seen it.
Sure.
Yeah.
In First
the
Blood,
Rambo
Sylvester...
sequels are action schlock, but like the first one felt like it had actually something to say about PTSD.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
War veterans, yeah.
In First Blood, Sylvester Stallone's Rambo begins a burned-out war veteran traveling on foot in search of peace and solitude. But when he's unceremoniously provoked by a local sheriff, a ruthless killer is uncaged. It's a gripping contradiction, but by the time the sequels rolled around,
it's not a contradiction.
That's kind
not
of
a contradiction
at any point in the movie.
Just because if I was happy 5 minutes ago and then this video makes me sad, that's not a contradiction in character.
No.
Rambo is not only driven by circumstances, he's very driven by how he is treated by the people in the town that he ends up in.
Well, yeah, because the thing with contradiction is it kind of bakes in an idea of irreconcilability, but like it's not, as in like it's there's something that's wrong in a sense. There's a clash, a dysfunction, but I don't know if you would describe it as just, well, when certain events happen to a character, it changes the way that they, react to the world and move forward. I don't. Yeah, contradiction. Just I don't know. That's not the right word.
Yeah, people are capable of expressing, opposite emotions and actions in different contexts. You would analyze a character having contradictions by them behaving in wildly different ways, given essentially 2 of the same scenario.
Yeah, you could say that it's
reported to say and what they actually do.
Like, people saying contrast or dichotomy, these feel like better terms than contradiction.
Also,
it's so weird to say
Rambo in particular, though, is so consistent that during the entire film, he's still who he was in Vietnam.
Well, it seems like he's almost halfway there. It's like that person is being drawn back out of him through circumstances that he's expecting to absolutely not do that. Like the committing to action X and then experiencing something heavy and then doing action Y, that's seen as contradictory in the most like bland and mundane and clinical sense, in terms of an X and Y are different. It's like, yeah, but we have cause and effect for it, so I'm not sure why you're calling it a contradiction. It's very strange. And I just, in reference to Iron Man as well, it's still like hard to follow what exactly he thinks he's saying with this.
That revelation was already spent. Rambo's characterization and his true character became one and the same.
What?
So he's saying that in the future films, they're not as effective because there's no revelation that there is that man that lives underneath the one that we saw at the beginning of Rambo. Because that reveal happens in the first one, and so the rest of the films are just that character that we saw revealed in Rambo.
Yeah, so much for slow reveals of
Well,
how characters change over time, or how they have some character flaw that
The circumstances
bubbles to the surface as the context changes in their life.
The circumstances in Rambo 2 and 3 and the rest of them, I forget how many there are now, is that he's
5
in fucking warfare, essentially. Like, the idea that we'll never see that man again who's come back from war and just wants to settle down, and so we don't see that contradiction. It's like, well, those are different stories. They could have told those. Maybe they would have been better, maybe worse. It's like, you can take It's weird because this mindset leads you to a point of thinking that there's only one place you're supposed to take a character, or supposed to do with a character if they are a particular way. It's like, how many different directions... Think, for example, if someone said Luke Skywalker's got to make the new Jedi Order and refuse to help the Republic in their war because he sees it as a contradiction of power or something. Give that to 70,000 directors and you'll get 70,000 different stories. Like, they're not going to be the same just because they've got like a base, even if, because I said that, but compare it to like no guideline. The implication here is that Rambo 1 has a format that the rest of them failed to do. But the thing is, like, Rambo has every right to go any direction it wants. He's a human being. You can direct him in many different ways. Feels weird to say, like, that's a failure on Rambo's part as a franchise, I guess.
Well, the term true characters feels so static. You can apply it to certain characters, I think, like Captain America, for instance, where it's just like you kind of want him to just be same old Cap all the time. But could you say Walter White is what's Walter White's true character? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, some people change far more than others. I mean, we all change, all of us. We're not the same person we were, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah.
If someone, especially, a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're all pretty young. And when we
Except for
first
me.
meet, how old are you?
40. I just turned 40 like last week.
Neat.
That's fine. I don't think that's not old.
Okay, fair enough.
But you have, but when we first meet Tony, for instance, he's already like well into his adulthood, and most of his experiences are behind him in that sense. So it just seems different to me. I don't know. People change. Cap has a very, very firm and foundational sort of underlying principle that would be that would take a lot of work to change to where it might not even be possible.
Well,
so you wouldn't expect him to change.
I could see this video being like, Cap is in favor of helping people, and yet in Civil War he's punching Iron Man. Contradiction. Like, and that shows us true character visibility. Like, what are you talking about? Like, all these things happen for very specific reasons that relate to fundamental principles. Why are we pretending otherwise? True characterization is still annoying to hear, but hey, we're coming back to Iron Man, so let's see what we got.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Producer Kevin Feige and the filmmakers throughout the MCU managed to avoid this trap by not resolving the discrepancy between Iron Man's character and characterization too early. In the final scene of the first Iron Man...
Now he's not even calling true character and characterization.
Character and characterization.
Yeah.
That shit's confusing.
Yeah. Gets you lost.
Again, video essayists used to do, because this one is 8 minutes, so it's so short, but they used to do the thing of like how he is seen by the people in the world versus who he is. But even then, that wouldn't, because this video is about how we see him.
Are they like, is he trying to separate it into like ego, super ego stuff? Like, this is how he acts, but these are the things he values?
If he wanted to do ego, superego, and id, then he should have said those things. Like, instead of character versus true character.
I don't even know what his thesis is. Is he saying that Tony's unlikable?
My guess here, especially with the title, is that when you have a character that is definitively like unlikable at the baseline, being traits that are bad, let's say cowardice, let's say self-centeredness, selfishness, I don't know, furious, just nice things happening. He's just a big old goblin. What you need to do is have those things presented and then show a truly good man in the times that matter and continue that formula throughout the films. Don't make Rambo's mistake where you show him to be like a mild-mannered, chill, veteran who then is really angry, and then in the future films show him being angry still. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if this feels very balked as a point of view.
In the movie, Tony Stark is instructed by Agent Coulson to share with the press a story that would effectively cover up his involvement in the events of the film and maintain his secret identity. After all, that's why superheroes wear the mask. But for Stark, to do that would be to resolve his hubris, to undermine his need to control the narrative, and to align the true character, partially unveiled to us in this film, with a conventional characterization of a superhero, which is why, in a twist ending and a famously improvised line by Robert Downey Jr., Stark openly admits to the world,
I am Iron Man.
In one line, we're reminded that this character is still interesting. In one line.
Still interesting.
What?
Still interesting. He would if he chose to remain. Well, it's weird to be like, oh, if he chose to remain hidden, he wouldn't be interesting.
Yeah, that's just obviously not true. I almost want to play that section again because I'm really not following what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I'm just a little lost here.
At what point is Tony not an interesting character during the first Iron Man film? Because that scene happens at the end of the first film.
Like right at the end of the movie. It's like, oh, you know what? This character is actually interesting. Were you not compelled for the other 2 hours?
I'm going to give it another go, see if I can follow it this time.
Final scene of the first Iron Man movie, Tony Stark is instructed by Agent Coulson to share with the press a story that would effectively cover up his involvement in the events of the film and maintain his secret identity. After all, that's why superheroes wear the mask. But for Stark, to do that would be to resolve his hubris, to undermine his need to control the narrative.
It would resolve his hubris and undermine his need to control the narrative.
I think those two things are potentially completely different.
I'm not even sure if I agree with either about him as a character.
Controlling the narrative is not the right. Yeah.
Also, hubris and pride are not interchangeable. A lot of people act as if they are, and they're not. They're different.
He wants the spotlight. He wants people to know
wants
that he's
attention.
Iron Man. He wants the celebration of him. Yeah.
Pride is how you feel you are. Hubris is what you think you can do, correct?
No, hubris is it's typically in stories if someone has hubris, it means that it's specifically their pride that leads to their downfall. You say, yeah, it was his hubris that killed him. Because everyone, a lot of people have pride, right? But hubris is that taken to a degree that it becomes like self-destructive.
Yeah, to the point that your pride leads you to take an action which becomes your undoing.
Right.
Okay, well, Iron Man 2 would give us near the beginning, right, that he's happy to announce himself as Iron Man because he wants to be the face of the sense that, like, don't fuck with us, and I will also be the person to stop. I have the tech, just me. I have the power. I am Iron Man. Sort of like to go immediately negative with that and be like it's a narcissism thing or whatever is like there's certainly elements that work with it, but simultaneously it's an interest in trying to be like, why hide it instead of actually have a show of strength and be like, yeah, I don't like the whole point of me engaging in this is to try and prevent bad things from happening. So I'll be here, right? Because like the Hammer Tech is trying to develop shit, and he's like laughing at the fact that they can't catch up to him. So he like owns the market on this kind of power, which the desire for control, but it's not. What did he say? A dictator's desire for control. When
that was earlier, yeah.
Yeah, which I assume is still relevant.
Well, he's also dying of blood poisoning at the start of the second one, right? So that's like, I imagine that's influencing his decision making quite a bit from there. He's like way more reckless. Like,
yeah, I think that's already happening when we start the film up, yeah.
And to align the true character, partially unveiled to us in this film, with a conventional characterization of a superhero, which is why, in a twist ending and a famously improvised line by Robert Downey Jr., Stark openly admits to the world,
I am Iron Man.
Okay, so with that part, he was saying that it created the contrast again because typically superheroes don't do this. Is the observation.
I just
being
feel like
made.
this is like, are we going with comparing him to maybe like one or two? There's like 1,000 different types of superhero.
I guess he'd probably be appealing to the sort of the general idea that a lot of superheroes have a secret identity.
Well, yeah, we can say most. It just doesn't matter though, compared to there's so many that don't.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I think that's his observation.
I don't see what that assists.
Well, it plays into the idea of if contrasting him with, I guess, what the expected norm is might be sort of parallel to him saying that the only thing that we need Obadiah Stane to contrast with Tony to make him likable. Maybe it's sort of a similar kind of line of reasoning.
I mean,
I think a lot of go ahead.
It comes
Which I
across
don't
as like
agree
an
with,
interestingly different thing, but like at the same time, why would this be the only interesting outcome, or the one that makes him interesting?
Yeah, what if the film decided at the end that maybe he's learned to be a bit more humble and secretive and something like that? And
what
maybe
if at
that's
the
the
end
direction
he
they wanna
decided to become a dictator and just said, "Yeah, I am Iron Man, and now you all bow to me," and then just suited up?
He said, "I must control the narrative."
Dictator, man.
Because like I think that he's arguing like this is a promise of that lineup of the narcissism and all those flaws and stuff is still present despite the heroic acts we've seen him do. Which, like I said, I feel like that's being treated weirdly as a contradiction as opposed to that is the character.
In one line, we're reminded that this character is still interesting. In one line, seeds of future conflict are planted for a decade of films to follow. How will this...
I really feel like the I am Iron Man stuff, like with like this is all to do with his parents. There's a whole different dimension
this
to his
is
character.
completely different. If he was very humble, I think that this fight would still...
Yeah, there's no... anyone could end up where he is here as a result of seeing that video. That's not to do with being a narcissist or wanting control necessarily. Or like announcing I am Iron Man, like not caring about a secret identity.
Character struggle.
My friend, we've seen that fight again recently. It's just so good.
Really good.
Struggle to reconcile who he is.
Well, when was the last fight in the MCU that you thought was really good?
I don't want to think about
it. Echo and Daredevil.
Oh yeah, it's a classic. Classic. It's really, really good.
Does that include fighting CGI monsters?
Yeah. It's just a fight, just an MCU fight that you thought was actually like good.
I didn't mind. I suppose I didn't mind the fight with Chiwetel Ejiofor and Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness. It was shot kind of nice, but I didn't care about the fight.
No, I didn't like that one. I might go with Shang-Chi, maybe. On the bus, there was some stuff I remember being like, it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I haven't seen Shang-Chi. I don't know.
Everyone's jumping out of their seat to...
Definitely Spider-Man and Goblin, yeah. I love the fucking vicious fight on that. That was cool.
That's true, yeah.
No Way Home,
that's right.
Stuff, yeah.
That might be the one, actually.
God, yeah, there you go.
I like the Winter Soldier fight on the highway. I thought that was cool.
With Cap and Winter Soldier?
Cap and Winter Soldier, yeah.
This character's struggle to reconcile who he is with what he is. That is, after all, the question that drives the whole thing.
Who he is with what he is.
I'm so lost again.
I feel like we shouldn't be introducing that this late.
What he is. Yeah, that's weird. And also, I feel like who he is his character and his personality and things, and what he is like a male Homo sapien.
Flesh and bone.
Yeah.
Where's a tin can? I don't know. Yeah, like I said, too late to introduce that, because now I'm wondering if the whole thing was supposed to be about that.
The reason we as an audience have even been able to trace Iron Man's arc through the MCU is because the conflicts in each film were built up and up from the incongruity between Tony Stark's true character as a superhero and his characterization as an abundantly flawed protagonist.
Those aren't contradictions.
Abundantly flawed?
Those are both the same person.
I'm sorry, the delivery of that sentence just makes me angry.
It took him so long to say he's a flawed person and a superhero. Contradiction. It's like, no.
I wanted to yell so badly just now.
Wait till wait till he learns about a lot of famous people in history, and you learn about, oh yeah, maybe people are complicated, especially when you go back in history and it was just a different world in terms of morality and expectations and attitudes about things. Like, boy, it'll blow your mind. People can be very complicated.
Like fucking all the heroes we're very familiar with maybe some exceptions, have like significant flaws in their personality. It usually helps drive storylines. I don't know why we're pretending.
You might even consider their strength to also be like a flaw. That's how traits often work, is that they have like a trait that you have can be, like, it could also be, a negative. Someone's greatest strength can be their greatest weakness, especially if it's something along the lines of like being trusting or seeing the good in people, things of that nature.
There is a character in a show who, when he's walking past a homeless man who says, "Have you got any change?" he says, "Get a job, you lazy piece of shit," or something like that. Who then, 7 episodes later, dies to save everybody. If someone was to say that's a contradiction, because he clearly shows care enough to sacrifice his life, but he doesn't care enough to, I don't know, give a coin to a homeless person, you just be like, you're a very strange person, like in terms of how you analyze media. Just saying.
Flawed protagonist. As long as Stark had flaws, as long as he had ego and arrogance and hubris, he had conflict. Conflict for his true nature and for the franchise to overcome.
He keeps repeating it over and over again. He's got an ego, but he'll also give his life to save people. Curious.
Yeah, this video should have been, it should have been, there should be more in it, because for 8 minutes we can't be repeating ourselves this much, but also maybe this needs to be an exploration as to how characters can have a multitude of traits, and yet maybe how a character might seem complicated, something like that, an exploration into why people are the way they are and their attitudes and what they care about, something else, but it just seems like a misplaced sort of topic. I don't know.
Quite poetically, Iron Man self-perpetuated his own arc, gradually working through that laundry list of defects along the way, until finally, his characterization and true character aligned.
Wait.
No.
Wait. No. In Avengers,
Why?
in Iron Man, he did this. In Avengers, he did this. He just survived.
Yes. This is not a
He's done
revelation
this before,
of who Tony really is. This is Tony being consistent with who he is.
You showed the scene where he flies the rocket into space, you dumbass.
Yeah, exactly. You showed the thing where he was like...
The thing is, one might argue there's a line in Avengers where he says, "Save the rest for the trip back, Jay," like as in fuel and stuff. So he knew he would survive. It's like he didn't know he would survive. He almost fucking died. Absolutely, he knew there was a good chance he'd die. But Iron Man 1, he believed he was going to die when they activate the Ark. She literally says, "But you'll die," and he says, "Push it." So this is bullshit.
Exactly.
Like this already happened in Iron Man 1.
And also, I think what I found weird as well in the observation, he was saying, well, the contradiction means that they can self-perpetuate the arc throughout the whole series, when I'd say it's pretty apparent that he's going on different arcs in different films. Like the storylines he's going through,
Civil War,
like Civil War through to, or from after Avengers, right? That they really fumbled for a while of him dealing with them sort of fumbling with the PTSD until they actually decided to try and work with the trauma that he had, and then leading up to the relationship that he started to build with Peter as well. These are different arcs. They're not arcs that. Yeah, sure, they're downstream from the arcs that happen earlier in his story, but it's not like they are the product of It would be weird to say that they were the strict product of this contradiction between his true character and characterization. It's more so that different things happened that made him go on a different journey.
And genuinely speaking, like if we did a breakdown of his arc specifically, we would be going over like very specific lines and choices of action and how they almost bungled it several times in different ways, but that recontextualized certain things to fix it back up. All the work that's done for Iron Man is not, look, he said, "I am Iron Man, what a narcissist," and then he did the snap and killed himself to save people. I guess he's not a narcissist. That's an incredible character. It's like, no, it's done in all the tiny scenes between everything, connecting you all up, making you like him, all the relationships he develops, and the several arcs has been pointing out that he's on, not just this one about whether or not he's selfish. Like, there's so much more to him, and I just feel like this video has not helped explain it at all, because at this point you'd be like, so I've got to characterize them as X, But when it comes down to it, they do why. Okay. And then, if they misunderstand this video enough, you end up with a Palpatine who fucking saves people randomly.
But he could not save himself.
No, he could not. Well, I guess he did, right? Because he was on Exegol.
Oh, yeah, that's
Somehow he
right. He
returned.
did. Fuck,
Somehow.
you're right.
Resurrection is my true character.
Yes, I feel like this doesn't capture almost anything to do with why Tony Stark works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is
Their story could end. Hey,
yeah, that
everybody,
was pretty bad.
Okay, well, that's that. It's,
what even was that video?
It's so short
Pretty
too. Like
empty.
it barely. He mostly repeated himself. It was like the same. It was like a minute, and then the same minute, and the same minute, the same minute, the same minute.
Yeah, this was it was a lot of repetition. It was short. It wasn't a proper exploration of the topic as it presented itself. It breached into things that didn't make sense. It made incorrect statements. It arguably was all based off of appealing to an authority that I didn't necessarily, that I don't think I do agree with. No attempt was made to make that, I guess, the thesis quotations, like, convince us that those are correct. Yeah, I really don't think it had. I mean, and of course we had, like Golden Rule of EFAP, we had our visuals that contradicted the statements being made.
Yeah, I'd love to know how he contextualizes all the other times that Tony did what he did in Endgame and how they don't play into this. I have no idea. Because he said, like, once he'd done the one in Endgame, his story could end. And it's like, could it not end at the end of Avengers? Could it not end at the end of Iron Man 1? Like, how does your system work? Because the thing is, like, I assume we all agree, if Iron Man had survived the snap, there's more stories to tell with him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Easily.
I mean, you can speculate on, right? It's like it would have killed anyone else, but that the Iron Man suit protected him enough, and it's now like through the snap, it's gone into his bloodstream and his flesh to the point where he needs like serious surgery, and that he's like all of the like half of him is machine now. Not to fucking Vader him, but you know what I mean. Like there's plenty we can do in terms of repercussions, but simultaneously moving him on if you really want to.
He's more iron now than man.
Oh,
He's more iron now than man.
Nice.
Oh, well, bad video. Better luck next time.
I think it's just too much of a short man, okay? Short man bad.
It is too short, yeah. I mean, it needs to be longer and better.
I suppose the funny thing is, yeah, it's like for 8 minutes you could have done way better. So I don't know.
You can pack a lot of info into 8 minutes.
You really can.
He said a little something there about like true character and characterization being one and the same, but he framed it in such a way that if it's ever out of alignment, then like the story's not being well told or something. That was the impression I got. But like, I think in the ideal screenwriting situation, you want to like, in the characterization, you want to contradict. I'm not saying this applies in every case, but you want to contradict the true character in the beginning, and like the arc maybe is the character becomes less selfish over time due to certain plot things, and then around like the end of Act 2 or the third act fight, then it's like, oh, that's his true character. I get it. This is the character we all know and love. Like, I kind of get that, but I'm not sure that was his point.
You also mentioned at one point that the more they contradict the characterization, true character, the more interesting.
The better, the more interesting, which is just strange. This feels like getting tangled up in these weird writing concepts that just kind of distract from more fundamental, universally applicable principles that you can apply to storytelling. This whole getting tangled up in what is characterization versus true character just seems counterproductive rather than it's all characterization. Just think about who your characters are and ways that you can challenge them and test them or change them.
Yeah.
Instead of, well, make sure that the contradiction between true character and characterization is sufficiently large that they're interesting. Weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird definition.
Well, as you mentioned before, true character is simply character when things are high pressure.
Yeah.
I was thinking
already
of,
like we gotta explore. When you say stuff like that, there's got to be that voice
Yeah.
in your head that says like, "Man, you need to like explore
That
that."
seems like an
that's a bold
incomplete
thing to
thought.
say. Yeah,
Well,
that
you
sounds like
also
a thing
figure-
that we could have a very long debate and discussion over that you just sort of say casually and then carry on with.
I'm surprised too if he's if he's mostly trying to highlight a difference between Tony Stark's personality and what his true character is, then what it seems like Iron Man 2 was sort of when he was at his lowest point, right? Like where they did sort of the demon in the bottle story. But
yeah, because he thought he was going to die and that he didn't know what his legacy would be at that point and what to do with his weaponry and stuff. Low point, it's a little bit complicated. You could argue his low point would be the beginning of Endgame.
Oh, really?
When you,
I mean,
when Thanos has snapped the whole world, they can't stop. That's probably a low point. It's not
That's
exactly.
pretty low,
well, I don't know, but I'm sure he probably felt pretty good about everything he'd done up to that point. Whereas it seemed like Iron Man 2, I mean, character-wise, he was in a pretty dark place there, and I don't think he'd ever gotten that dark after that. I mean, thinking like, oh, I'm in a desperate situation, I'm gonna die is like, let's face it, something that happens quite a lot.
I would say that he definitely was at his lowest point in Endgame of having lost and presumably going to starve to death on a ship stranded in the middle of space. Like, I'd say
there's
that
no way
was
a
the lowest
character
point.
like him wouldn't have thought, man, if only I had done that move or this move to Thanos,
Yeah, that's true.
Or,
I'd be thinking, well, I
this,
tried.
honestly. I get why you'd point it out though. It's definitely a low point. Next up, we're moving to the realm of video games.
Oh, I like those.
Boy, I sure do
I know
love
that's
video
controversial to
games.
say these days, but I'm a big fan of video games.
I sure do like him.
This is something
Games
that
are for
a couple
nerds
people
and
suggested
babies.
to cover, and by God, from the title alone, I was like, yes, this sounds like our kind of thing. It's called How
boy.
God of War Ruined Resident Evil Village.
Hang on, say that again.
How God of War Ruined Resident Evil Village.
Well, I seem to recall
I'm already
from
lost.
our episode on Resident Evil Village, God of War never came up in our discussion on why that game sucked balls. So,
Well, and vice versa,
all
right? Do we have a reference Village in our God of War? I don't think so. But anyway, let's
I don't think so.
have a little look. See, who knows what we're in for?
Like the two games had a fight one day. It's like, what?
I'm sure it'll make sense.
Oh, it's so weird. It's let's wait.
Mayo,
No,
you gotta
I just
stick to
saw.
Doom
I
Eternal,
saw
buddy.
that. I saw that footage of Ethan Winters in the castle on the balcony. I was like, man, all that makes me think of is how stupid so many of the gameplay elements of that are. Like, oh, I'm a bad guy. I gotta kill you. I gotta get you. Oh, you went downstairs. Well, I couldn't possibly go down there to get you. I'll go to the bottom of the stairs, but I won't actually go into that room to get you. I'm just gonna go back up here. So if you need me, I'll be back up here. The invisible line means
I just
that
remember
can't go and get you.
Metal breaking Dimitrescu's AI and slapping her ass. That was,
That was
nice.
funny. That was
It
really
will
funny.
be
misogyny, of course,
really-
but really good stuff.
It's kind of interesting because I think I played through that game like 4 times, and I
Jeez.
barely remember anything about it.
I did one full playthrough and then I started a second where I just specifically tried to fuck around and see how easy it broke, and I was shocked at how much the game needed you to stay on those on that very narrow roller coaster. It
I
was,
think at
it
the-
was
the-
bizarre.
I think
That's
it
why I
does.
didn't want to go back to it. I played it once and just found it oddly railroaded. Like it
absolutely
seems like it's
lackluster.
open because they're saying, "Hey, you've got all these 4 people to go fight. Go off and find them." And but you have to find them in this specific order.
Yeah.
Because I was like, why did they do that? I was like, they could have made that a go in any order kind of deal, and I think it would have made the game feel a lot more flexible and interesting.
It's a game with very obvious, very clear examples of very, very bad video game design.
I think I had this one of those special weapons unlocked. And I think I did a full playthrough while we're doing the EFAP on that. I think.
Interesting.
One of the points I made.
Oh,
you could just speedrun through the game pretty easily.
I never played Village, but I did play 7, and I just found the main character really insufferable and idiotic.
He doesn't get better.
Yeah, it's because he is. He gets. If anything, he gets worse.
Well, they at least in Village they do make an effort to try to explain how the hell he survives half the stuff he did in 7.
Whatever.
Well, no, but that doesn't work because the explanation they give means he couldn't have ever died.
But like, who cares? No one likes Ethan Winters. It's like,
No
oh,
one
thank
cares about
goodness you
Ethan, it's
explained
Dark
why he's still
Winters.
alive. It's
Also
like,
true.
oh.
He's just one of those moron, idiot, loser nerds.
It's Ethan Winters in 7 too, right?
Yes.
Like, it's the same in both.
Yeah, same guy. And the DLC of Village is third person, and you play as Ethan's daughter, and it's probably the worst thing I've played in the entire Resident Evil series.
I don't think I even played that.
I
James
tried
played
it.
that.
Yeah, I
think
wasn't
he-
compelled at all. Yeah.
I think James explained to me what happens in that. I forgot, but it had something to do with he's mold now or something. I don't know. It's just some nonsense.
Well, yeah, he's mold because doesn't he crumble apart at the end of the game?
Sure.
Yeah, it turns
know.
out he was mold all along, and he can only die from some special
no.
bullshit, which makes you wonder, how was there ever a game over in 7 and 8 up to this point? I don't know. How about we don't
There
think
couldn't have
about it?
been.
Because they shot him enough.
Oh, okay.
He's only
I would say, though,
invincible in canon.
If CJ, if you haven't played the Resident Evil 4 remake, I would highly suggest it.
Yeah.
I played the
Yeah,
original,
it's
but
good.
not the remake.
Have you played the Dead
Oh yeah,
Space remake?
play the remake.
I have, yes.
What do you think?
Good.
I did like it. Yeah.
All right.
I think the Dead
is that
Space
an
remake
unpopular
is the better
opinion, or-
remake.
Well, we loved it.
It is. I think
I did
Dead
really
Space
like
is
it,
the
yeah.
I
better
love them
remake.
both, but yeah.
I was a bit
Bags and I are on the
skeptical
same
about
page.
them having his character actually speak, as
Right.
opposed to just being a silent protagonist the whole way, but I think it worked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
don't think it like ruined anything.
They also
Yeah,
fixed
I
that
think it made it better.
fucking stupid turret section.
True, they
Well,
did. The asteroid.
there's-
Yeah, that's...
There's certainly games where it's better that they don't talk, but that was an example where I think it actually works better the other way.
Gunnar Wright's performance was really good too. That helped.
Yeah.
Good old
Him,
Gunner.
Tanya Clark, everyone else. Yeah. Did...
All right, can't talk about that. We got to talk about how God of War ruined
All right,
Resident Evil
let's
Village. Let's do it.
Let's talk about Under the Mayo.
One of the points I made in my Resident Evil Village video was that it reminded me a lot of God of War 2018. Originally,
How?
I planned to expand on that more, and
Yeah,
there was a
that's
large...
okay, buddy.
That's a good idea because
Yeah,
I'm
that is-
already confused.
Look, I haven't played God of War, but I have played Resident Evil Village, and boy, Village has some of the most mediocre, dull, bare bones combat I've seen in a video game. It's such a boring slog of a game to play.
Mhm.
The enemies don't react to shots the way they do in even the original Resident Evil 4. It was.
Well, yeah, it's just like
Oh, we spent so long
this
complaining
game
about
is
that.
put the this game is put the reticle on the enemy's head and click 8 times. Now do that for the whole fucking game. It is so boring, so dull. Just the bare necessity of what you need in combat. It's awful. I hate it. There's virtually no interactivity with enemies. Awful.
expand on that more, and there was a large section I eventually decided to cut because it felt weird to just go off on a tangent about God of War 30 minutes into my Village video. But I definitely wanted to address that point. Basically, what do I mean when I say Village reminds me of God of War 2018? The aesthetic comparison isn't that important, though I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Both games have you spending a lot...
They both have snow. They're so alike.
Well, come on, you didn't even let him complete the point before disagreeing. You gotta let him say what he said. He means.
I would say, does God of War only do 30 FPS?
Fuck, I
Maybe
can't
on
remember.
No. Even
Because
on our base PS4, yes. On even a PS4 Pro, though, you could unlock the frame rate, and it usually kicked around 40 to 52. Never really hit a clean 60, though.
Okay, because the footage on the right looks like his own capture because it looks good and it's running at least 60, and the one on the left is
It's from
I don't-
Gamers
it's
Little
clearly not the-
Playground.
yeah, it's clearly not the best version of the game. It's obviously running at least half the frame rate, and you can see.
Yeah, well,
Alright,
that could be
let's
pulled
see-
off
let's see
YouTube
if
or
he-
whatever and
Yeah.
encoded in such a way.
I
Yeah,
want to
but
see
you would
if
just
he
get 60
says it's
FPS
because-
footage off YouTube, right?
I want to know if it's snow, if it's because they're in snow.
Let us find out.
important, though I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Both games have you spending lots of time in environments that look and feel the same, but it's not really the main issue.
Okay,
Man, that was bad.
I think it's safe to say that it's because there's snow. Because
I
you
don't
showed
even-
2 areas that have snow.
You don't
I
want to
don't
make a
even-
point like that so quickly and show that as your evidence. That's bad.
Well,
yeah,
I
because
wouldn't
Dude,
even
remember
say this
fucking
about
Alfheim?
Village.
Like, I don't even know where to
Yeah,
begin in
that's what
terms
I
of.
mean. Think about all of the places that you go to that don't have snow, and think
Oh,
about
man. Yeah, not a
places
good
where
start, but
there
that's
are
right.
snow. They
One
have
of them
nice
is the opposite.
architecture.
One of them is the opposite of snow.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to find something that links them because I'm inclined to say they're actually quite polar opposite in the.
I
in terms of the way
certainly
they
would
work.
argue they're polar opposite, but
I mean, like, look, all right, it's got to be snow because the architecture and the environments aren't even the same. One of them is set in like Norway, and with all of this like Norse architecture and old buildings, and the other one is set in a village in like Eastern
Not
Europe.
Transylvania, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't even think I would, as for as shitty of a video game as Village is, like there's decent variety in the places that you go.
Yeah, I'd
So
say. Well, yeah, I mean,
Somewhat,
because you ain't exploring any like opulent sort of mansions in God of War. You're not going through any of these crazy interiors of like
Yeah, I would
Middle
argue
Ages.
the level design is even
manors.
reflecting the gameplay of both games. Though, as was mentioned earlier, like Resident Evil Village, you can take full advantage of the enemy eye a lot of the time. While God of War, good luck most of the time, because you know, pick the difficulty you can fucking beat them at.
Well, typically it's set up into it's the arena that it puts you in doesn't really give a huge amount of room for you to be able to exploit the the
Right.
AI of the enemies. So
Yeah.
it's
'Cause
like
you're
if
not
you know
gonna
the
be able to walk
limitations
out
of
of
your
the
AI, then you
Exactly. Yeah.
you make the play area such that you can't do that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, like he's gonna go. He's saying it's
Whereas,
beyond the
yeah.
aesthetic, so we'll
feel the same, but it's not really the main issue. The issue is one of design philosophy and the kind of game they want to create for people. If you've seen my video on why God of War
Ruined.
Ruined.
Have you guys watched that one?
Not a fan of God of War, the new one, I guess.
Ruined.
was ruined, you'll be familiar with these points, and I'll be repeating them here, only this time showing
Ruined,
how Village
just
follows the
ruined.
same trends. Let's take a look at the old God of War games and the old Resident Evil games,
all right,
as well
that
as
sounds
newer
good.
titles.
Now this is perfect
Definitely
because
very different
not only are
cameras.
me and Metal, I want to say Mark and John maybe, but we're experts in all God of War games, and Fringy recently was playing God of War 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, great
So
game.
we're ready
and
for
I
this.
and I saw Mahler play God of War Ragnarok.
Loser.
Also a great game.
Movie
but
game.
That's controversial, apparently.
I
Like
beat 1 to
RE7.
3, but I haven't played the new ones. Or no, I played the new ones, but or not Ragnarok. I haven't beat either of them yet.
Ooh, you'd like
Ooh,
Ragnarok.
you're
I'm
in for a
almost
treat.
done the new first God of War. Almost.
Play Valhalla after Ragnarok as well. The DLC it is very much worth going through.
I heard it's dope, yeah.
And the old Resident Evil games, as well as newer titles like RE7 and RE2 Remake that try to remain faithful to the classics. And we're going to look at how these games are designed in terms of their systems and player accountability. Old God of War games had 3 starting difficulties and an unlockable extreme difficulty. You could go for easy and just mash your way through, or you could go for hard and actually have to fight smart and learn to defend and work to get enough XP for upgrades.
You absolutely have to do that in
That's
the new
just like the
games.
new games. Well, hey, he hasn't said that's not the case yet, but that is absolutely the case in the new games too.
Higher difficulties didn't mean you just died easier, they also meant you got less resources back from health and magic stations. So you're making smarter decisions about when to use.
I mean, one could
Also,
argue
yes.
that is, you know, like if those are all like meters you can move up and down, right? Make the enemy have more health, make you have less damage, make you have
it's
less
not
health.
clever.
No, it's not.
It does make the
particularly
game more difficult,
Well-
but it's not very clever, or
I mean,
it's often
both-
not very fun.
Both Ragnarok and 2018 have like the Give Me God of War difficulty adds mechanics to the combat. It is not just sliders. It
is also, I
there's
want to
a
say, in attack of the design in 2018 and Ragnarok, that difficulty is, they warn you before going in. It's insane. Like, you'll get killed in 2 hits when you start, sort of thing. But at the same time, those who are very good at the game, getting hit twice by the enemies is rare. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, that's how good you would be at that point. So it's like it's a 50-50 thing in terms of, I wouldn't look to God of War, both old and new, as a great example of how to crank difficulty. I see them as more normal, you know?
I think my only major complaint between like the thing I do think that the original God of War series does better than the new ones is one very simple thing. I think the camera perspective works better. And I think that God of War Ragnarok in 2018's gameplay would work with that camera, and you would have less
that's
issues
the-
with enemy awareness.
That
I'd
is
say
the
that's
most
same about
common
Resident Evil.
sort of discussion
Maybe,
that's
yeah.
had, and I don't like with the new format for the fighting in God of War. I think it's worse, but I think it works. Like, I think people over exaggerate like crazy how much is a broken system. But obviously,
I never would have called it broken. I still got through it on both of them on
Well,
the
they, like-
hardest difficulty. So I mean,
It's
and
like,
I'm not
there's
that
like
good.
a 0.5% chance of all times I take damage where I'll go, feel like I couldn't done anything about that. Like something hits me from behind with a really shit warning that doesn't make sense from my my head at the time, whoever it may be.
I think a lot of problems would be solved if you just were able to move the camera back just a tad, just a little bit. I
Yeah.
think it would help a lot.
I am inclined to
See,
agree.
Even just Dark Souls angle, I think would work a lot better than the Last of Us, or I mean, hey, Resident Evil 4 camera. That you could argue that that's kind of the game that started the behind over the shoulder / mid back close up.
Yeah, I
Mad.
think I think it was a good move. And someone says someone in the chat said Rags thinking he knows about Resident Evil is funny considering he hasn't played half of the entire series.
No one has.
That's
I think there's a shitload of Resident
Well,
Evil.
wait,
games.
just for instance, because it's kind of funny. Fringy, would you consider yourself a Simpsons expert?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you haven't
Yeah.
seen probably half of it at this point.
Yeah, that's
That
also
might
true.
that might be. I might not have seen a third of it. Yes, at this point.
That's probably
I'm an
well. I was
expert
going to
on-
concede that's probably true. I don't really care though. It's not.
Yeah.
What Rags will be referencing is what he can reference. You know what I mean? He's not going to be
Yeah,
like,
I will-
I'm going to reference this game I've never played for why this that. You know?
Yeah, I'll only reference the things I have knowledge on. For instance, I've only played one Metal Gear Solid game, and that was 5. So I can speak to that,
That'd be
but I
great
couldn't tell you anything about 1, 2, 3, or 4,
Was-
or the was there a PSP one?
Would you
I
say
feel
four?
like, as a person who loves the Metal Gear Solid games, I think they are far too anime for Regs to enjoy. I feel like you will hate them.
Listen, I've seen people talk and gameplay and stuff, and I'm glad that people really like it, but I just don't think it would be my thing. And that's all right.
I think I can agree.
I'm not a fan of the Resident Evil, the originals. It's just not my thing. I don't like them.
I know a lot about Resident Evil, but I simultaneously know very little about Resident Evil. It depends on what we're talking about. So-
Right.
Yeah, I think there's something as well you need to keep in mind, and that's that I've been playing video games for 30 years.
Oh,
Fucking
no.
hell, damn. Nice. Well,
yeah, no, I
what's interesting is I can't yet claim that about God of War. I need another fucking like 10 years or so, something like that. So or 12 maybe. But yeah, as soon as we get that, I will be claiming it because thanks to a visit from Metal as well, I have played all of the God of Wars, every one.
Hooray!
Yeah.
Sure did.
Nice.
God of War
Even the
expert.
handheld ones?
Yes.
Oh no, the
We
one
streamed
that
them.
probably none of us. There is
Yeah.
one that there is one that probably none of us have played, and it was a JavaScript game that was only on some Sony phones.
Yep.
It has a unique story too. It takes
just
place
say
between
this.
God of War 1 and 2.
You are not a true God of War fan until you press circle to abandon daughter. That's when you are.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's funny
Thematically,
shit.
though, it's as difficult for him to abandon his daughter as it is to rip the head off a god, though.
He's abandoning his daughter to save her soul from utter destruction.
Dude, you know
It
the
makes sense, and even I know that.
The thing that
It's
really
just-
ruined that for me when I played it through with Metal was the achievement unlock Deadbeat Dad or something.
Deadbeat Dad.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Like what
I
the
I seriously think that trophy is the reason people read that scene incorrectly.
What do you mean? What will be the correct read?
Well, that he's doing it to save her soul in all of existence.
I feel like everyone knows
he's not a
that.
deadbeat dad by letting her go.
Like the trophy names are a bit tongue in cheek deliberately, right?
I think it just contributes to it being a funny meme that it's a quick time event to abandon.
That's
No,
that,
you
that's
guys, you don't
funny in and of
understand.
itself.
Listen,
as a
press
person
circle to
who's made-
abandon your daughter crawled so that press F to pay your respects.
I was about to say,
okay?
yeah,
I've
that's right.
100% been on a podcast where someone was bringing up that scene as a reason why Kratos was never a good dad before, and I lost my shit on the guy.
Okay, that's not. I would bring it up as the writers not taking it as seriously.
Yeah.
The fact that they would put that achievement on there, and the fact that they would make it a quick time event, that could just be they fucked up. But it's so funny. Like I don't know why they wouldn't have thought that would be funny.
The fact they mention it in new games as well and make it meaningful is just insane.
I
but
kind of wonder
like
though,
in a good way.
what's the connection though between the people who write the names of the trophies and the people who write the game? Do you think they
I'm
have
not
any
sure.
say really?
I do
I have
not
no
know.
Yeah, like my impression was that it was just a different team that like thinks up cool names for the trophies and
Look,
stuff.
whether the trophy was written by Santa Monica, I think it was Ready at Dawn actually made those games, but whether it was
Yes.
them or someone else, it doesn't change the fact that a quick time event to abandon your daughter is really
It's
funny.
Combined
that is
with the trophy sound and deadbeat dad on screen, like what? It's funny.
How much gamer score do I get for abandoning my daughter?
Asians.
Oh no,
So
this is
you're making
PlayStation
small-
trophy.
I
That's
think
right.
it's a
I was
bronze
about to
trophy.
say.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
that one is a bronze,
It's
but
a
if you told
bronze.
me it was the silver, I wouldn't be surprised.
Should have been a
Dang.
platinum. That's the
Yeah.
platinum
Yeah.
trophy.
That's the one that just gives you all the rest of them.
Yeah.
So you're making smarter decisions about when to use magic, and you're taking extra care of your health bar. If you played,
I mean,
This
oh,
Reflection's
just
pretty good for a PlayStation game.
want to plant the seed that all of what he said is applicable to 2018 and Ragnarok.
Yeah.
on
Many
easy
games.
or even normal, you didn't have to worry about that stuff. But there were still things in the game.
When you just
Kratos
kill
just
civilians for
killing
help.
Yeah.
Oh, classic.
Listen, guys, the first 3 God of War games, they were really funny.
They were
in a way.
funny.
They were
Yeah.
much edgier.
Game that asked you to use your head and demanded coordination. That's where we get into puzzle solving and, most importantly, platforming. If you can't time your jumps to make it across a hazard area, it doesn't matter if you're on easy or hard. This section with the archers shooting arrows while you're
So
This actually, yeah, you do your thing.
This
yeah.
is this is kind of fun because this was something I talked about in the Crash Bandicoot video. An interesting thought about the nature of difficulty in video games. The idea, I think it was spurred in that by the conversation relating to the idea that games should have difficulty settings. That's something that they should do. That there's something wrong with a game when it chooses. There's only one level of difficulty. Sorry. But I mean, in a certain sense, it could be said that like a platformer is a game. At the end of the day, you got to be able to make the jump, and there's not really anything the game can do to help you with that. You even see it in Mario where they started adding the invincibility Tanuki suit. It doesn't matter if you're invincible if you can't make the jump. You just need to have the sufficient dexterity to make the jump. They can't fix that for you. That's not like a bridge. That is like the baseline level of difficulty in a platformer is can you make the jump?
Which is kind of weird as well in God of War specifically, because if you fail enough times, the game is like, do you want to switch to easy mode? It's like, that doesn't help me.
change anything.
Solve your problem. Yeah, which is kind of why it's interesting to bring it up here, because this is a game that has difficulty because it makes sense to implement that as a feature because of or rather, it's something you can actually do in a game like this because, you know, you've got health and the enemies have health, so you can buff the player's health or increase the amount of damage dealt. But I mean, yeah, platforming sections in a game like this, I mean, yeah, I guess it is just a matter of if you can't make the jumps too bad.
Well,
But I wonder where he's going with it.
Platforming is an interesting sort of phenomenon in a set of mechanics in video games when it relates to difficulty sliders, because you have to make sure when you're developing a game and you have platforming sections that you don't accidentally soft lock players from being able to complete that section. If you I'll use Guild Wars 2 as an example, as an MMO with a lot of platforming in it, a lot of jumping puzzles and things of that nature. However, Guild Wars 2 is also, being an RPG and MMO, is a game where you can give yourself a lot of buffs and boons like swiftness and super speed to make your character move faster. However, if you don't have access to those boons, which you might not, depending on your class and the weapons that you have at the moment, you have to make these jumping puzzles so that even a player who doesn't have those upgrades can still complete the puzzle. So, in games where you get to a section where you can't get back, you can't make puzzles that rely on the player making upgrades if it has to relate to like double jumping or jump distance or their speed, because you'll lock the player out of progress. So you have to find different ways of making different jumping puzzles more difficult. So in Guild Wars 2, it might be that the distances are longer, so you have to be, you know, better timed. There might be traps and hazards, and you might be on a time limit, things of that nature, even though the actual individual jumps aren't, you know, changed.
That's a pretty cool way to do it. Adding
there's always going to be ways, because like, for example, this box puzzle, you could just make it stronger on lower difficulties, right? There's ways.
Yeah, you can give people less options.
To do it.
You can,
I suppose what's interesting in this is the question of, because he's made it as an observation, which is true, that in platforming there's only so much that you can do, but
you can do a lot.
Well, like this timing the jumps thing, it's like lower difficulty, make the platforms bigger, make the soul blades slower and disappear. Like this.
I mean, that's I mean, I guess you could do that.
This is every Mario game.
Yeah, with the
every
secret
Mario
blocks
game
of the
starts...
switches, yeah.
Well, no,
even in
just
Mario
think about,
Wonder.
I was just thinking about
Sorry,
the
go ahead.
progression of the game. Starting the first level is really easy, and the last levels
Oh,
are
no,
going to
no,
be
no, no,
much
no.
harder.
What I meant is that there's only so much that you can do before there is no platforming anymore. There's only so much that you can do before it ceases to be like a video game where, like, you can't get rid of the actual jumps. There's got to be jumps, and you got to be able to make the jumps. That's like the flaw on the difficulty in a platformer. Because if you
Maybe
Well,
that's the argument he's
what if
making.
when failing the jump, it just pushes you back to where your platform? You know, like you go whoa and jump back out of the hole, back with where you
with
were.
no penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have forgive this mechanic
no,
to
no,
be
no.
tuned differently.
Sure, but it would be that the idea would be that there's a possibility. Saying it's soft lock doesn't even sound right because it's just like, well, you can't beat it. Sorry, but that like that if you failed and it said that's okay, buddy, and it just teleported you to the other side, it's like, oh, so you.
Well, yeah, but sure, that
there
applies
is
to
no
all.
challenge anymore.
That applies to combat as well, right? Like if you hit him, if
Yeah.
someone goes, I just don't know.
Yeah. If
I
you
keep
give
missing
someone
him, you know.
invincibility.
But
Well, do you
and they're like,
remember?
that's okay.
Do you remember how Cuphead gated its difficulty level?
What, by getting past the tutorial? If you can get past the
No,
tutorial.
no. So Cuphead did something. It pissed off a lot of game journalists too. So half of the back few missions of Cuphead are totally locked on easy mode, so you can't ever play them.
Right.
So the only way that you can see the end of the game is if you use easy mode to practice, get a sense of the mechanics, and then try it on the standard difficulty.
I'm cool with that.
I mean, even the game, Mahler, you'll be actually a lot of us will be. Helldivers 2 actually does this to a degree. Where super samples are only available at difficulty 7, 8, and 9. So there are literally going to be ship module upgrades that are locked behind. Fucking get good.
Yeah.
You gotta get good enough to play on at least
we'll get
level
friends
7
who are very good
in order to, or have your friends carry you through missions. True.
So
honestly, wow, that helps justify the existence of the Helldivers cash store a bit too, especially considering that you can earn everything on its own. The idea that it's like, well, if you don't want to get good, I guess you could buy the stuff, but also
you can't buy that.
No, but don't you get different things on every? Isn't it like every 18 hours or something like that?
Just to be clear, super credits and super samples are different.
Yeah.
The super samples are the pink samples you need to unlock some of the ship modules, and you can only get those at level 7, 8, 9. They don't spawn at 6 and below.
You don't get ship levels in the cash store ever, because it sounds like you get almost everything.
No,
else.
you get when you extract with samples, you use the samples to upgrade your ship modules. Requisition points are used to unlock stratagems, and super credits are used to purchase cosmetics
all of
and
which
unlock war bonds.
can be found.
All of which can be earned in game. Yeah.
Yes. Everything.
Helldivers 2 is good, everybody.
So what's crazy is
video game.
how much conversation this has spawned, because the first thing I wanted to say, I haven't said yet, and I'm going to go ahead and say it now. I want to know from Metal and everyone else who's played these games, preferably more than once, because that's kind of the way that I'm contextualizing this. But when in God of War 1, 2, and 3, or any of the ones of the older format, I walk into an arena and it spawns like 10 dudes and 1 ogre, I'm like, okie dokie. So I already know how I can deal with this, and if my magic's full, I'm like, yeah, let's go, baby. However, when I come across a moment like is presented on screen, I go, ugh. and it's like, why? And it's like, because these sections suck.
Yeah, they're bad.
And you
That's
might
not
be
even
like,
the worst one.
You know,
we obviously.
It's like, why do they suck? And I'd say it's like playing Guitar Hero songs, where playing one of your favorite songs ever, and you just got to hit 80% of the notes and you'll make it through, versus playing Old MacDonald Had a Farm, and it's only 1 note, and if you miss any single note, you die. You're like,
That's a good
okay.
comparison. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah.
And if someone's like, yeah, but it's a good challenge, and it's like, I guess.
I mean, yeah, what constitutes a good challenge or not is always, subject of a great deal of discussion. Sure, many things are technically difficult, but there's a difference between having things be difficult in a good way and difficult in a very annoying, frustrating, mind-numbing kind of way. Yeah.
I mean,
famously, you got to be careful when
you
you demand perfection from players. That's a very that is a legitimately very high bar.
I mean, these jumping sections. I mean, we have the famous one in God of War 1, is it right? The whole fleshy rotating bits.
Oh god, yeah, Hades
Underworld,
is the worst.
The Underworld, which is like, Jesus Christ.
Well, if that gets brought up, we will talk about that too. I just like so the chat said Old MacDonald had a duck. Wait, no.
Hades in God of War 1 is no joke my least favorite part of the entire series.
It's I think possibly everyone's. It's definitely one of the lowest rate. It's like famous for being horrible, and it always was.
Yeah.
Like even when God of War 2 was coming out, people would be like, "Fuck, do you remember that stupid fucking level with the stupid?" It's like, yeah, I remember.
And then they send you Hades at the end of the intro mission of 2.
Yeah, but it's not
I
as
was
cringe.
like, oh no. Yeah, no, it's not nearly as
It's
bad.
alright. 'Cause it's not as cringe.
Most importantly,
Isn't it also the case in these old God of War games that, like, whenever you're walking on these narrow beams, it does almost like a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater thing where you're on like a lip and you're
Yes.
maintaining balance left to right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
like Dark Souls where you can just like run across, you know, if you're precise enough without
Mhm.
worry, you know?
Yeah, you can fuck up super easily, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
you just have to do it over and over again. It's just so annoying. I hate it so much.
Yeah.
If you can't time your jumps to make it across a hazard area, it doesn't matter if you're on easy or hard. This section with the archers shooting arrows while you're trying to move a box forward, that box is gonna break on easy or hard. If you can't walk...
That's not necessarily a good thing.
Well,
Just
so
FYI.
that's the interesting part of the conversation is, you know, these are observations, but is it good or bad when the difficulty is that way?
Also, he's got it in here. This is the fucking nightmare realm that no one likes
Right,
playing.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Walk across this box.
Do you know what's really bad at it? Is the checkpoints can like be triggered when you shouldn't have. So I'll do my
When
best to
you're
explain
almost
this.
gonna die.
But let's say you need to go to A, then B, then C. Let's say A is a button, B is a button, C is the door. So you head to C, and you do it first because you don't know the map yet. So you go to C, go past all the goober nonsense, and you trigger a checkpoint. And then you go, oh, I need to press the buttons. Okay, I'll go back. So you go back, then you go to A, and then you press the button, then you die, and you're like, right, my checkpoint is at A, good. And then you go to B, press the button, and you're like, cool, my checkpoint's at B. And then you go to C, and you're getting through that horrible pathway again. Maybe get to the end and die, then your checkpoint's triggered back at B, instead of giving you that checkpoint at C, because you triggered it earlier, when you were just looking around. And so you're like, if you do it wrong, which you wouldn't know you're doing it wrong, you can fuck yourself over completely with having to do way more than you needed to do. And it's just painful. It's just a series of these little...
bar while the blades are spinning at you, lowering it to easy isn't going to help you out. If you can't time and space your jumps, you're not going to make it across this section. The easy difficulty was just there to help you survive the combat. There were still other...
Did he show that example earlier? Did he show that one twice?
I think so. I think he's just saying... I don't know, yeah.
Fundamentally.
You're
Also,
not going to make it across this section.
I don't agree with this saying that easy mode's only there to help you with the combat. I think that the issue here is that the whole game is about the combat and not enough either attention, effort, or they weren't capable or...
How much platforming is there in like God of War 1?
Quite a bit.
It's a bit. Yeah.
It's almost not 50-50. It's like 70-30. 70-30, I'd say. Puzzles and platforming versus combat.
The thing is, if you knock out, if you distinguish between walking around and discovering things, takes up a lot as well. Like the actual platforming, I'm not sure if that could be like 10%, maybe 15. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's like a couple of sections, like this one he's showing right now, like that I would
This is
call
small.
like a platforming section.
A lot of the walking around
and you have to do this one twice as well. So,
but a lot of the sequences where you walk around and just explore and find chests and stuff like that, they're usually enemy encounters that just kind of bring up those like not invisible walls, but literal walls that only drop when you've completed the combat encounter.
Yeah, typically in games, the difficulty is not going to apply to platforming sections. It'll just be the same no matter what. It does take that bit of a... It shouldn't be, really, because platforming is part of the game and the difficulty should reflect that. But a lot of the time, it's just, the only thing that's going to be more difficult in a game is essentially the combat sections.
Well, and like,
the only thing that comes to mind where you could set different difficulties for different things is like Silent Hill. You had like a puzzle difficulty and a combat difficulty.
I think the more...
Other than
newer
like
games are
modern
doing
day
it as well.
accessibility settings.
Yeah, I think The Last of Us did it as well. Last of Us 2.
Yeah.
This can actually inadvertently create a great deal of tension in games like... I'll use Dead Space 2 as an example. Where if you're trying to go through the game without dying, or dying as little as possible, which is going to be necessary for you to do if you're going to play the hardcore mode, is that there are segments that are going to be sort of like cinematic and cutscene-y.
Yeah.
And you will have to do things that will, if you get touched once, you're dead. Whereas obviously in combat, you got a lot more stuff to work with and a lot more mechanics. And then you get to these sections where, I got to come down from the solar array and back into the sprawl, and I have to fly through space and not hit any of the debris, or else I'm dead in one hit or whatever.
How many people die on a hardcore run of Dead Space 2 at the eye needle puzzle?
Dude,
I feel sorry for those
a
guys.
lot of them.
'cause that's
I've
like the end
never
of the
failed
game.
it. I don't actually.
Oh, really? Oh my
No,
god.
no.
Yeah, I'm not good at it.
I'm really good at Dead Space, but I've never actually failed that part. I think there was I remember in my Dead Space 2 playthrough when I did beat hardcore mode, and I was planning out because I played it a whole bunch. I love that game. I was planning out where my saves would be. My first save was always when you go back to the Unitology church and it's all fucked up after the marker, it starts doing all its spookiness, because there's a segment there where there's just a lot of enemies in the main atrium, and that's a fairly difficult part. And so that would be my first save would be right before that fight, because I knew, you could die here. They come in from multiple angles. You have all the enemies, so
It's very easy to die suddenly. Yeah, like just
Yeah.
with the slightest mistake.
Good stuff though. It was very rewarding to finish that game and do that challenge. It was. I don't think the first Dead Space had a similar challenge. I think it just had impossible mode, which was just really difficult. But I can't remember if it did or not. I got all the achievements for it on the Xbox 360, but I can't remember if it had a similar, like, don't die or only 2 checkpoint, 3 checkpoint systems. I can't remember.
And someone said he's saying they designed easy mode with only combat in mind, not that they should do it. And yeah, that's what we've addressed so far. We haven't said that he said that they should do it. Just talking about the nature of it. And I think I would take issue with defining it, unless you have a quote or a source that it was intentional. Like, we didn't want to change the puzzle combat, of course. We only wanted to change the combat. I shouldn't have said puzzle combat, but you know what I mean, encounters. I find that there's multiple explanations for that. One of them could be that they found it easier to, set a mode for the game of boosting all enemy health by 75%, to create a difficulty. Like, there you go, done.
Yeah, but like we were saying, but to change platforming requires a bit more.
Yeah, you got to do a lot more.
Yeah, and every puzzle is going to require a different, difficulty and amount of numbers or combinations or clues and things of that nature.
I guess it maybe might depend on how you code the game too, because if there's just one sort of setting in the code for platform speed, then you could just turn that all down to 50 across the board.
Or boost your health or reduce your
maybe.
health or your damage. There's lots of ways you can do it quickly. But what I was going to highlight was that when you take this moment, for example, and you're like, all right, I want you to extend all the platforms by 2 times and remove the saw blades, that's time you're spending that could be spent on coding the game, as is. And it's like, fuck it, we'll just leave the puzzles as they are. Like, I'm more inclined to believe that's the case than to believe they thought, when switching it from easy to hard, we will keep the puzzle difficulty the same. Or vice versa.
And there is an element of, do we really want to make the platforming more difficult for people?
Or more easy. Like, they probably, when they designed it at the time, thought this was reasonable, and they were like, we'll just keep it this way.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
a lot of
that's
the
one
time
of the-
having
It was not
platforming
reasonable.
be the difficult section.
Not reasonable.
One of the biggest issues I have with difficulty selection in games, though, is that it's not often clear which mode is the intended experience. Because now normal mode is kind of code for like normie people mode, like the casual audience mode, and not the easy one. So it ends up being way easier than you're sort of expecting it to be. But then there's plenty of games where if you pick the hard mode, it's like, oh yeah, this is the sweaty get good mode that you'll only be able to even have a chance of getting through this if you know the game like the back of your hand. And
Also,
I don't know. I'd like to just know what's the actual normal.
I know what you mean, because I think me and Mel are the same on that, where if it's easy, normal, hard, expert, we'll be like, probably hard, but maybe
hard,
expert.
yeah.
Maybe.
Because the thing is,
One
like a
down
couple of
from
years
an
ago,
extreme.
when I started playing a game, it's like, oh, you know what, I'll do normal because that's probably the way they intended to play the game. But the more
That's
I
usually what I do.
Yeah,
Because I
but
really
now-
want to know.
But personally, now most of the times I just go hard immediately because normal is just like super
It's
easy.
usually too easy.
A lot of time.
But there are some games like Rogue City where everyone was like, play expert, because hard's too easy. And it's just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh,
And
okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because you told me to play that on the hardest available, and I did, and it was good. It's good.
I think I mentioned this on a previous episode, but I always thought of hard mode as like sort of the developer's normal. and then they'll
Yeah,
fashion
and
a
that
normal
and
mode for like
that's sort of where I'm
regular
at
players.
too.
That
And
could be Halo's
I wish
influence on
they
you.
they
a
were
little bit.
being clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, yeah, because
Heroic.
canon
They-
difficulty.
Because it gets interesting
Yeah,
as
they
well
would come out
when
and say
you.
heroic is the intended experience. That's what I mean. More games should do that.
Because now it gets interesting because you have like things like New Game Plus as well, where it's like, oh, can I change my difficulty up after New Game Plus? There's games where they definitely intend you to, hey, do normal things and get like the loot you can get here, and then you can go to a high difficulty because otherwise you're just gonna get thrashed.
Yeah, it's
in that
ARPG
difficulty.
style.
Yeah,
Difficulty tiers.
exactly.
Imagine a
so
game that
difficulty
opens
is a-
with just expert mode, and the more you play it, the more you unlock the lower difficulties. Like what? You have to suffer and die before we'll allow you to play lower difficulties.
It's like grinding experience points.
Difficulty is a fun topic. It's not as
It
easy as you
is.
think. It's lots of factors and values you have to consider. And
I mean, for instance, that thing that it was mentioned earlier about a universal slider for a game, and one that even affects the platforms. It's like, well, that might not even work if you have platforms that are set at certain speeds to create certain openings and windows, and by changing platform speed, it might literally make the puzzle impossible. So even in that element, there is
Yeah, that's true.
Each puzzle, each platforming section, it requires its own particular look, and it's why I appreciate a lot of the time when games and when developers go through that bit of extra effort to make sure that when I say I want the game harder, it generally will apply to everything and not just bump up numbers without any, context.
yeah. I mean, Helldivers again. You get different enemies on high difficulties. All of a sudden, those bugs start shooting artillery at you. It's like, hey, excuse me.
All of a sudden, they have Imperial Walker-sized bugs.
Exactly.
There's our AT-RTs, right?
You talking about the
ones
What's the R?
No, because the ones that the automatons have, they're like the ones from the Clone Wars. Those are those aren't ATST. Those are AT.
You mean
RTs,
AATs?
right?
What are you talking about? You're talking about the
AATs?
clones.
Just they're
the clone
small
ones.
walker.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the clone small walkers.
I think you're right. Yeah.
No, that's the big one.
Because then you got
ATRTs. Okay.
Is the walker
GE
the
is
gorilla
the
walkers in
four-legged.
TLJ? Are they called ATARTs? I think as well. There's so fucking many of them at this point.
Huh?
Don't
Yeah,
know.
I thought those were just AT-ATs.
No, you see AT-ATs in the scene, but you see the new and improved, better, bigger versions, and I think they're called AT-ATRTs or something like that. Someone in chat's probably gonna know.
Wow, that's a mouthful.
I'm
ADHD.
saying that it's ADHD, which is it explains why I could remember.
Yes.
I was talking about the Bile Titans, though. The first time I saw one of those, I was like, okay, so these are a thing I'm going to have to be fighting now.
Oh, fun fact, if you didn't know about the Bile Titans, if you take out the little green sacks underneath them, they can no longer spit acid.
That's usually what I'm aiming for, but I don't know if I have the weapons to take them down usually. I usually bring a machine gun in, and it seems like you really need one of the big booms for fighting them, really.
Do you guys hear about that, like, under the hood dynamic difficulty adjustment that I think Sony patented? Where, like, it'll
I hate
adjust
the
the game
concept.
without you even knowing, which I think is a fucking atrocious
Evil. It's
idea.
actually
I think there are versions of that we're all okay with, though. It's dependent on how it's implemented. Because Left 4
we are,
Dead
because
has that.
Right.
essentially.
Resident Evil 4 is a famous user of that.
It's
Right.
Resident
yeah.
Evil 4 does not tell you that this system. It doesn't tell you that this is a thing that exists in the game, and it doesn't tell you that the professional mode of RE4 is just the hardest that the game can be all the time, regardless of how well or poorly you're doing. So
Okay,
I think it's in the execution.
Well, yeah,
No,
and
no.
I think in the case of Left 4 Dead, they at least advertised it. Like, that was one of the selling points, I remember, was that it had an
The
AI
game
director.
Yeah,
Right.
he's watching you
Yeah,
play
yeah.
and he's judging you.
Yeah, like, I don't want any games, like, having that secretly, you know? Where,
Helldivers
where
even
like,
has
I
an
find out later, it's like, what, the game did that? Really? Like, fuck.
Yeah,
I
don't
think
want
it's
to
about
fuck with
doing
my
it
head
well.
like that.
Personally. But I think that professional mode, knowing that that's just the highest version of Resident Evil 4's experience all the time, that makes me feel a lot better about it.
However,
But if you-
it doesn't tell you that. Resident Evil 4 does
Yeah.
not tell you that on normal mode it's got the difficulty adjustment, and it doesn't tell you that professional is just always on the highest tier of difficulty all the time. So these are things that you have to learn out of the game.
I'm happy I
outside of
know
the
that
game.
now.
Yes. All right. Anyway, there's a video we're watching.
What? Yep. Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, we gotta talk about this game.
The easy difficulty was just there to help you survive the combat. There were still other aspects of the game that remained challenging for you, no matter what difficulty you chose. Picking easy in God of War doesn't mean you can just coast through every part of the game. Now let's look at Resident Evil.
There's no oughts attached to that, so we just have to leave it as a statement. It's like very well.
Because what he said, there's also the inverse element of it, where the puzzles, the platformings, things like that. It might be as hard as ever. It might be as easy as ever, and that could be completely independent from whatever difficulty you select. Because, like, I mean, Resident Evil 4, right? It doesn't matter if you're playing on easy or professional. You basically muscle memory all of the really simplistic puzzles.
Yeah, I find the statement interesting because you can smell prescription in there, but there's none. You're like, what are you implying something? Like the God of War original changes difficulty on combat, but not on anything else. Doesn't allow you to just coast through. You're like,
Okay. ...
What are you? Yeah.
Those games traditionally only offered starting difficulties up to normal on your first playthrough, and while I would love to see a higher difficulty option unlocked right away, like they do for the modern games, the reason I don't think it's nearly as big a deal as, say, an action game like Devil May Cry not offering a hard difficulty, is that the challenge of Resident Evil doesn't come from combat. The challenge of a Resident Evil game is largely about...
Some of it does.
Some of it does, yeah.
Well, and resource management is combat, and that's extremely important in the original Resident Evil game. You don't have
what is the
ammo
challenge
in that
of
game.
so what's the challenge of Resident Evil if it's not the combat?
What he's about to say.
About to say probably the puzzles, finding
puzzles, but also resource management, like knowing whether it's worth it to kill an enemy or not.
Yeah.
Whether it's
Or you're gonna or am I gonna
You
use
gotta pick
this
your battles
fire
in that
and
game,
I'm gonna use the fire and oil to get rid of the zombie permanently, so
Yeah,
it's
I
not gonna be the way.
presume that the observation is it's not simply a matter of dexterity. You got to use your big old brain to navigate the old.
You have
Yeah, well, the whole Crimson Head system in this game really mixes things up, which is one of my favorite aspects.
It makes
of
it the scariest game in the whole series, I think.
Oh yeah,
like the presence of the Crimson Heads is that's the deciding factor for me. I'm like, those are scary zombies, man.
Right.
Game like Devil May Cry not offering a hard difficulty is that the challenge of Resident Evil doesn't come from combat. The challenge of a Resident Evil game is largely about exploring and understanding the map, managing tight resources, backtracking.
That's
weird.
combat.
It's weird to say that and also have the visual of shooting and say it's not to do with combat. Like that's so weird.
Because I feel like managing resources and combat are pretty fucking heavily linked.
The three types of resource management in the game are ammo, ink ribbons for saving your game, and healing. And
using your bullets in the right place at the right time. It's like surely that's combat, not just item management.
Surely all of it is downstream from all of the observations of you need to understand how to navigate the map and you need to understand how to use your resources, else the combat will kill you, right?
Well,
that's
bullets aren't falling out of
downstream. The difficulty is all it all leads to, or else you'll die in combat.
Or like miss a bullet,
or it'll become
and it's bad.
Yeah,
and then have nothing but the knife, which is not very good in this game.
Yeah.
And then you have to set aside one or two more inventory spaces for one or more keys. Like, in some cases, there's like one door that you need to put two things into that you need to have on you. So, like, yeah.
Tight resources, backtracking to solve puzzles with important items, dealing with limited inventory space. Yeah, you're gonna get bit by zombies, but the difficulty isn't just from the damage you take. It's that you may not have enough space to carry a first aid spray because you're carrying those puzzle pieces you need. And if you're not
which means that you might die.
It's all intertwined. It's kind of like the whole, my game is difficult because I made the enemies have more health. It's like, oh, well, I was clever, or I made it so that the weapons do less damage. And then another guy goes, well, I was clever because I just reduced the overall health of the player. And it's like, in a way, you're all doing the same thing.
Well, the third guy's
Yeah.
like looking at the first two, going, "Oh, those are like basically the same thing." When
Yes.
you both
Well,
just
what I was
did.
trying to argue was it's all, in a sense, like mistake management. You're trying to avoid, you get through it as
Kind
best
of,
you
yeah.
can. Like, you know, to say this, to want to go this broad, but not the further step. You know what I mean? To be like, oh, you see, it's actually about this. It's like, well, it's really about like the broad thing of managing everything, I suppose.
Intelligently planning your route, you're probably ill-prepared and not being efficient. If you play Resident Evil on the easiest difficulty, you
Do you see
still
those
have to
knives
play
there?
Resident Evil. Turning the zombies into wimps still leaves you with a game that demands you engage in the other systems in the survival horror genre.
Okay.
Oh, like God of War, right?
Well, but again, we haven't gotten to his prescription yet, so I can't. I'm finding, because I feel like I know exactly what point he's making, but he hasn't made it yet. You know, the whole.
Oh,
This is.
you find yourself in the snow situation, huh?
He wasn't. We never found out if he was talking about snow. We're clearly going to find out what he's talking about here.
The knives
I
that were
think
in
it
the
was
inventory there specifically save you from one hit in combat. A zombie can grab you, and then you can use one of them. You stab them in the head, and then that knife's gone. They're expendable items, but they're absolutely tied to combat.
Well, so I understand the observation. So, this is what I presume is he's ramping up to. Is, do you understand how the old God of War games and how the old Resident Evil games, regardless of the difficulty, there were certain things that couldn't be changed.
Certain
There
things
were
that
certain,
required
immutable aspects of the
challenge from the
difficulty
player.
that couldn't be changed. One of them was platforming. That there is a certain amount of dexterity you need to do the platforming, and then in Resident Evil's case, there is a certain amount of using your big old brain that you have to do, no matter how easy or difficult you make the game.
Yes.
And that God of War fails to provide something. The new God of War games fail to provide
Same for
something
Resident
along
Evil.
those lines. That they are, yeah, same for the new Resident Evil Village. Let's see.
I can't hand the controller to my dad and pick easy and say, here you go, just play through the game so you can see the locations and enjoy the story.
I just want to be clear, that's presented as a bad thing, right? I'm not saying he's saying that, but it sounds like he's saying that's a bad, like a good thing.
No. He's saying this is a good thing. That the game
I just said.
can't just be. Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah. He's saying
yes.
That's what I said. He didn't say it, but it's presented as though I can't just, like, you know, Guitar Hero is difficult because I'm not gonna fucking toss it to someone, they could just do it. That's why the challenge is there. And it's like,
which of course,
there's a conversation to be had about the value of challenge. I understand that, but isn't the whole point of a difficulty selector to reduce or increase challenge?
Well, and also there's a conversation to be had about whether or not games ought to be somebody's first game, that somebody could. I mean, you feel like that philosophy is represented in a lot of Nintendo games, that they are made with the awareness that it could be someone's first video game. Mario Kart could be someone's first video game. New Super Mario Brothers Wonder could be somebody's first video game. They are designed in such a way that you could give it to basically anybody, and they would pick it up fairly quickly. And of course, it would get more challenging as time went on, and maybe there'd be certain things that a totally new player couldn't do, or that it would take them way longer to do than the average person. But I don't know if you could say that it's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing when somebody, that a game could be somebody's first video game, or that somebody would design a game so that it could be somebody's first video game.
Also, I thought I said something that was like impossible to disagree with, but someone said no, it's not, when I said, is a difficulty selector not the decision to increase or reduce challenge? Does anyone disagree with that?
Sounds like that sounds like a pretty disagreeable point there, Mola.
Like, I'm genuinely curious, how does one disagree with that statement? Like, I don't even know. I thought it was kind of...
You just basically define the difficulty.
Yeah, obviously it branches out into more interesting conversations about the nature of puzzle challenge, which is what we've been getting at, but surely everyone agrees choosing higher and lower difficulties is indicative of more or less challenge.
Well, I guess something that would be interesting to throw into the conversation, because I presume that the argument would be that the design philosophy of newer games has been ruined by the essentially this over-reliance on difficulty slider, and the rather than building challenges that can't be changed with a slider. But I mean, you could have something in Resident Evil, right, where on easy difficulty you just press a button that says this is the route you should take. Like,
There
based on the
are
number of items that you have right now, this is the route that you should take. This is where you should go. This
Yeah,
is
the
the
dead
item that
space.
is the least valuable to you right now.
Yeah, like what he seems to be highlighting is going to be able to go so much further than what he seems to be highlighting. As in, like, it's nice that they kept the challenges so challenging, no matter the difficulty. When it's like, well, why not make them, you know, say for example, a jumble of letters, and you've got to make the words a word out of it, several words. This is that part of the game, and the higher the difficulty, the less letters there are. It's that simple.
Well, or you know, or that if you're on an easier difficulty, you get additional inventory slots.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
challenge is still there. It's just easier.
I
Yeah,
guess
you
what I'm more
find,
interested in is the idea that your design philosophy can potentially remain exactly the same while still incorporating these aspects of difficulty into it. Potentially, anyway.
Actually made me think of the bunker, Amnesia the Bunker. Remember Mel, the customization for difficulty in that? It was arguably intense.
I mean, you told me about it when I played it. I don't
you can
think that was
set-
implemented that way.
You can
But
set
yeah.
enemy like speed, frequency, and aggression, and then you can set like frequency of oil, where you can find it, and
Right,
how big
right,
it'll
right.
be when you find it,
I
the capacity of
love
your oil
that.
lamp. Literally
love that in
everything you could
games.
imagine, you can
Yeah.
fucking customize. Inventory slots they let you customize. It's
Yeah.
make your own,
But still, you
or
gotta do
try and beat
the-
our presets. You know, like we have a
One
preset.
of my very favorite games, RimWorld, has this as well with its difficulty. You can set the presets, or you can make a custom difficulty, and it even lets you make custom difficulties based off of the preset. So you can go to, losing is fun difficulty, and then you could go to custom, and then you'll see all the stats and sliders for what losing is fun is as a difficulty, and then you can tweak it. So if you're like, you know what, I want to play this difficulty, but I still want to keep the same amount of this, and I still want to keep child soldiers, of course. And
Obviously.
let's lower that slider, and let's make that slider a bit bigger, and so you have the ability to really tailor an experience
Yeah.
just to what you find most fun and challenging for you personally. I'm a huge fan of like big custom, difficulty slider options. I love them.
I
Pathfinder
maybe
games do
my
that as
eyes were
well.
too big for my stomach on RimWorld's difficulty, because I tried playing it once and I got messed up very quickly.
Part of the game. You
Dying
just
is part
gotta
of the fun.
Keep playing. Yeah. You can
I
play
think,
however you want.
difficulty adjustment's only going to take you so far. I mean, like with the case of Resident Evil, if you were to hand over the controller to a totally novice video game player and ask them to play Resident Evil, they would probably struggle with the idea of fixed perspective and tank controls.
Literally, yes. Absolutely, yes. If you give,
yes.
it's sort of something that we take for granted, being elite gamers that we are.
Mm-hmm.
But if you gave someone who's never played a video game, like whether it could be at a keyboard or with a controller, and say, yeah, so that one on the left that moves you around, and the right one there, that's the direction that you're looking in, and then having them navigate three-dimensional spaces with moving and looking around, it's actually a skill that has to be learned. It's not like naturally intuitive to the human condition. So it takes time to learn, and I think sometimes we got to remember a lot of people just don't have that skill. They just haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
Mentioned in chat, there are games where sliders increase enemy count and therefore resource gains and snowball acquisitions and power earner. Edge case, but it does happen. The thing about that, though, is that it's still typically, like, more enemies is harder than less enemies. So it's like, yeah, but you get more XP, and thus you're able to buy more things that make you more powerful, or whatever. At the same time, it's
to
still...
survive the initial...
Yeah, and I assume they're called hard, right? The difficulty, or hard and expert and stuff. The implication being this is going to be more challenging. I don't know of a difficulty setting that doesn't relate to how difficult it's going to be. I know it sounds stupid, but what I'm getting at is, like, are there any challenge systems that say, like, this is going to be adjacent rather than higher or lower?
Well,
But it's
have
not
you
that they
guys
wouldn't
played-
exist. It's not that they couldn't exist. I'm not familiar with that many at all.
Have you guys played the System Shock remake?
I have not.
I
No.
wish to.
It's really
I
good.
have.
Would
It is
highly
quite good.
recommend it. That has custom difficulties, so for a bunch of different factors like enemy number, how aggressive
Hacking.
they are, and so on. But one of the difficulty sliders, if you set it to the hardest, it actually sets a time limit. So you have to get to a certain point at the end of the game within, I think it's 8 hours.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even if you haven't changed any of the difficulty setting, getting there within 8 hours is pretty hard.
Yeah, like System Shock. I've spent a lot of time wandering around the ship trying to figure out where the next place I can possibly go is.
That
I'd
sounds
be
about
pretty
right.
stressed
Yep.
under a timeline. It's beautiful though, and it's coming out on consoles too, even physically.
Oh,
nice.
copies, let's go.
Yeah.
Someone in chat said, tank controls are balls, no matter the game. Never liked them. But let me posit to you that I like tank controls, particularly when I'm driving a tank. Something that
Hey.
should not be understated. I love tank controls when I'm driving a tank. So whether it's Battlefield 5 or whatever, and I'm in a tank, it's actually like, oh, I'm tank controls. I'm in a tank. I have to factor that into how I move around. So.
I'd be curious. When we crack full control, like VR, plugging things into our heads, whatever the fuck, in however many years, and we got full easy control that's smooth for a game that's all realized in our head. Like, I could see people being like, "Oh, playing a game on like, analog sticks to run around." Okay, yeah, that's a bit crazy.
Yeah, can you believe people play shooters on those things where they have to aim at stuff? Can you believe that?
Dude, it's so funny because back in the day, I didn't have like a big gaming PC, so I always had a PlayStation, and I played shooters on there, and I thought it was pretty decent. When I go back to controller and start shooting and aiming at things, like my first idea is like, how did I do this back then? Like, I can't aim this. This is balls.
When I
feel like I unlearned that skill on controller.
When I got my first,
Have you ever played Metroid Prime?
I actually have not. I've played Metroid Prime 2, but I never actually played the first one.
Yeah, oh, did you play it on a GameCube or on PC like later on?
Well, I mean, you played it on Wii, right?
I played it on
you
the
could also
GameCube.
play it on Wii.
Well, actually, on PC, the way to do it is to play the Wii version with this mod called Prime Hack, and it just integrates perfect mouse keyboard controls into it, and it's great.
That sounds like it's really neat. But I played Metroid Prime 2 on the GameCube.
Yeah. The original one, though, the Switch version has kind of modern first-person shooter controls, and it feels pretty good. But I was just kind of wondering if you preferred the tank controls in that game. But if you haven't played it in a while, then maybe you wouldn't.
I assume it's identical to Metroid Prime 2 in terms of the controls.
Basically, yeah.
Then I have, in essence, played it, yes. It was fine for me. Of course, I was much, much younger, and I had much less frame of reference. When the only console you really play on is going to often be like a GameCube, your sense of first-person shooters is a bit skewed.
Oh yeah, especially.
So, however, Star Fox Assault on GameCube, you use that little C stick as your aiming thing, so they could do it. It was possible.
Namco game.
We have the technology.
Yeah.
Because he'll get lost. And that's the point. These games had things in them that were universal across all difficulties. So what happened to God of War when it came back in 2018?
I mean, here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. You could, I mean, before we even get started, God of War has the universal spatial navigation thing of you need to know where to go. I know this is going to sound stupid, but seriously, that like someone actually knows which places they're meant to go to or how to like maneuver through the world. That's something that will never be able to be changed, no matter what difficulty you're playing on. Of just,
Maybe
like,
he's
you actually need to know how to get to the location. Even in a game that's hyperlinear, someone can get stuck or lost or not know where they're going. That's entirely possible.
I'm assuming though he's probably going to reference the removal of the jump mechanic in all platforming.
My guess would be, well, he could go in a few directions, I guess.
There's still puzzles.
Yeah, well,
if it's an isometric game,
even
with
with games that are relatively easier to control. Like I remember I wanted my mom to play GoldenEye multiplayer with me. I'm like, here you go.
Nice.
We'll play on faculty 2-player deathmatch, and she just could not get the hang of it. She was running into corners. She just couldn't figure out how to like look around. And it was so simple to me. It's just like, no, you just hold R and then you can aim around. But like, she just couldn't grasp it. And I remember thinking like, fuck, I wish there was just a mode that I could set where it was just easy for her to grasp it. And, you know, we could have fun. But it was just like a frustrating experience for her.
And then Halo came out.
Man, like,
I probably wouldn't, if it was legitimately someone's very first game, I don't think I'd give him a first-person shooter.
No.
I'd probably...
a game where they have to control the
fair.
camera. I'd give them
a
2D platformer,
2D,
or I'd give them Mario Kart. Just a game where you don't have to
Mario
control
Party.
well,
Something like that,
I think giving her a
game's not
twin
bad.
stick shooter would have been even just would have added
was
to the
like
problem.
Pac-Man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I mean. It's
Pac-Man,
twin
Tetris,
sticks might be kind of
yeah,
advanced.
that kind of thing.
Tetris. Basically,
I think
I
someone could
know
play
it sounds silly, but genuinely spatial awareness, like in a 3D space and navigating a 3D space, like that can just cause problems as like a first starting point of navigating a video game world compared to playing Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
think
a skill
fighting
you take
games
for
are good,
granted
too.
as a gamer.
A lot of people can get behind playing a fighting game pretty easily. It's like, especially if it's a 2D plane one where up is jump, down is duck. You go back with back, forward with forward, 2 punch buttons, 2 kick buttons, or 3 and 3, and you do stuff. You're not going to be good, but you can develop an affinity for video games through fighting games.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
because I've seen
I
it happen with a lot of people.
I remember that happened multiple times just when I was, I don't know, in my room playing my PlayStation, and my dad comes in and is like, "Yo, what you playing?" "Yeah, this thing." It's like, "Oh, that would be way too quick for me." And I was like, "Is it? Is it quick? I don't know. It looks like normal to me." It's like one of these things where it's just like, "Oh, you're just used to it." Just
Yeah, I don't remember the transition to 3D being a hurdle. Like, I remember when I first got my N64 and Super Mario 64, like, it pretty much just immediately clicked
Well,
for me.
you're
Like, oh, I get
you're
it.
already at that point. You're probably already used to the idea of when you press a button on this controller, things happen on the screen, and you have to navigate the thing on the screen to do things and avoid things based off of the inputs on this controller.
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of like driving a car in a way, and many people are used to that. So it's sort of like a translation of those abilities into a different format.
Well, and there were transitionary games between 2D and 3D, right? Like 2D games that simulate 3D that you probably played.
I think
Doom being a pretty important one.
Yeah.
I feel I guess interesting ones are like the transition between games that have like full 3D like 360-degree movement versus the games that had like 8 directional stuff. Like a lot of, because OG PlayStation didn't have the twin sticks initially. I think that got added later. So like, original Crash Bandicoot is 8 directions, whereas Super Mario 64 is full 360-degree movement, and even that, that's like a notable difference. As well as navigating with a fixed camera versus a camera that you have a lot of control over.
Sure. And then to Mahler's point, I think you also in the 16-bit era you had games that were sort of priming you for 3D exploration,
Yeah, like
the
Star
pseudo
Fox.
3D stuff, like F-Zero
Well,
or like
Crash
Space Harrier or
Bandicoot-
shit like that. Yeah.
Crash Bandicoot as a whole too, like as Fringy was mentioning, the levels in that are very linear, and the camera you have no control over.
Fixed.
So
Yeah.
and at times it becomes a 2D platformer. So it is.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas
it's a good bridge.
Super Mario 64 is full 3D. This is like, this is what the promise of 3D games.
I think the key is like it's like a lot of things, whether it's video games, whether I mean I've seen this myself in firearm shooting, where if you're trying to get someone who has never done it before into it, there's a place that you want to start them from, mostly because it takes an amount of skill to get in, to the middle or difficult stuff that you need to build up to, but also you want to avoid discouragement. If you give someone who's never shot a gun before a little pistol and say, hit that target 25 yards away, it's going to be fucking miserable because you're asking them to do something that's really, really difficult. Whereas if you say, here's this little bitty rifle, 22 LR Ruger 1022 or whatever, and I want you to shoot at this that can, and you put it 10 yards away, they'll be able to do it. And that'll be like, oh, it'll be encouraging. I can do this. This is something that I can actually do. And video games are the same way.
22 long rifle is really great for beginners.
Yes, it is. And so video games are pretty much the same principle. You don't want to hand someone, here's modern warfare. Go and shoot all the soldiers. And they're like, oh, God, all these buttons, and I don't know what they do. And you need to, it'll discourage them. It'll be like, they'll say it's way too much for me. When really it's just a matter of just building it up. Start them on something super simple.
Well then, let us continue.
Well,
lots of as you can tell, we love talking video games. Okay.
We love talking about video games.
All difficulties. So what happened to God of War when it came back in 2018? Well, Dad would be very happy, because now you really can just pick easy and enjoy the locations and story. Platforming was removed, which means that hazard-based puzzles and coordination-based puzzles were also removed.
What about progress blocking puzzles?
So again, I do want to emphasize, you fundamentally still have to navigate the world, no matter how much you describe it as like, well, it's really linear, so it's easy to know exactly where to go. I'm talking like an even more fundamental base, like, You just know how to get from like point A to point B. That's something that can't be removed no matter what. Like, I don't know what it means for a video game to be a video game and for it to remove any possibility that you can't fail. Like, I don't even know what that looks like. It's a video game where it's impossible to fail.
I'm not even against easy modes doing that.
You have to talk to David Cage about that, I'm afraid.
Sean!
There are coordination-based puzzles in this game. There's a lot of them. I don't know why he's implied that there aren't. I guess he said for platforming, but like we can't ignore the you have to like freeze
every time you have to throw your axe.
Yeah, or like rooms where you have to God, English is so shit. Like spin the big wood thing, and then you have to freeze it so that you can go underneath a big ceiling, like a bunch of spikes are gonna smash down. But then when you get in, a bunch of enemies come in, so you have to fight them with your fists. Because if you pull back your Leviathan axe, then it's gonna drop the ceiling on you. Right? That's like a combination of puzzle and combat. But then you have the basic puzzles, like all the times you have to get the I want to say the what are the chests that have the apple of. Like they give you health bonuses, but you have to get them by.
When you have to find the little statues.
Yeah, you have to not only find them, but hit them all within a certain amount of time, which requires accuracy.
Some of them are pretty fucking tight
dexterity.
as well.
Like these things are still in the game.
Puzzles that got away.
Yeah, and Mahler, remember that we watched in our God of War Ragnarok.
Oh,
we watched our dear friend, our dear friend, our very intelligent dear friend, Synthetic Man. Try his hardest at some of those very simple puzzles
that are present in easy mode, by the way.
God bless him. He eventually got it, but watching him struggle through those is very amusing.
Yes, see, because someone just said those chess puzzles are easy. It's like, yeah, well, some gamer gods have trouble on them, so.
Yeah. And also, here's the thing as well. They are, even if Atreus or Freya say this is what you need to do, you still got to do it. You know,
still got to do it.
Like, it's easy,
I actually remember.
It.
There's actually one puzzle I think it was in Ragnarok. Yeah, it was Ragnarok, where you have to freeze a thing, and I didn't even know that was a thing I was allowed to do. I don't know if you remember which one I mean mutually. It's when you have to freeze a certain place so it stops the water or something.
I think so,
you got stuck.
Yeah,
stuck there for a couple of minutes as well.
Svartalfheim, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the character's like, look up there. It's like, where? There's nothing. It's like, oh, I can freeze this like wherever I want. Okay, that's good to know.
A lot of people keep highlighting like the puzzles are easy. Arguably, the fucking platforming puzzles in God of War 1 are easy. They're just frustrating because one mistake means you start from the beginning again.
Yeah. In concept, they're easy, but finding a thing and hitting it with another thing is easy, but you still have to find them. And in the end, if you get stuck by falling down a thing or get stuck by running around and finding a thing, is it that much of a difference and difficulty in the end?
Well,
and then
probably not, right?
Once you deal with all of that being an inaccurate statement on the actual state of the game, you then get to the question of why is this a problem?
Right.
Yeah.
I would say that there are. You go ahead.
The progress blocking aspect of the
Not
puzzle.
you, CJ, who was talking.
No. All I was basically just agreeing with Mauler. I wonder what his point actually is here. Like, is it a bad thing that the platforming has been removed? If the intention of the devs was to create a different kind of game experience?
Well, in many games, fucking get that platforming out of this fucking game. Fuck you for putting platforming into this game. Look, I'm just saying some games have platforming in them. No, I'm not going to say many games. Many games have platforming segments in them, and I want them to die and go away and no one like them.
There is an argument to be made about whether it's a good idea to invest any amount of development time into something that could be considered like a tertiary or secondary aspect that doesn't,
or
rather than focusing all and then making something that's kind of subpar. Because I imagine you can't compare the God of War platforming to a platforming video game.
No.
You know, like a full-fledged one.
No.
That it might be a better idea to invest all of that time into the core of whatever experience it is that you're creating. In this case, an action game.
Oh, and Chad, I don't hate platforms. It's just a lot of the times platforming. Platforms are great. I like platforms. But like platforming I often hate because it's just like Fringy was just saying, it's a secondary or tertiary or almost like filler element that's added to a game.
Yeah, we'll toss
and once
it
you
in.
get to the platforming segment, you're like, ugh, got to do the fucking this busy chore that I hate so that I can get back to the
Genuinely,
actual game.
It can
It's
come
my
across
favorite
as though
part
that the
of
developers are
Telltale
like,
series.
we invented jump and we invented gaps. We did it. There we go.
Metroid Prime was a really good example of first-person platforming done well for what I can remember being the first time.
That's because the platforming in Metroid Prime is way more integrated as like an important, rather than just, oh, this is the platforming section.
Yeah.
Platforming is just a part of that game.
It's inherent to
It's
the
like
gameplay.
it's like playing like the old Tomb Raiders, you know? It's like platforming is integral to the you do platforming before you do combat in Tomb Raider 2, for instance.
That's right.
It's just something that is right from the beginning, you know, this is a platforming / puzzle game that has combat in it. So
Yeah,
Someone
you're
said
never not doing platforming in Metroid.
Platforming in a non-platforming game is filler. Then it's like it can be. Depends on how they.
It can be.
Yeah, it can be.
It
It's not
can be.
necessarily. Again, I don't know if you ask me what is Metroid Prime, I would describe it as many things before a platforming game, but the platforming isn't filler. It's integrated into the core framework of the Metroidvania, you know, adventure game that it is.
Yeah, well, I was thinking more of Super Metroid, but yeah.
Well, yeah, Super Metroid.
I forgot we were talking about Metroid Prime. Yeah.
Super Metroid is, well, I mean, yeah, Super Metroid's got a shit ton of platforming in it.
Yes.
Metroid Prime, though, the way it worked so much better is because they had Samus sort of tilt down as you were in the air, so you could see where you were going to land. It's really simple, but it made a huge difference.
Platforming in first-person shooters is awful. Generally, it's really annoying.
Times, yeah. And I'd also like to say that, because I feel like he might be heading in this direction, he's kind of hinted at it, but I don't want to necessarily create a very, very a conspicuous and bold line between puzzle and combat, because a lot of combat systems exist that have that very much have puzzly elements to them in terms of the amount of things that you could do at any given point, knowing what you're working towards doing, the tools you have at your disposal, and
even
all
down
sorts
to
of
something
things.
as simple as this weapon works better on the enemy that is this color. You know,
Yes.
like if it's red, then you got to use the blue one.
Red.
If it's blue, you got to use the red one. You know, like even that is a kind of man. I know saying it's like a puzzle sounds so stupid.
Well, you're
but
just
like
weird.
Just the fundamentals.
Combat is often like an action puzzle in a lot of ways, where you have to do this against that. And that
Figure out
against
what
this,
is the
and-
best way to win. You know,
God of
How
War
do I do
definitely
this?
has that level of like, you know, it's a fire enemy, get your ice axe. Oh no, an ice enemy, get your fire blades. Like, yeah, simple. But you know, it also has it get complicated with the spear and then the interactions between each of them and the combos between supercharging any of them, right? And then, you know, you take a fiery enemy and hit them with ice, it'll like freeze burn or whatever the fuck the bonus is called. And it's like, oh, sweet. All these different.
I mean,
those are all aspects of the combat's puzzles in a way.
That lack of a sandbox was the reason I think Final Fantasy 16 has bad combat, because you just do damage. It doesn't matter what you can. You guys know the
you think
fireball
Final
guy.
Fantasy 16 has bad combat? Oh my God.
Well, I think it's
a
very
hot take.
simplistic and doesn't really have any depth to it.
Oh my God.
Wow, spicy.
Really?
That
You
it
don't
is.
think so?
It is a problem in a lot
I
of
think
games.
that it is not nearly as complex as a lot of other, you know, action games. I enjoyed it, but yeah.
You know
I
what
wouldn't,
I think the problem is with that?
I enjoyed it too. I didn't say it was like terrible and like not fun to play, but I just think that it was really No, I said it was really simplistically designed. Okay, I think it was poorly designed. Okay, well, I guess I'll clarify my point. And the reason I think that is because look, there wasn't any need to have elemental damage correspond to the type of enemy that you're fighting. There were no status anomalies at all. There was no integration of a party in any way. Like it was essentially a one-man show Final Fantasy game, which I think Final Fantasy game combat tends to be better when you've got an interesting party to combine your skills with in creative ways. And yeah, I don't know. It's just
that phenomenon sort of becomes an issue in a lot of games. We see it in many RPGs that aren't really super well designed, where there's no point in doing anything except for damage. Killing the enemy is the ultimate goal, and there's no reason why should I drain their magic? Why should I drain their stamina? Why should I slow them? Why should I do anything else when I could just do as much damage as possible and kill them? And doing damage is always the correct answer. It's an
I
issue in
suppose
many
what
games.
an interesting question when it comes to that is, if you were to talk about combat that is well designed or poorly designed, how much of the conversation relates to, well, is there one strategy that will work all the time, basically in all cases, that I can use every time, or does the
I would say
game
so.
force me to change? I'm inclined to lean in that direction. I've talked about it before, but as far as I'm concerned, one of the big problems with the combat in the Insomniac Spider-Man games is it's very easy to stay in the air, where you are fundamentally less vulnerable to enemies, because there are only a few enemies that can attack you in the air, when all enemies can attack you on the ground.
And pretty much every single one of your attacks keeps you in the air if you're
Yeah,
already
you
there.
can always hold triangle, yank the enemy up into the air, web them up, sling them into the ground, hold triangle to yank the next enemy up, web them up, throw them into the ground. You can do that, and it's gonna suck. It's not gonna be fun at all, but you can do that, and then just basically like win every single encounter. And if that's, I don't know that it's reflective of good design when one strategy is going to work all the time in all cases.
Yeah,
I wonder how much of that is due to how many options you have, as in, like, when you're presented with all of these different combat things, and then only one of them works well, versus you only have one, and the one works well, makes you, like, focus on maybe the game, like the level design or the enemy variety, if you only have one form of attacking things versus
I think in the game you have
it.
several different types of combat. You have several types of what are called are they icons in that game, or am I thinking of the 14 one? Anyways, there's summons basically that give you different attacks and abilities, including in your standard weapons, how fast you move, everything like that. The thing is, you kind of just pick your 3 favorite ones, or maybe it was 4. I don't know, it might have been 4. But and then you can swap to them at any time, and it doesn't really matter which one you're using at which time. It's just what ones do you find the most comfortable to use. So it's almost like they're different weapons as opposed to things that tools in your tool set that you need to constantly be aware of and refer to.
Something that I think that you can, Theo made a video talking about the score system, the style meter in Devil May Cry. Seriously, like one of the easiest ways to make your game instantly better is to just put in a style meter, some kind of scoring system that rewards you for mixing up what you do. And then, like stuff like that is a huge incentive to not just rely on the same strategy, because you want to see, it's if you're playing the game and then you start it to see drop from like B to C to D, you're like, oh fuck, that's lame. Like I want to get, like triple S rank. That like providing incentives to play differently rather than relying on one strategy over and over and over again. It's a really easy way to encourage people to essentially have more fun with your game.
Melee kills get you ammo and whatever have you, like different things to force you into different positions. Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned this style system, Fringy, because I remember having a moment like this with Devil May Cry 5. When you're playing specifically as V, like this magical spell guy, he like summons enemies. If you just move around and alternate between pressing triangle, square, and circle, and just do that over and over again, and just run everywhere, you won't take damage, you'll eliminate all the enemies, and you'll get like the max skill rating, or at least a really high one. So it's just like, wow, it's like I broke this game. I can't believe this. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying the V combat's really interesting. You're right.
Right, yeah. Well, it's a shame. It can be reduced to just that simple button combination. Not only can you clear all the enemies out, but you're also rewarded with a high style grade.
Well, what I would argue there, at least for the way V styles ratings are done, is that's the moment where you're not even interacting with combat except for the executions as V, that you understand how to properly use them, because essentially you're trying to be a puppeteer there. And square is your panther and triangle is your, oh wait, maybe it's the other way around. Sorry, triangle's the panther, square's the raven, and then circle is your big monster dude, right?
Yeah, right.
No, wait. That's your execution. Sorry, I might have switched up the controls. You had the right stick to bring the monster.
It is an important distinction because he is meant to be a character who's sort of frail, non-combative, and he just like summons things that actually do the fighting for him. So the same strategy wouldn't apply to Dante or the other one. I can't remember.
Nero. I think Nero's got the most kind of balanced style, the easier one to learn, whereas Dante, you've got the most flexibility. And so getting style ratings high with Dante is, I think, the most satisfying. But Theo made a great video on this, everybody. On Theo's channel.
Also, I want to highlight, someone in chat said, Mayo is a fan of classic survival horror. You guys are not, so shut up. You don't know shit about survival horror. I just want to say,
damn true.
Anybody who is a fan of me and watches people live cover my videos, please don't be this cringe. Like, just like, ask them interesting questions. Don't be like, you don't know nothing about Star Wars. Mueller does.
Yeah.
But also, this is a video called How God of War Ruined Resident Evil Village.
Also, we love survival horror.
Yeah, we do. I wasn't even going to bring that up.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Like, Resident Evil 4 is one of like my super formative video games.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's bizarre.
Yeah, but that's not classic survival horror, rags. That ain't classic.
Oh, it's only like what 2004.
It's only 20 years old.
Yeah, it's only 20 years ago. It's not the real classics. Okay, but don't say classic rock if it ain't fucking Beethoven. Okay.
Oh my god.
That hazard-based puzzles and coordination-based puzzles were also removed. Climbing.
Yeah, but
substitute coordination.
It's not the case, and it's not.
We already talked about it.
Yeah.
Was changed to be automatic, so there's no more combat or.
Oh boy, I love those parts.
You gotta.
Those are automatic. All you do is fucking spam square.
Yeah.
Well, neither of them are automatic. Technically, they aren't. You gotta move. The game won't do it for you. You
I
know?
don't like the smell here. I don't. It's the thing. As someone who's played through so many times, like I don't fucking like it when I'm climbing up these mountains and they go, "Oh, here comes bad guys." Like, great, square. Cool, I can move again.
Yeah.
How does that make it better? Now, if someone said like, "Yeah, but it's more boring to just travel," I was like, "Is it? I don't know. This feels like busy
I don't know,
work to
man.
me."
Yeah, I've played plenty of games where I just walk around and look at things, and it's been like, oh wow, look at that, interesting.
Well, I guess
what's over there?
The impression I get with stuff like this is that ultimately what's happening in both games is the same, but one of them said, all right, throw enemies at them while they're doing that. Is that necessarily a good thing? I don't know.
If you can climb and enemies also can climb and you can take damage while climbing, I'm glad there's at least something you can do to like get rid of them, but it is annoying just like mashing square until they go away and then you just keep climbing. It's a bit
or jumping just at the right time.
I guess what's interesting is what's the difference between that and like I don't know, when you're climbing in Uncharted and then something goes wrong and a cinematic plays of Nate like falling down for ages. One of them is you got to press the square button at least. But at the same time, they're both delays in climbing, aren't they?
Well, in many cases, the words action-based puzzle can just be substituted for combat.
They really can.
Your health bar refills to 100% when you die in a new area, your magic recharges automatically, and there's no
By the way, magic recharging automatically is a shit ton of games, to where that's basically the standard.
Well,
magic regeneration rates is in mana. That's a super standard thing.
Recharging mana based on collectibles or over time is just down to how the game was designed.
Yep.
100%.
Yeah, you have to take it within the totality of the design. You know, how does it recharging support whatever systems or contradict whatever systems are present in this game compared to the old ones?
Yeah, well, sometimes you want to maintain a gameplay flow, and you know you don't want it to be like Zelda where you're running around for a fucking mana pot. You know, just like which one of these bushes has a thing, just so I can do this spell for Christ's sake. You know.
XP gain difference between mashing like an idiot and performing a long flashy combo and having good defense. There's nothing demanded of you in God of War apart from surviving singular combat rooms and the patience.
Wait, that's what you do in the other God of Wars.
So that's something
because you have to fight people while climbing walls. Apparently, the original God of Wars had way more than the new ones do.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's about just surviving a combat and go ahead, that's all you do in God of War, basically. You go into the arena, beat all the guys up, hope you don't take too much damage.
Also, I would go further, Mel. It's the part that everyone likes.
You're forgetting about the underworld.
Yeah.
Is it a major complaint though that you don't get more XP for creative combat?
No, I think the complaint is that broadly that now it's just combat rather than combat plus puzzles plus platforming, but there's still puzzles.
There still is puzzles, yeah.
Well, but the puzzles we referenced are ones that you can actually skip in God of War 2018. But
can you?
Well, you know, stuff like the chests anyway. You know, the ones in like Svartalfheim you can't skip in Ragnarok. I haven't played 2018 in a bit of time now.
Well, there's plenty of time in 2018 where you're having to push a cart to a place that you can then jump on it and then get to the other side of an area. And what is that if not platforming? You just don't have a jump button.
The thing is, it depends on, you know, you can describe any game very reductively. You could just say, well, all first-person shooters, you're just centering the screen on the thing you want to kill.
Yeah.
You can do that, but like then you lose basically all of the elements that that's not a very meaningful observation to make.
Yeah, I could hand him, I could say, here, Apex Legends, all you have to do is be the last squad alive. See, it's simple, right? And you'll get your ass kicked.
All you do in the old God of War is you press the square button. Like, you could do that, but that's not fair. That's just not fair to those games.
There was that combined with, well, yeah, because the broad point just seems to be that they made it easier. Everything is way easier on the easiest difficulty than the easiest difficulty on the previous games.
It seems like a really odd way to compare games is which easy mode is easiest.
I think he's gone further than that. It's more so that they've removed the things that couldn't be affected by a difficulty slider.
But they could.
They could, but they weren't.
Yeah, so that's a whole conversation in and of itself, right? The idea that if God of War had puzzles in it in 2018 that were very difficult and they wouldn't have changed for lower difficulties isn't even true. But it doesn't have those puzzles anyway. You know what I mean? Like the box puzzle where it's going to get destroyed if you don't, you know, avoid the archers in God of War 1. Not a puzzle I think is particularly good, by the way. But if it were present in 2018, they may have made it easier on easy. And that wouldn't be wrong. That would be fine.
Wait.
Well, even that sequence is easier if you don't die as quickly because you don't have to worry as much about getting hit by the arrows yourself.
Like I said, I don't have any issue with puzzles being made easier along with combat because, as Rags was pointing out, I think a couple of us, in a sense, combat is a puzzle. And so when you lower combat difficulty, you're lowering the chances for you to fail the puzzle, being this time like, oh, look, he's doing a big yellow charge-up move. You can't stand right in front of him. Got to move back, but then once he does that, he's got an opening on his back. Got to go behind. You got to make sure you charge your big blue laser. Just stuff, you know, all the basic understanding of systems, and then taking advantage of your time slots to do the things.
Well, it's the soft implication that the puzzles in the game are less worthy of being affected by difficulty than the combat is. But the puzzles are a part of the game, right, devs? You made it a part of the game. You built all this. You made assets. You programmed it and coded it. It's part of the game. Why are you ignoring this? And when I change the difficulty, how come these parts aren't affected? What is that telling me?
Well,
is
and
it
why
just
are we
filler? Or what?
Why are we okay with making the combat a breeze, but we're not okay with them not having puzzles that are always hard? Do you understand what I'm saying? He's saying like, yeah, you have Resident Evil's combat gets way easier, but at least they still had the puzzles. And it's like, are we saying that it would be better on easy if the combat weren't easier as well? Like, what is the point of difficulty if not that?
I don't get like using easy mode as a benchmark is strange, anyways.
Well, he's trying to use it to explain a philosophy, which is that they've lost the interest in making things harder in between portions of like the main pull of the game.
Yeah, when instead it seems like they just focused all their time and attention on not just the story and the characters and everything, but also in the combat itself. I'd much rather play a game that was super focused on delivering a combat experience instead of one that had subpar segments in between them where I could get annoyed at the platforming they threw in.
I'm going to tie this into Resident Evil Village, by the way. I just wanted to remind everybody.
Oh, man, yeah, I forgot.
It's going to be the same thing that like Resident Evil used to have. I mean, it's kind of gone over it, right? It's more prevalent with Resident Evil because there used to be a lot more item management and challenge in relation to backtracking, this, that, and the other.
It'll be the broad observation that modern game design philosophy has ruined everything. I presume that's the...
Yeah, but
kind of like the
there's loads of holes in this already in terms of shoulds.
Mashing like an idiot and performing a long flashy combo and having good defense. There's nothing demanded of you in God of War apart from surviving singular combat rooms, and the patience needed to deal with Atreus screaming at you every 7 seconds.
Whatever.
With nothing left in the
I mean, this is the thing.
There are progress blocking puzzles, though. Like, that's the thing.
But why couldn't someone sell
puzzles.
God of War 1 as an awesome action game that is plagued with nonsense, boring-ass puzzles that take you nowhere and make you think for about 1 second, mostly delaying you?
Yeah, the whole point of God of War is killing things, and this isn't killing things, so that's pretty lame.
Yeah, why the fuck am I the God of War trying to play chess with a fucking little frog or something?
Why am
You're
I
like
running around on this little beam that's spinning? This ain't what I was promised.
Yeah, and that it's someone could just say it's incongruent with the fucking design of the game. The philosophy is silly. They're just trying to delay us.
Where you go with the canoe and when is also sort of up to you in this one, and that was never a thing in the original games.
Also,
I don't remember. Go
we
ahead.
talked about Resident Evil 4, a bit, and like the puzzles in that are barely puzzles. They like the game. I don't think the game would be worse if they just didn't have them. They're so simplistic. They're so easy.
Yeah, it's like a small amount of flavor. You're just like, oh look, I'm doing this.
Yeah, it's basically just a little bit of flavor, a very tiny momentary pause before you get back to sort of playing the game, and then your next playthrough. I mean, there are puzzles that I just know muscle memory, whether it's Batoris Mendez's door, whether it's the 7 sacrifices in the castle. It's just like I know all these puzzles. They're not even a puzzle. I just boop boop up. Yep, it's done. 1, 2, 3 is a combination, and then boom, door opens.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it's like, why even bother at that point? If there's like 3 spaces and 2 of them are occupied by skulls and there's one empty one and then there's a skull back there. Oh yeah, if I just pick that up and put the skull there, the door will open. Like, why even bother? Like, it's
that's what I
just
mean.
so
The wall climbing stuff is like, in this game you just wall climb, but in this game you wall climb and then enemies come at you and you go, you gotta kill them and you go, and you're like, why are you? It's boring. Like, why is this? It's so simple. There's no combat to it beyond. You can press triangle, I think, if you want to. Square is the quick, broad sweep, and then triangle's like a heavy. You can just do either.
You can also grab them. You can grab them.
Oh yeah, there. You can press any one of those
them.
buttons, and it'll just do the kill and then move on.
Yeah.
Which is precisely what he seems to have issue with in terms of button mashing gameplay combat at its lowest difficulties, which I still don't understand why that's okay when you switch difficulties, but puzzles being either reduced or gone isn't okay.
Game to challenge players outside of combat, the game is now playable for any old Joe off the street. He can pick easy
No way. This wouldn't be somebody's first video game. Maybe someone's first video game, but like definitely not on average.
Well, yeah, I don't think my dad could beat God of War 2018 on its easiest difficulty. He'd be very confused by it.
That statement seems really elitist.
Kind of, yeah. I think I agree. The idea of if someone can just pick up this game, set it to the easiest difficulty, which is literally called like story mode, and then they can beat it. It's like, yeah, that's why it's called the story mode.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that there aren't unnecessarily bizarrely difficult or out of place puzzles for them to have to solve when they just want to experience the story and characters.
Because I don't think God of War was designed to be this super hard game that's supposed to be like an incredible, crazy challenge for everybody. Because there's a big thing of storytelling happening.
Well, he's already
that they
highlighted.
put a
You play
focus on.
God of War on easy, the original. It's pretty fucking easy.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but there's puzzles that get in your way.
Yeah,
Like,
there's puzzles,
okay,
but
they get in your way on
they're all
hard.
messed up.
As in, like, that's not a good thing.
This is like, it's two-pronged. One, is there something wrong with the game being designed such that it's easier to get into? Is that necessarily a bad thing? It's like, well, depends. And also, this is not somebody's first video game compared to something like Mario.
Like, would you
Kart,
make
for
the same
instance.
claim for Mario? That the new ones offer you an invincibility thing when you die enough times? Does that ruin Mario's design?
Maybe. Well, maybe he would, but I guess he'd say that that's way less intrusive, which I mean, and it's optional. Well, but so is this. It's
I was gonna say, what do you mean?
on the easy difficulty.
If somebody wants to play these games and just experience the story, and they just set it to easy, like, man, go for it. I'm glad you're experiencing the story and characters. That's why it's there.
The broader observation is that the experience for everybody gets dragged down because it's designed at a fundamental level to be more accessible. I assume that's his main point.
Maybe he'd have to show that, like he'd have to give mechanical examples because
Well, I think you would
you'd
say I just did. I've shown you that this game has now stripped it to where only combat is the only obstacle and combat is scalable, whereas in the other games there were obstacles that weren't scalable no matter what, like the platforming or the inventory management or something like that.
so obvious. Though that just creates a separate issue, which is inconsistency. If you have really hard platforming, then on easy mode it's super out of place. If you have very easy platforming, then on hard difficulty it's also super out of place.
Well,
and
you
weird.
would say that it's the requisite level of difficulty, and that's good. And the new God of War game has fucked it up.
Do
well,
we know
if
that
he doesn't
the
say that by the end, then he's. I mean, it's pretty awful if he doesn't actually say that. If that's what he means, because we're having to infer all of this.
Does he know though that the scaling of the easy mode is the reason the platforming was taken out? Because that seems like a fairly large assumption.
Well, it might just be fucking boring, and most people don't want it. And maybe the
Possible, yeah.
developers just don't consider that a vision that they have for God of War. Maybe him jumping around on platforms and climbing shit, they're just like, you know, let's just not. We don't have to have that.
Well, I mean, something
we
that
could
they
just
had
focus on other
and they
things.
reduced dramatically was QTEs. People didn't like them in the original games.
Yep.
And so there's
Yeah,
a lot less of
QTEs
them
are another
now, like
thing, yeah.
hardly any. Shocking.
I wonder if he
know.
would make a. I wonder if he'd make the argument of, you know, being able to complete the QTEs is the baseline prerequisite level of experience you need to have to beat the game.
Well,
which
the
is
thing is there
strange.
is fundamental baseline prerequisites outside of combat. I know it sounds silly, but like actually getting from one place to the other, regardless of how linear the game is, requires somebody to do something. They have to actually push the joystick in a certain direction to get there. It doesn't
Right.
play itself, even
Well,
down
maybe
to the
those-
most basic things of navigating the world or moving the camera.
I can see a lot of people getting overwhelmed with the wealth of options you have as far as places to go in the newer God of War games, because the other ones are very linear. It's
Well, yeah, that's
one level,
interesting
then
that
the
you
next
haven't
level.
mentioned is that there are just big open like hub areas.
Yeah, it's like, okay, where do I go
Midgard
now?
hub
Lots
area,
of
or Vanaheim hub area, or the Svartalheim hub area with optional objectives that you can do that are going to influence the experience you have because of getting more or less experience, and then of course just making choices about what kind of upgrades that you're going to get as well. That's not something the game's not going to tell you which ones you're supposed to get, because the game can't tell you which ones you would prefer. That's still a decision that you have to make, which potentially creates new challenges.
Well, I can give you an example. Would be, it sort of applies to God of War, but I'll use an example from a game I've played. Was Gears 5 has 2 or 3 segments where the game is no longer linear, and it opens up. You have a little vehicle, and you have this area you can explore, and you could go around and do a bunch of side objectives, grab some upgrades, do a little extra story character stuff. And if that was and I thought it was pretty neat. I liked it. It didn't seem super intrusive. I could skip it if I wanted to. It didn't overstay its welcome. So if it showed up in Gear 6, I'd be like, yeah, good. But if those segments were like boring and dull and super easy and pointless and just a waste of time, then I'd say, you know what, just don't put them in. Maybe you don't have to put them in Gears 6, or you have to work, better at making it actually good. The way that we engage with something in one game is probably going to affect our expectations for it in the next game.
I got distracted by someone saying Maul is being defensive. He acts in aggression rather than result. Dominance.
Dominance.
The point is, Moller, is that you are.
No, you can't stop there. They compliment me. You don't stop getting there.
You're too attached to the new God of War games. That's what's happened. This is your. You need to defend their honor, and it's making you irrational and angry.
He says Rags is using 4D chess to converse to push back on Mahler's style, but this could all be in my head. I am using 4D chess to push back on Mahler's style because Mahler has a pathetic Soyjack defensive style.
Oh no!
This is the Virgin Mauler versus the Chad Rags.
But I am the Chad 4D aggression, 4D aggression dog.
Well, it's just so funny because I'm like, what are our teams? what do we?
It's Mahler versus everyone.
Okay,
you're on the defensive. You're outnumbered.
Oh damn. Okay. Sorry,
available for any old Joe off the street. He can pick easy and stroll through the entire game to admire
You know
all
what,
the
CJ,
beautiful
you're
art
right.
design.
There is a level of sort of like
CJ's right.
smuggling kind of seeping from that particular statement, isn't there?
Yeah,
You can
I
get
agree.
any old Joe off the street and he can play it. Any old Joe, not like us hardcore gamers, am I right?
I like,
come in here, gonna play my video games. Those pieces
Look, I'm
of shit.
I like the idea that a lot of these games have an easy mode that is clearly labeled as easy mode that allows people who aren't good at games but want to experience them to some degree the ability to be a part of, this experience.
Yeah.
It's labeled as what it is. No one beats story mode and goes, I am such a cool fucking gamer. They go, oh, I really, that was fun. I liked these characters and I liked the story because I specifically chose to play on story mode. And, I really enjoyed the game and I feel like I'm better at it now than I was when I started. Maybe I could, play it at a different, harder difficulty and maybe that could get them, kind of ease them into the door of playing games at higher difficulties. Because that's where we all start. We all started somewhere.
I would imagine that everybody here, and I would imagine this guy would agree that it's lame and annoying when you see those articles that say like FromSoft games should have an easy mode or that games must have an easy mode. The idea that it describes that a developer kind of has like an obligation to provide multiple ways that the player can experience it rather than saying, well, no, a developer can make a decision of, no, that there is a level. This is the game that we want to make. We don't want to invest the time into creating difficulty sliders. We want this to be a certain experience, for there to be a certain meta around the game. Everybody would agree, yeah, that's chill. But surely there would also be the same way around. If a developer says, well, what we want to do is we want to create a game where there is scalable difficulty so that if you want to go into it for this crazy combat experience or if you want to go into it for the story, those options are available. That would similarly be a case. Okay.
They wouldn't flip it. They wouldn't. If there was a game that came out that was designed specifically by the developers to be super easy, I don't expect games journalists to be, in an uproar saying this needs to have a hardcore mode. This game must have a difficult mode for the real gamers.
It's like the mandating of a difficulty adjustment, right? It's just if they want to fashion a game that is just one difficulty and that's it, they should be able to do that.
Yeah, I think so. I would appeal to artistic freedom and creative license that it's an artistic vision to have your game be difficult, and people would be like, well, that's absurd. It's like, no, it's not.
I'm pretty sure that was our conclusion
and interactivity
on the EFAP about this.
Survival.
It was a Mark Brown video we covered about Dark Souls difficulty, and I'm pretty sure our conclusion was, don't force them to make every difficulty you want. However, I'm fine with the devs choosing whatever difficulties they want in terms of design. Fundamentally, if you are designing a game with the knowledge that you can have multiple difficulties, that can be built up with it. But if you take a game that is complete, and then you go, I'm going to mod it so that all the enemies are half health, you might have very unintended consequences in terms of damaging the game.
Yeah, you might screw it up.
Yeah.
You might have ruined it.
Might have,
the experience that they were trying to create.
Well, like, Soma's easy mode of removing all monsters. I remember thinking, like, man, that
People
really
model.
hurts. That hurts a lot of what that game is about, removing them. It's like, but
if
you
have a
don't you
game
want people to be
that's
able to
so
complete
easy-
it? And it's like, of course, there are ways to do it that aren't that. That's not the. I don't think that's the way.
Easy modes can ruin, it can have narrative impacts. If you're creating an experience that's supposed to be about the struggle of mankind in a post-apocalyptic wasteland and how people have to scrounge together to make it through and life is tough and uncaring, but it becomes a power fantasy because of how easy the game is, then it's like, well, you're kind of shooting yourself in your foot narratively, aren't you? And also, the whole game journalist, this game has to have this difficulty, they would have had an easy win that was totally agreeable if they just said, you know what, games in general, there should be easy games. There should be easy things in games so that people can get into the hobby without feeling discouraged and overwhelmed, because we were all there at one point where with our first game, and we sucked balls and we were terrible, but we got encouragement, we played it with friends, we were able to get some positive feedback, and then look at us now.
I think his argument would actually work better if he was trying to make this should only have one difficulty argument. But like the focus on easy modes is, it seems like every point he's making is very weak, because it's like, why? Why do you care?
Well, he showed the menu of the difficulty select of it. This is just for doing the story, and then he's bitching about it's too easy. It's for people who who just want to get the story. It's like, yeah, that's why that mode specifically is there.
It just seems
It's not trying to hide what it
gatekeeping.
is.
What was that, CJ?
Go ahead, CJ.
Just saying, it seems like unnecessary gatekeeping. Like, why is this a bad thing?
Well,
Yeah, this is where it's fine.
There's definitely
Gatekeeping has
that,
its place,
but
100%.
I think the overall picture he's painting is that interest, which I don't even buy, by the way. Like I said, I'd love to have a source from the original God of War / Resident Evil developers at the time. Like, my goodness, we are going to make the combat easier on easy, but we will not be changing those puzzles because we want people to be able to have to work somewhat through the game. I don't believe that they actually had that thought, as we've been over. But he believes now with modern philosophies, with the interest of getting everyone through the game on easy, that means you have to remove aspects that simply can't be in the game because they would be hard on easy. But that's not true. You can make puzzles easy on easy. They just don't have those same puzzles you were looking for. When you don't have enemy encounters on the walls you're climbing in 2018, it's not because we have to remove this, otherwise people on easy will never be able to do it. It's like they could just remove them on easy. So they're obviously not in for other reasons. It's not for saving the people on easy mode. That is an insane conspiracy. Like I said, get me a citation of the original developers saying we will never change puzzle difficulty on difficulty options because that would make it too easy for easy players. No way. I don't buy it. I think they just didn't change the puzzle difficulty.
Yeah, I think, almost certainly, yeah.
Storytelling. And I know this because, like I've pointed out in my other 2 videos on God of War, easy mode is literally called Give Me a Story. So they...
Okay, sure.
I mean, there are games that have Give Me a Story that are what you would typically describe as ultra gamey games.
We disproved his point.
Well, this is part of the narrative. This is part of the story, which is that look, they're so interested in telling their story that they ain't that interested in making a video game.
Well, there are games with story mode and easy mode. Sometimes it's specifically very much designated to be the very easy one. Sometimes not.
I just don't understand the problem.
No, this is telling, all right? This is telling. The fact that they would have Give Me a Story, it's telling of their priorities.
Oh, no.
Even though they have one that says Give Me God of War, which isn't telling of their priorities.
It's like... Especially because even in the names of what the difficulty is called, the player is like... This is basically the player saying, choose your dialogue.
Well, I suppose what I find funny, I knew this was the case as well. Deus Ex, the new Deus Ex games, because obviously the old one just has, like easy, medium, hard, but the new ones have Give Me a Story as one of the like difficulty settings, but then they also have, Give Me Deus Ex. It's like, dude, those are gamey games, all right? So I don't even know why you would bring this up as a point, that because it says tell me a story or give me a story, it means that they're not interested in making a game that's like mechanically robust.
I just don't get, like, if you're booting it up next to, let's say, Dean Takahashi, and he's like, ooh, give me a story, sweet. And then you're like, no, fucking give me a story. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter, whatever. He's going to play through it, and you're going to play through it on whatever you want.
Well, the difference will be that Dean Takahashi will play the game on super easy, and then he'll write a review for it because he's a fucking game journalist.
Yeah, but that's a whole game journalism industry problem. Let's go away from it.
Yeah.
It would be funny if they had a mode that just said "Give me game journalism."
I need to write a review before the embargo.
You know how like for the difficulties, it's like in Doom where they have a different expression or like
where his face is all busted up.
They need one for the game journalism. It's just giving him a pat on the head, just like
Dude, I was just thinking that. I think on the easiest one, it puts your character in a baby outfit.
Yeah.
And it's called something like "Don't hurt me" or something.
Don't hurt me, daddy.
Couldn't one argue "Give Me the Story" is arguably like a tongue-in-cheek sort of the devs being like, "Yeah, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You can have the story."
You could, but I would probably lean more towards it is just like, you're only here for the story. You're not interested in the video game part of this video game.
Well, they specifically have it contrasted with the other 3 names. Do you want a story, a balanced experience, a challenge, or God of War?
Well, and let's not forget, if they're not, it might not be they're not interested. It might be they are that shit at video games. Which, by the way, some people mentioned it already. Watch Gary play The Witcher. If he was to play God of War, You do not want him on anything other than give me a story. He's gonna have trouble.
Yes,
my God.
absolutely.
I mean, I kind of want
That's
to.
okay. I'm not saying it's not
It's
okay. It's
fine.
okay. Like, there's people
I
out there
tried
who
to
shit at
some-
video games. That's fine.
Well,
Yeah,
so
I-
here's the thing, though, isn't it? Do you think that having putting like BJ in the just like looking like a clown or something is
I think that's
making fun
funny.
of people?
Well,
Or,
Metal Gear Solid 5.
Metal Gear
Regs, you know-
Solid, yeah.
That's
yeah,
just
the chicken hat.
Well,
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I did not.
I think it's a great meme having like the easy difficulty be putting him like with a pacifier and like a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah,
Make him look
deliberately
like a baby.
patronizing. I kind of wish they would bring that
It
back.
discourages you from jumping right to that one.
Let's
Like,
not
you're
forget,
okay, maybe try the standard difficulty.
Was it Quake? I can't remember what game it was that if you quit out, it says like, "Are you actually like going to be a coward? Are you running away?" Like that sort of thing. You're like,
It
you're
was
like, I want to go
not
to sleep,
Quake.
and it's like, coward. Like, you go ahead and do it.
I'm tired.
Oh, I remember it was something that was fun in Crash Bandicoot was whenever you got a game over, Cortex would be like, "Oh, giving up, huh?" Like,
Yeah.
and then when
Yeah.
it's just be like, "Oh yeah, is that you? Are you done? You got to run away. You got to cry, little Goblin Junior."
It's funny. It is great and funny and fine
It
with
is.
me. Yeah.
I do wish we had more of that in games,
Oh,
making
here,
fun of you.
James, send it to me. There it is.
Yeah.
that's good.
Oh, can I play Daddy?
That's a
I thought
fun
it was
meme.
Don't Hurt Me, Daddy. Damn it. Maybe that's the original Wolfenstein? I don't know. Maybe my memory's fucked.
Yeah,
good meme.
Wolfenstein. I think. Yeah, that
The
was
New
it.
Order did that as well.
Good memes.
Right.
Yeah, I like it.
Mhm.
They're making the
designed
Indiana
their
Jones
game
game.
Yeah,
in a
that
way
game
to
looks not good based on that.
I
trailer.
know. It looks
Looks
like
so
very
jank.
lame Wolfenstein.
Looks
It's not
jank.
like I totally understand the frustration too. I mean, like I have a deep appreciation of the Souls games. I fucking suck at those games. But like the only reason I know Dark Souls from start to finish is because like I watch my friends play it who are really good at it. They'll play like randomizers and shit. And
Randomizers are
but
fun.
I still wouldn't make an argument for like give me an easy mode because I
Well,
understand what it's trying to do. It's
not to
like
get
I
into
get it.
that.
You're fashioning an intimidating experience and atmosphere. I understand that you're not.
A lot of Dark
But
Souls players
if
would
they
tell
were-
you there is an easy mode built in. There are mechanics you can take advantage of, or farming, or leveling. That all changes how difficult the game is. You know what I mean? They would tell you
Yeah, there are.
to avoid
Oh.
these things if you want to put like soul level one is like one of the hardest things you can do. While a lot of people will be like, I just want to fucking play the game, dude. And it's like, yeah, but
I like that as a conversation, the
Yeah.
idea of soft difficulty, because again, that Crash
Yeah.
Bandicoot video I made, the crates, going for getting all of the crates is essentially, well, I mean, you can do that if you want, but this will be harder. It's like a way of introducing soft difficulty or a difficulty setting without you thinking of it that way. It's just optional challenges, options that you can pursue to make your experience harder or easier, which can be interesting in terms of game design sort of philosophy and yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely something to discuss. The infamous example that's in my head right now is Apex Legend is actually a game, it's the only one I know of, where you get a pretty substantial advantage by playing on a controller because of that game's extremely generous aim assist and recoil
Oh, seriously?
compensation. Oh yeah, like all the pros and everything use a controller.
Oh man, I've only ever played it on a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, it's legitimately like crazy how strong the controller is. I've never seen it like that in any other game, but that's why it comes to my mind as an example. So,
Actually, I
But
think
yeah,
I played it
it's
on
interesting.
PS4. Never mind, that was a lie. I don't remember it being that forgiving though, unless they've changed it.
it's very, very strong.
Mode is
I mean,
literally
those things that you can do in the Souls games. I mean, I appreciate that, but it probably still wouldn't help me. I suck that bad. Like, I mean, my friend was telling me, like, if you pick this character and you have this build, you can probably make it a lot easier on yourself. But for me, I suck so bad, the difference is so marginal. It's just like, it
Elden
doesn't
Ring
even
might be
matter.
one
Like,
you
I'm
could
just.
get through.
well, Elden
'Cause
Ring had
Elden
that.
Ring,
Like,
you
I don't know
can
how it is
summon
now,
too.
but the fucking tier clone
The mimic tier.
mimic tier,
Mimic.
yeah.
It's
That was
been
like
nerfed,
summoning
but
another
pretty
player to
strong.
just do the game for you.
Mimic tier is pretty late in the game, but you can get carried by summons in Elden Ring pretty hard.
Well, yeah.
like,
Well,
to be
that's the
fair,
one thing that
that's
saved.
a lot of Souls
That's
games.
that let me play through Elden Ring and enjoy it was the ability to like summon people to help you with the bosses.
yeah.
Well,
and
and,
stuff.
and no,
Yeah.
no offense implied
yeah,
in any way, shape, or
especially
form, but like
multiplayer.
me and Metal, when playing a Souls or Souls-like game for the first time, it's like summons are off limits. You're not allowed.
Yeah.
because
Right.
it's a completely
No, I know,
different game
it-
at that point. which is fine.
It makes it way easier, but like I need that personally. Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, though. Like the aversion to having an easy mode for Dark Souls because it would like ruin it or whatever. It's like a lot of. It's funny how a lot of Dark Souls experts would tell you is like we've already got it. It's in there. You can find it if you really want it.
Right.
Called Give Me a Story. So they designed their game in a way to ask nothing of the player, to present no consequences to anything, so that anyone can play it. And
also, you
What's
can
that
have
bad?
a game that has very deep narrative consequences. Which
Sure.
are separate.
Yeah, that's
No,
also
it
true.
doesn't
'cause you-
matter.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't
well,
count.
fair enough.
the effect of that is
Yeah,
that
nice
on higher
try,
difficulties, there's no other challenging aspect of the game apart from the combat. There's nothing
Apart from the
else to
combat, fuck
mean,
off.
combat
That's
is-
like
Apart
that's
from
the
thing
game.
you do most of the time. Yeah.
that's what you want.
Yeah.
That is
Puzzles
like
and
I mean,
there's
that-
nothing challenging about it except for the combat. What a statement!
Which is
That's like a meme thing that people say is a joke. It's like, yeah, apart from the combat, it's pretty, apart from the combat, it's pretty easy.
But that's
Like
not
Halo
even
2 on
true.
Legendary, Lasso, Legendary All Skulls on. That's pretty,
Yeah.
as long as you're not talking about the combat.
Call of
it's
Duty
pretty
World at
easy.
War on Veteran, the only difficult thing is the combat.
That's just combat.
Yeah. Apart from the shooting, Call of Duty's a breeze. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
Is
if
legitimately a
Vivid,
game where the only challenge is combat and Sifu, really, because it's just a straight up
Well,
beat 'em up from beginning to end. But God of War is not that. There's tons of puzzles and stuff and exploration. You have to
Before-
find things to progress.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but what he showed us of what is missing was the fucking underworld segment, which everyone hates, and then platforming in a game that was not built for platforming. What? Okay, we lose those. What else do we have? Just so I know. And he's like, oh, on the walls when you're climbing, there's random enemies that you get rid of by spamming square. It's like, I don't see how this makes the game
All right.
significantly better. I don't understand.
GTEs.
What else is there? It's like, oh, well, there's puzzles. Like, there's still puzzles in God of War 2018 that you can more than take advantage of. Secondly, isn't it Muspelheim? You get, like, challenges like you've got to knock all the enemies off the arena as opposed to kill them.
Yeah.
How is
That's like
that?
the whole, that's the whole optional challenge area.
Which people
yeah.
were quite happy with, if I remember. I know I was, but, like, I can't remember how
Yeah,
people
yeah.
felt
Yeah,
about it in
fun
full.
stuff.
And then you
You
have,
get some good stuff from
is
it,
it
too.
Niflheim? The part where you have to do the echoes and stuff? Remember what I'm talking about? In God of War 2018, it's the it's like a challenge series of rooms. You have to get unlocks and stuff, and you get better armors, more resistances. Do you know what I'm talking about? Someone in chat can help me out.
Oh, yeah, Niflheim. And it was the air toxic?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Niflheim.
Oh, yeah.
It was like an
That's where you
arcade sort of
always
thing.
Start from to get the armors and yeah. I got you.
Muspelheim and Niflheim essentially combined to be Valhalla in designed differently, but it's like, hey, here's the challenge.
If he said to us, like, yeah, combat, be like, well, yeah.
It's the game.
Of course. What do you mean? Why are you saying it like that? Like, they were all the challenges.
Yeah, this art gallery would be just a room without all these paintings everywhere. Yeah, it's like you're describing something that's the core fundamental real part of the experience a lot of the times. Like, yeah, it's almost tautological.
engage with or think about. They watered down the entire experience for the general audience, and then offered up a bullshit extreme difficulty to satisfy the
It's not bullshit.
Oh, he couldn't beat extreme difficulty. There it is, friends. The ugly truth. There it is.
So
Don't put that in the video.
So this feels like when the actual point comes out. You think the hardest difficulty in God of War 2018 is bullshit. Okay. All right.
And you're blaming
not
people
true,
who play
though.
on easy for it. What?
Well, so I mean, the funny thing about it is,
You're
like, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but we can go through all of the nuances of all the levels and layers of combat in God of War that make you much more effective, depending on how you spend all of your resources. It's all there. And it gets harder and
Also-
harder the higher the difficulty. Is how it works.
Give Me the God of War 2 primarily is based around you understanding the mechanics that are specifically in that mode. And then once you understand them, it becomes significantly easier. That should be the kind of thing he respects about a difficulty mode.
Well,
There are games that. You go ahead.
I'm just gonna say that he said it was bullshit, so we're gonna find out why soon enough, I'm sure.
I guess, but like, yeah, this is pretty bad. There are games that I've got. So 1,080 hours in Vermintide 2, and I only play on Cataclysm, the hardest difficulty that they've
man.
had to add post-launch. That's the only difficulty to play it. I play
Just
it. I'm
because of
really
you,
good at-
because you're so good at the game.
Yeah, it is. I'm so fucking good at this game. The only way I could feel like I'm being challenged is playing a Cataclysm, and I know that if someone who wasn't as good played that mode, they'd say this is bullshit. It's like, well, a lot of it's just you have to practice a lot. You got to
Well, you need
practice
to
at
know
these
the
games.
game. You probably need a good team
Well,
that
Have to
also
know the
knows how to play
mechanics,
how to
Cataclysm,
use your
all that good
tools, your
stuff.
how to use your
abilities.
tools, how to use your weapons, how
Because
to,
Vermintide can fuck you up.
Oh
That
yeah,
game
absolutely.
can fuck you up.
It's one of
It
those,
is.
yeah, it's like mini games like God of War probably is. I couldn't play it on the hardest mode until I practiced, until I learned the mechanics and I learned
Yeah.
the things and what all the buttons do and everything like that. It's like, don't be upset that you couldn't beat this one game at its highest difficulty and instead call it bullshit.
I
Because
would
I have a feeling that,
highlight
yeah,
the Valkyries as examples of
yeah.
how, because
Yep.
like you would have they all border on like rhythm game stuff, right? Like I always compare it to Guitar Hero. My favorite probably in both games was Ragnarok with the king of the what are they called? Like the champion dudes, the zombie champions.
Yeah, I know what
Berserkers.
you mean. I
Berserkers,
forgot the
that's it.
name. Berserkers, right?
I think the last one I did on that, I had quite a few tries, and like the absolute feeling of fucking relief and achievement of beating him at the
Yeah.
end, because you learn everything. You learn where his weaknesses and openings are, where you would need to avoid, how to each attack you have to figure out how to avoid, and then just all the stuff of like which rage do you want to use and when, and you can counterbalance like impacts of damage by activating rage. Obviously, all the armor sets, all of the relics, all of the different spirit powers you have, the company you have being Atreus and Freya, and all the moves they have and upgrades, different shields. Like, it's just when you play it all, and I think me and Mel did that on the one below hardest difficulty, right?
I think so, yeah.
Give me a challenge.
I think so. Knowing that, like, it's like, yeah, this could be harder. And the obvious way is I'm allowed to make less mistakes every time.
Yeah.
It's just like I can make 100, then 50, then 25, and then the hardest difficulty is like you can make 10. Like, whoa, it's gonna get real hard to nail it. But once you do, it's gonna feel amazing. And
those
fundamentally, a
boss
lot of
fights,
difficulty management is about that. And I just like, if he's gonna say it's bullshit just because it's there's a difference between enemy sponges and learning how to play the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those extra boss fights, they're mostly pretty well made. I think there's a couple of attacks where it's like, oh, that's kind of hard to actually make out because of the camera most of the time.
There's definitely complications with that.
Yeah, because they go behind you and you can't go around that quickly, the way they attack or something. I would need to replay it to specifically tell you what. But yeah, those are good boss fights. Like, they're really good.
Well, I was going to say,
they're really satisfying to beat, as you already said.
They replaced the Valkyries because you'd done the Valkyries in 2018, so like, what do we do now? And the Berserkers, once you discover that's what they are, it's like they're fucking fun. They're very, very straightforward, sort of. And so are the Valkyries, to an extent. Like, the first Valkyrie kill feels pretty good, and then they just keep getting harder and harder and harder, and then you got to fight... It's Sigrun, right, at the end of 2018?
Yes. Yep.
And she's fucking very hard. Though they never nerfed the laser, so as long as you have that, you can mess her up.
I was so sad when I got the laser in Ragnarok.
Yeah.
And it was practically useless.
Hardcore.
I like that she has a romance with Mimir.
Yeah.
That was good stuff.
They gave her a whole bunch of time, too.
Because some people don't care about any other aspect of gameplay as long as there's a super hard combat option. It doesn't matter if there's nothing else to think about, all that matters is that they get their asses beat.
Oh, he's upset. He's salty.
I'll go as far as
salty.
saying, yeah, he's off the rails now. Like,
salty.
this isn't...
He's salty.
He's big mad.
He's very mad.
All it's about is getting your ass beat. If all you do is get beat and killed, that's all the higher difficulties are. It's like, sure thing, scrub.
I don't even know what to
I'm
say.
not even
like,
sure what he's arguing here. Like,
he's
the lack of
saying-
any.
He's not. He's whining.
He is whining.
This is the whining segment.
It's like he's saying, like, yeah, you're gonna tell me, oh, it's fine because you can choose harder difficulties, so it doesn't matter if there's an easy one. Yeah, well, your hard difficulty is bullshit, and you only like it because you get killed a lot. Like,
but there's two difficulties between that.
You
What about those?
Give me challenge is a good run. As
They're
veteran
right there.
players, me and Metal had trouble on it, you know.
Yeah, especially when
Like,
you just learned the game. Dude, I remember when I went into Valhalla and forgot all the mechanics.
Oh my god!
I
If
got
you watch those
thrashed.
streams, I'm like actually like an old man trying to press one button at a time. But then by the time you get to the end of my runs, I'm doing everything perfectly. Like, yes, I'm back in it, brother.
Oh, I know which attacks are good. No, let's get on. Yeah, This seems like a pretty extreme. Like we go to, easy is just too easy. Like they just go through it every scrub, and then but the last one, that's bullshit. It's so
Yeah,
hard.
but
You get your ass
I mean
beaten.
that kind of difficulty, the Give Me God of War difficulty, I always would refer to that as a bragging rights difficulty. You know, like it's not the one you needed to finish. It was the one that if you really wanted to challenge yourself and be able to tell your friends, yo, buddy, I beat this on Give Me God of War, or whatever it is, then that's the one you play. Give Me God of War, though, I think is actually pretty reasonable as far as difficulty goes, and once you learn the mechanics, it's quite good, and it actually kind of improves the experience of combat in the game, the combat sandbox of this game, the idea of the combat puzzle. And I don't know, I think being pissed that you can't beat the bragging rights difficulty is not something you should ever do, because it's like,
well, it's part of maturing as a gamer, and as a parallel maturing as a person, is as you get older, realizing, you know what, I don't have to be excellent at every game. I don't have to be the best at every game. Maybe
I don't have
there are
to
some
get big
games.
mad when I don't do well.
Yeah, maybe I don't have to blame. Maybe I don't have to make these cringe cope videos about like easy modes because I didn't have what it took, or I didn't care enough, or I wasn't skilled enough to beat God of War on the hard mode or whatever. Because this is a huge self-report, and I don't know. Part of maturing is being able to say, you know what, I'm not going to be great at everything.
I think
we all have our skills and talents, and I'm not going to be good at every game because I think I'm really damn good at video games, but there's some games I'm shit at, and I know it. Like that's just the way it is.
And I feel like he could have done this so much better. Like advice for future: don't start out with your thesis of like, "Fuck your hard difficulty. You're a bitch who loves being killed." You're like, don't. You can maybe at the end of the video, don't start that section like that. That's the. Because you're gonna put off loads of people who are like, oh, because you could obviously target, like, the thing I expect him to go for would be the spongy enemies, something like that.
Yeah,
you can go for that. Most hard difficulties you can target that in almost all of games because that's probably going to be there. It's just a matter of what strategies are there to counter that.
And in Give Me God of War, the most obvious one is your gear level, because in more so than in any other difficulty, in Give Me God of War mode, because the enemies have such high levels themselves, you're really incentivized to engage with the gear system and not ignore it. Where in the other games, you can kind of say, oh, I like Kratos looking like he did in the old game, so I'm just going to put him in this one single strap armor and then be done with it, and you don't really have to care all that much. But in Give Me God of War, it's like, no, if they have a purple health bar, it's a real problem.
Yeah, this bizarre 4D chat, ironically, this mental platforming he's doing to blame the lack of platforming in God of War 2018 for why he couldn't beat the hard mode. It's like it's
pretty insane.
Indistinguishable from parody.
Yeah.
This is insane. This is a massive gold-plated L to all of the Mayo defenders in chat from earlier.
Oh, and also
boy.
So just highlighted. Remember when Synthetic Man was like, "This is too hard," and then he realized he had XP that he could spend, and then he was like, "This is too easy."
Listen, Synthetic Man is a real, true gamer.
True gamer.
That was funny.
Yeah, he's a real gamer.
But yeah, I was curious if he's gonna mention the all the other difficulties you can choose.
We'll see. We'll see.
Not that hard.
Well, I wonder if his frustration would be alleviated at all if the most extreme mode wasn't called God of War.
Maybe
and just called like impossible or extreme mode or something, where it's just like, if you're playing this is like the fucking crazy mode, like if you want to really give yourself a tough time.
Difficulty.
But if you call it God of War, it just feels like, well, I guess all the other ones are like the pussy version. Even like the second to hardest one. You know what I mean?
What if they switched those? What if they switched the two top ones? What if it was Give Me God of War was the one above normal, and Give Me a Challenge was the hardest difficulty? I think that might have actually alleviated that.
Well, so that's down to interpretation, right? Because when I see Give Me God of War, it's like, you are the God of War, you can't be fucking beaten. That's why you choose this difficulty, right? You're that good. You know every enemy back to front. You know how to beat them.
If you loaded up Halo and the difficulty was called Give Me Halo, then I'm like, so this is the way it's supposed to be played?
I get that,
the real serious mode?
Right.
So
anything but it isn't the true Halo experience, or in this case, God of War, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's funny to say this, but literally just how they're listed, right? You go, give me a story, and then at the other end is Give Me God of War. You're like, oh, that's the hardest one. Like, I mean,
yeah.
Especially with the description.
Yeah, and they have literal descriptions. Yeah, that helps a bit.
I think
option.
John got it though. I think it's just he sees "Give me God of War" as a taunt.
A little bit.
This is just him. This is him coping at being bad at video games, which is fine. But that's fine.
It doesn't matter if there's nothing else to think about. All that matters is that they get their asses beat. Shifting over to Resident Evil Village, this design philosophy started becoming apparent to me around the time of the castle stage. I stated that the castle is the worst map in the entire Resident Evil series.
Whoa, that's a bold claim.
I don't know what I think the worst
don't know if
map
I would
is.
disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's got some pretty fucking awful design flaws in it. And
I remember not liking
right
it.
next to one of them. Yeah, it's got some pretty awful design elements. He might be correct.
Maybe.
I mean, I'd have to really stop and think. There's definitely areas from 4 and 5 that I would.
I mean,
maybe not
but
4. I'd have to
there's
think.
so many. There's so many Resident Evil spin-offs like Gun Survivor and Operation Raccoon City, Umbrella Corps, and like I'm just like, are you really saying it's worse than any of those like straightforward shooter levels, or does he just mean numbered games? Because
I assume he might mean like mainline Resident Evil games.
well, even those have 3 very distinct styles. The only other one that's like this is Resident Evil 7.
Well, maybe. I mean, he might be just referring. When he said that, I think he was probably referring to just mainline entries, but maybe not. Either way, it doesn't really make a difference. To say that it's the worst level in all of Resident Evil, whether it's all of the mainline or those plus the extras and outliers, is
it worse than the on rails segment?
It is strong,
in 5,
but
it's a strong thing
maybe.
either way. But
Maybe.
I mean, maybe I think you could probably make an argument for it, even with my limited knowledge.
Yeah, fair enough.
If you think the castle's well designed, I don't know.
I don't know if I go that far. I just
Most of
I
what I
don't
like
think it would hit
is-
bar of being worst Resident Evil area ever. I think that's going a bit too harsh on it.
I just like big castle area, mansion-y place. That's probably all I remember in the positive.
The aesthetic.
The negative, I'm pretty sure I remember weird pathways and doors that were difficult to remember, and so you can get like awkward places on the minimap being like, no, you can't get through that way. And you're like, oh, I gotta go around.
Well,
up, down,
I like
through.
the wine cellar.
I mean, he's next to the safe house where Dimitrescu just can't go through.
that was awkward
Like
as fuck.
that's such an insane blunder of game design.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can think of one that's like worse in terms of like a story and immersion breaking elements in a video game.
She's
like
probably
literal
the easiest stalker
reincarnation
villain in the whole series.
Well, I was just going to say, is the issue here less about the level design and more about the AI boundaries and the fact that it's so easily
It's probably all of it.
circumvented.
There's throughout the entire game. It's very apparent in the castle because of the play area is very. It's a human-made interior. It's often very rigid and structured. So when enemies will just refuse to cross an invisible line to come and get you, and they just saunter back to where they were.
Yeah,
it's like man.
But to make it very clear,
this is shit.
You can drag her up to the door of the safe room. I'm pretty sure. Like her AI gets that confused and bobs back.
Oh yeah,
and
all the
forth.
time. Yeah, it's part of her
So yeah, what I'm
control.
trying to say is like they didn't really sort it. They didn't make it so that the second you're in this general area that she fucks off and stays fucked off for at least a minute, right? So that you can't fuck with it like that. But they didn't.
Yeah.
They were like, fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, they were like, you have to come up with some reason why Dimitrescu will not follow you into that door, even though she wants to kill you more than anything else. But you're in the safe room, and that's you just can't. She just can't go in there and get you.
Well, Mr. X in Resident Evil 2 does the same thing with the save rooms, right? Like
Yeah,
he
like
won't
that-
follow you in.
Yeah.
But I guess people just accept, like, okay, this is a save room. I get that enemies just
Well,
won't come
I
in
think if
here.
that was the only
I
thing
think
that was
the-
happening in the castle, it'd be fine. But there's a lot, and that's one of the things I remember is just being able to find
Yeah,
it.
I'd have to think. Looking back at Resident Evil 4, if they had a safe room, I think there might have been a couple places where if you could lead enemies to the safe room.
Well, Mendez is the only stalker in Resident Evil 4. Oh, I guess maybe that boss you fight in the hanging shipping container thing too. He stalks you for a bit.
Yeah, and there's no safe room in the shipping container or in
There's no
the
safe-
underground before you encounter it.
Vertigo.
Yeah, they designed it so that the safe room you get before you walk in, then the door's closed, and then he bangs on it, right? Like, and you're like, oh god, there's no safe room after that. Like, because I feel like that's better. Like, you don't want the safe room in the room with the thing that can chase you. It can work. You can get moments where you're like, oh god, I just made it. Oh, thank goodness. But like at the same time, it can cause really awkward moments.
Well, a
Yeah,
lot of the
it's
other Resident Evil games would have that first-person black background view with the door opening and going through, and there was something about that little loading screen that made the idea of that monster just getting lost and forgetting where you went a bit easier to take. But I think now that you can leave the door open and see her, it's weirder.
with modern
That's a
games,
good
it's
point.
just
Yeah.
you just don't have an excuse in modern games, especially when it can be so obvious. Like Dimitress at the first safe house in the castle, it's so obvious. She'll just stand there and stare at you, and you could shoot her with bullets, infinite bullets if you've unlocked it, and she will not just get you. Like no attempt it seems was made on trying to make it good, and the whole game is full of this. The entire game, front to back, is full of these issues where enemies just will not. Oh, I can't go there because I just can't. I'm not allowed to cross that invisible line. They just can't do it. Oh, he ran up the stairs. Well,
That's my one
he
weakness.
got away. Oh well.
And I'll clarify what I meant by that. Sure, of course there are other maps that are technically worse. There's like 25 games out there.
Guns are
But it's not even debatable that the first map is the most important in a Resident Evil game. The mansion, the police department, El Pueblo, the Raccoon City streets, the Baker Estate. These starting maps are the most intricate, the most exploration.
That is a really
they're not-
interesting thing
no.
That was
to
one
say.
of the Wii
They are the most intricate.
Well, but wait, go even further back than that. You said they are the most important because they're the most intricate, the most prevalent. It's like, well, wait.
Well, that's just not. That's not true.
If we had, let's say we have a
his
game.
only thing is this the worst mansion.
Well, because he's almost summarized why I have such issue with Resident Evil 7's like almost continuity of design. You start out in the Baker Estate, as he said, which is actually pretty solid. A lot of the design in there.
All right. Yeah.
They clearly fucking gave up the further along in the game you go, or they ran out of time, which is much more likely.
Easily.
And if you say, yeah, but they've got to make sure the first place is the good place, I'd be like, why wouldn't we want all of it good? Wait, what are you?
What you're essentially saying is these games need to get more and more simple as they go, which seems counterintuitive.
Well, but like I don't
like you should
said
want
most
the challenge
important,
to
right?
go up over time.
Isn't it important to make the whole game good rather than make sure the first encounter place is the good? He's saying the reason why he's picking on the castle in Resident Evil Village so hard, it's not the worst design technically, but it's the first big hub world, and if you fail that, that's worse than designing a place that's worse.
That's weird.
I say that is weird.
Like obviously there should be consistent good quality throughout. The only reason that you would have the first area be the best is just like constraints and limitations and having to focus your efforts in particular places. It would be, well, if we only have limited
it's a pragmatic
time,
choice.
we should if we only have limited time and resources and everything, and this has got to be out by a certain time, we want to make sure to have like the first part of the game be really, really good in particular, because we want them to get to the other parts.
But a lot of people...
Yeah, if I got to the last part and it was like super shit, I wouldn't be like, well, at least the castle was good, so it's fine. Like,
yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, if you could only make one of three good, sure, I can understand making the first one good. But why are we...
Finish strong.
Yeah, make them all good, though. Like, just do that.
Well, I mean, I would almost argue that in a lot of cases, the ending is probably your better thing to focus on because people will remember how something ends more than it begins.
That's if they get that far, though.
The reality, the
true.
reality of video gaming is that a lot of people won't finish the game.
No.
So the amount of people who play Resident Evil 4's Village versus play Resident Evil 4's Island is they're gonna be two different numbers.
Yeah, that's fair.
The Baker Estate. These starting maps are the most intricate, the most exploration and puzzle focused, and the most interesting to spend time in. They're when you're learning to manage your inventory space, retracing your steps to solve a puzzle, figuring out how to avoid enemies to save ammo.
A lot of these are just random things that are thrown in, along with stuff like they are the most interesting.
I feel like he's crossing wires on analysis here.
This is starting to become a bit nonsensical.
The mansion in Resident Evil
God of War
8
broke his brain.
Is bad because, like, the worst, because it's bad at the worst time to be bad. That seems to be the argument. And you're like, okay, develop that. Why is it bad? Why is it bad to be bad at that time? It's like, because it's supposed to be good when it's the beginning. Implying, of course, that it's not supposed to be later on. It's just like, this is very strange.
it's okay if the end is shit. Like, no.
No.
The vast majority of the Yakuza games like start pretty slow, but then end very strong. So I mean, like I don't know. I think it just depends on what your goals are in the story and what people are playing your game for too, right? Because if your game is primarily narrative based, then the ending to your story is probably going to be one of the most important parts of it. Whereas if it's all gameplay based, very flashy, and targeting a large audience, having a good opening might hook people in the way that you would want to. But I think you should probably have both the ending and the beginning be strong.
It's just like he's penalizing it more than anything else because of the fact that it was early, instead of just strictly talking about the design of it, which I think is way more important. Because he's like, in the early sections, you're learning how to play the game, and you're going to be given a lot more puzzles with this, all of that. And it's like, I'm guessing he's going to say it fails at those things. However, there are places in other Resident Evil games that are worse than it. It's just that those weren't at the beginning, so it's not as bad. It's a very strange. It feels like two different arguments at the same time, because I kind of agree with him that you need to make a strong start, but I don't agree that a thing should be considered. Like if someone said the first act of this movie is really bad, but the second and third are way worse, but the first act is actually the worst because that's the first thing people see. I'd be like, that's strange.
Yeah, this is mixing up. Yeah, it feels weird, like a lot of stuff's getting mixed up. I mean, the argument to make here might be special consideration should be paid to the first segment of a game because it should lean into teaching the players the mechanics or leaning into some of those things. And by the end, it's safe to assume that the player is aware of and has at least some level of mastery over the mechanics. But to say stuff like it's the first bit has to be the most intricate, which is almost counterintuitive, and it's the best or something like that. It's bizarre. God of War broke his brain.
I mean, no, if anything, you want the end to be more intricate because then you sort of let the player can take advantage of the skills.
Challenge goes up as
accumulated.
The player progresses.
That is actually true. Yeah, you typically find the complexity. Because it's like, welcome ice enemy, welcome fire enemy, and then halfway through the game, oh my god, a fire and ice enemy at the same time. And at the end of the game, it's like, this guy switches between ice and fire.
There's a Nintendo Switch game called Astral Chain that has a really solid final boss fight where you really have to learn, essentially use every lesson that you've learned over the course of the game. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to beat it. And I found that pretty interesting.
Astral Chain, good combat. Rest of the game can suck my dick.
The investigation stuff isn't too great, and it runs like absolute trash because it's a Switch exclusive.
The Metroid Prime, right? The first phase of Metroid Prime itself requires all kinds of all the weapons you've used, and then the second phase requires different visors that you've developed over the game as well. Like, that's cool. As opposed to other enemies throughout the game, the first set, you just shoot them, second set, shoot them, but also with rockets, third set, you have to use environmental things and also use other weapons. That's just how games usually do it. So, this is a strange argument. I'm not sure what it has to do with God of War as well.
Oh, you'd feel bamboozled if you got a Resident Evil game and the first area was intricate and big and lots of stuff to explore and things to find. And then once you got done with that section and moved to the rest of the sections, it was way more linear.
Oh, you mean like Resident Evil 7?
To find. Way more.
The fucking section on the ship where you're just shooting gooey monsters and then the cave. That was like, what happened, guys?
They phoned that shit in so much. They were like...
Because I remember liking the Baker State. I love the demo. I was like, you know what? I'm sold. This game's cool. And then I was like, wow.
Yeah, the first 4 hours were pretty decent.
First time
they did.
It was in VR.
They really did.
I love the old cabin. That was great. It felt really creepy. But yeah, the ship at the end was so lame. Such a lame way to end it all.
Yes.
The ship wasn't even the end. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's true.
It's tough to it's tough to keep it all straight. Yeah, see?
There's salt mine,
You see though, God of War's fault.
Well, I forgot it leads back to the mansion overall. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Fucking
yeah,
God
you
of
get
War
dumped
ruined
there
it
and
all.
they end at a cutscene where you shoot a monster and then it dies.
Enemies to save ammo. These first maps make a huge impression. They are not just visually engaging, they are mentally engaging and full of systems that push you into smart play, whether it be the more classic survival horror style or the action shooter style. When you arrive at the castle over an hour after the game...
I don't see why that would stop at mid or end, though.
Yeah,
or not
Yeah, it
increase.
doesn't seem to
It's
fall
I
off.
like to be
this isn't
engaged all through my game.
this isn't what his
Cool.
video is about. But those passing comments, I'd be like, God, I have so much to say about that. But okay, we'll just
Yeah.
we'll
Village
just
is
move
also
on.
very shootery. Like there's
Yes.
tons of combat in Village.
Well, he's about to.
Yeah.
I think
But
he's about to
luckily,
say
the
like
shooting
Village
is really
failed.
fucking mediocre. So
Yeah, Village doesn't stimulate your brain. It's just like God of War, new God of War. It just kicks your ass. Like that's because that's all you want is to get your ass
Yeah.
beat.
What you want?
Game
It's
started and you haven't
very
really done-
shooty, and then you get to like the monster baby part, and it's just like, what are we doing now? Like,
done anything.
also,
This-
in regard to this video, what was even the segue that brought us back to Resident Evil after all the God of War
just
stuff?
said,
on Village.
and
He just
yeah,
went
Yeah.
right in.
he just started another sentence where Resident
After
Evil.
quoting and speaking about the difficulty in God of War,
I
he
think he's
just
about
is
to
like,
show a
"Alright."
behind the scenes like dev team thing, and they're all working happily on an amazing game, and then Kratos comes in and kills him, and he's like, "You see,
Mhm.
that
Don't give
fucking-
me
Right.
feelings. Make it soy.
make it
Make it soy.
After the game has
Being a
started
good
and you
dad is
haven't really
soy.
done anything, this map needed to impress and do its fucking job, and it
Oh my
doesn't. For all
god.
All right.
What is his issue with the castle? I'm curious what his issue with the castle is.
It needed to do its fucking job.
Because like visually, it looks really good.
Well, but, like,
everything in
Is there
Village
a,
looks good visually.
genuinely? Is there a moment in a video game that you wouldn't say that's the case? Like, yeah, it's all supposed to do its fucking. What do you mean the castle is supposed to do its
Yeah.
fucking job?
I don't know what it is, but just
It's a castle. Castles need to do their fucking job.
you just
Fuck
seem
you.
particularly angry about.
Yeah, show me on the doll where the castle touched you.
Show me on the soy with the Kratos touched you.
job, and it doesn't. For all the reasons I went into in my Village video.
Okay.
And then
Oh,
beyond
well,
the castle.
fuck us for not watching it. I mean,
I guess
like,
it's not
could
relevant.
you give me the
Do we have homework?
Could you give me the Reader's Digest version here for those of us who are watching this video?
I would say that you just put very big emphasis on this, and then it's like, yeah, all the things that I said in the
Mel,
other video.
he made it clear. He said it didn't do its fucking job,
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
which is important because it's the castle at the beginning, so it's supposed to do that.
Listen, I'm just saying, if you emphasize a thing very hard, and then you
He
say
Mark Brown does.
it's in this,
He did.
this other
Where is the
video I
secret
made.
of Marius jump? Damn you! Like, give it
The
back.
castle in Resident Evil 4 is in the middle.
Yeah, but he's just. I don't think it matters that it's a castle as opposed to the opening main hub. I think that's all he's saying, right? But that's kind of an interesting comparison though, because a lot of people pick between the village and the castle being their favorite area in Resident Evil 4. You know,
Yeah.
like it's not strictly the village. No one, not everyone says the village is absolutely the best part of the whole game. Most people agree though that the village or the castle are the better ones compared to the island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would, yeah, and it's
I would
mostly
too.
for vibe reasons.
It's vibe
I think
and
I'm a castle guy.
I less prefer dealing with everybody who has guns in that game, but I'm okay with it. Like I like the challenge of the different enemies because the castle plays with it in ways that I really enjoy.
Is crossbows more than guns? Too.
Yeah, but then the castle you have, like, I'd have to play it again to be more specific because I think the game itself is a fucking masterpiece. Let's be honest.
Yeah, you have there's people in the. There's more. Really, it's just crossbows at the island. You have one tough enemy with the minigun. You have some of them have RPGs, I think.
Yeah,
Some of them do,
yeah,
but they
yeah.
have the big bright lasers on them at least. So, and at the
Well, and
end,
Krauser,
there's
of
the
course, too.
guys and turrets. So yeah, it just for me, it's just the vibe and the aesthetic. Just feel like they're different. I always like the castle the most. It's got that, especially in the remake. One of the things I
Same.
really
Oh,
like
yeah.
about the remake is it leads hard into the evil cult vibe, which I really
Dude,
love.
it was fucking cool. Like the fog and then the different areas for like
Mhm.
sacrifices or chanting and cult and shit, like you said. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
also will never not love the village as well. It's
Oh yeah, I really love the village. It's really good.
I'm inclined to agree though. It is more vibes.
Yeah.
Well, I think that
Mechanically,
one
it
of the
works just
issues with
fine. It's just vibes.
one of the issues with the island is it's substantially less creepy all of a sudden. It's just like, okay, we're just kind of doing action
Feels
game
more like
now,
an
with the
action movie,
exception
yeah.
of the regenerators,
Right.
I
Because
guess.
yeah,
Yes,
the
yes.
segment
Yeah,
with the
regenerators
regenerators
are
where they get
creepy.
into more like sci-fi, science-y horror lab. That segment there was really good, but
That segment's great, yeah.
it does.
But I mean, I
feel like-
agree. The village
yeah.
has a really cool eerie vibe.
Oh yeah.
yes.
Well, and you have the aspect of, I think that's you at your least powerful almost, or at least it feels that way, right? You've got your pistol and that's it.
Yeah.
You dropped in.
It feels like you most sort of fish out of water. You're in an unfamiliar place, and the scenario is unfamiliar. Whereas by the end, you've come to basically understand what's happening.
God, beating both chainsaw guys on the hardest difficulty.
And I think
What's an
moving to the
ordeal?
castle from the village sort of doubles up on the creepiness, where you have like the cult
Absolutely.
factor into it. But then you get to the village and it's like a step down, and it's just
You mean
okay. Well, I guess I'll just shoot all the
The
guys.
island,
yeah.
Win the game.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
cloaked
that's what I mean. Yeah.
enemies in the castle are a nice touch.
This was an issue as well in Resident Evil 5, where you had the African village sort of segment. Then you had the African tribal levels, which I think those are my favorite. That they're really
were fun.
cool. Like aesthetically, they're very interesting, and they play well into the ferocity of the warrior stuff. And
Oh, and then, it's at the
you get to the
factory,
island,
right?
and it's shit.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
god, do you remember
So
how
many
much fucking
enemies
fun
with
we were not
guns.
having playing that?
It's a fun co-op game until you get to that point, and then it's like, okay, like memes are over. This is actually not fun at all.
Yeah, they have like fucking 5 guys that you all machine gunning, and you're just like, you keep falling over when you get tagged by it, and you're just like, this is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you get out of the underground temple and then you move into that last act, it's like, ugh.
Anyway.
And then beyond the castle, when you get to explore the world of Village, you see the similarities to the structure of God of War, where there's...
Just to be clear,
How?
Explore always has massive quotations around it from beginning
yeah.
to end in Resident Evil Village. Let's be very clear.
Let's see. I
You
want to
can
know
explore
why
on
he
God
thinks
of
God
War,
of
though.
War is responsible for this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, God of War has legitimate open world segments, doesn't it?
No,
It's kind of like
he needs to explain. Let's see. I want to know.
Let's see.
why.
Brain
Yeah,
wants
let's
to
see.
know, okay? Gosh. Oh no.
flow like lean on, but they...
Hello?
That's
hi.
a lot of video games.
I'm afraid my end of things cut out completely, so I didn't hear any of him saying any of that.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
I didn't know
I'm
that.
just glad
Great,
the
I'd
fucking...
love to hear it.
Is everything fine? Okay, stream. Are we
No,
up?
yeah, everything's
yeah,
fine.
everything's
Trust,
good.
we're good.
Yeah.
I would love to hear him say
Oh,
that
thank
again.
goodness. Okay, everything's good.
Maybe you just had a stroke. It's fine.
I'm just hoping
Someone
'cause
just said that.
that problem I had with my internet's supposed to be fixed. All right, I'm just hoping everything's okay. Good.
And now you've got like PTSD whenever you
Yes.
think that that's wrong. Freak out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a video about it soon. Then this ridiculous difficulty I'm playing Life on. It's absurd.
Smaller is like that famous.
You should have played Life on story mode.
Yep.
You know that 1,000-yard stare painting? That's
Yeah.
Smaller with it.
Okay.
story path to follow for anyone who just...
Oh wait, did I not go far back enough?
Go back a little bit more, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck it.
Yep.
We'll go here.
And then beyond the castle, when you get to explore the world of Village, you see the similarities to the structure of God of War, where there is one set story path to follow for anyone who just wants to fly through the game, and then there's a bunch of optional exploration that yields treasures and upgrades.
I mean, like shit tons of games, just in general.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I also
Bioshock,
like
like Mass
for anybody,
Effect.
for anybody who wants to fly through the game, it's like, all right, cool, nice loaded language there.
I don't even
Yeah.
like. This is not something God of War 2018 invented,
No,
my
this
dude.
This is many games
No.
where they have the story path and then the optional objectives. That's pretty.
Yeah,
God of
that's-
War
a lot of
2018 did not
people-
invent side missions.
A lot of people might argue that that's the fucking peak way of designing because it accounts for the two types of players if you were to split them that way.
Right.
Super Mario Brothers has side quests.
I don't
Oh
see-
yeah, God of War ruined Super Mario Brothers.
Oh, son of a bitch.
How
Yeah.
could God of War do this?
I don't know what to do with this. This is silly.
Yields
Also,
treasures
God of
and
War, like the optional things, they also have like tons of story
Well,
and
he's probably
dialogue and
he has to qualify this, right?
yeah.
upgrades. Both games flow like this. And if the game is gonna play this way, it needs other systems to lean on, but they aren't present. I posit that for
Other
the same
systems
reason...
such as what?
Yeah, tell me what these systems are.
Yeah, what are these systems?
Because I got nothing with this. At least sometimes I can sort of understand where he's coming from, but this one I'm really lost because he's describing so many video. We're talking, thousands of video games that are very popular have this style. I don't know what he means.
Yeah.
I posit that for the same reasons behind God of War's changes, the creative leads in charge of Village
Oh
made
no,
their
he's
change.
not gonna provide it. I think we're just moving on to a different point.
The
What can we
original
do with
God of
that?
War games are hyper-linear.
You can't do anything with that. All he's done is describe something many games do, which is that they have a main story path and then optional missions. And then he said, yeah, but you need systems to support it. Anyway, moving on. What the fuck is that?
Okay,
I don't know.
I guess we'll carry on.
I guess so. Yeah, I mean,
God of War's changes, the creative leads in charge of Village made their changes. The inventory system, which used to be something you had to consider when picking up new items, at least to some degree, has been expanded to such a size that you can play the entire game and never once have to consider what you can carry.
That
Okay, but how's that God of War's fault?
Well, before we get into that even, I'm already taking issue with the notion of like, so this system, what you're presenting here, it has nothing to do with, it's literally, that to me feels more just like a design balance fail, like you can just stack your whole thing up. That, like that just seems like bad game design in general, not of any trend of any kind, unless of course they were like, we don't want to make it difficult for anybody at all in any way, shape or form. Like, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, that's just, I think, a bad choice, because it's a form of item management. I just don't see how this plays into the broader points he's making.
Yeah.
This is just item
Because
management,
I'm
balancing.
pretty sure that's something we talked about before. That's like, why didn't you just do the same like in Resident Evil 4? Because that was kind of perfect.
Yeah.
The way to do it.
I feel like even bringing this up is kind of runs contrary to his point, because it seemed like his broad point was they have to remove these kinds of features in order to create a game where the only thing you have to deal with is combat. Whereas here, you pointed out, well, no, there is a system present that is meant to create the challenge of inventory management, but that it didn't work. So this doesn't even bolster the point. Like, I wouldn't bring this up as being God of War's fault. If it was God of War's fault, then there wouldn't even be an inventory management system. You would just be able to have all of the shit that you want.
To me, it's just if proven to be true that you can just do whatever the hell you want, your inventory is never stressed in any way, shape, or form, which I don't quite remember it being that way, but I'll buy it for now. Then I would still argue that's just like a development issue on the game design balance, which happens all over the place. Like, we could go over all the arguments for like, should the fucking chainsaw guys have as much health as they should in any given difficulty? Maybe, maybe not. Get into all of it. I need to see how this connects.
And never once
What's his point? I just got back. I'd use the loo.
I will roller further back. You can have a look.
Their changes. The inventory system, which used to be something you had to consider when picking up new items, at least to some degree, has been expanded to such a size that you can play the entire game and never once have to consider what you can carry. I just can't over...
This is a complex and deep point. So I don't think the one of the reasons why the attache case... is it attache or attache?
Attache.
I thought it was attache.
Attache. One of the reasons that the attache grid system is really neat is because it gives you a level of control and, in a way, personalization, and as well as prioritization of upgrades, because you have multiple places.
His language specifically only mentioned that the inventory's gotten so big you don't have to worry about where you place things. So technically speaking, that has nothing to do with the attaché case necessarily.
I guess technically you're right. It could just literally be a carry. It could be a weight limit system.
Yeah, he's just saying it's too many spaces.
System.
You have to upgrade it through the game to get that many spaces, though.
Well, of course, but if this is the problem though. I need to know what difficulty he's talking about, and I need to know what he's playing this like. Is he playing it like as an expert? In which case, you probably won't be able to carry everything because you'll have too much to spend.
Part of the point as well is that if you're having a really tough time with a game, then it's not going to matter how big your inventory is. Your inventory could literally be limitless, and it's everything that you pick up you can keep. If you're expending that at a rate that is not that's not efficient, it doesn't matter. What it matters is how much you have. The size of the kit limits how much you can have at any one given point, and that only is a limitation based on how good you're doing, not how bad you're doing. If anything, the upgrades for your inventory are raising the ceiling for how much you're allowed to essentially reward your own skill by carrying extra stuff. And the grid system we can use Resident Evil 5 as an example. one of the interesting elements of the shift from Resident Evil 4's attaché case system to Resident Evil 5's much more simplistic 9-slot system is that it would change the priority you might want to take for upgrades, like capacity. It might change what kinds of stuff you carry, what kinds of stuff you don't carry. It might impact the guns that you take. If every gun is 1 slot, and I know that the starter pistol in Resident Evil 5 can be upgraded to hold 100 rounds, which it can. That has serious item implications. You now have essentially freed up a spot because now your gun itself and in that slot can hold 2 slots worth of pistol rounds, to where you don't even have to carry around pistol rounds anymore because it's all in the gun. The gun can hold 100. So increasing the capacity becomes probably more important from that logistic sense than it did in the game before. It does come with its own, positives and negatives, even though I far prefer the attaché case system. So yeah, this is a bizarre point that needs a lot of elaboration.
I actually think that the 9 blocks versus attaché, you can achieve some of the things you were talking about in both, or fail at it in both. As in, as a designer, if you don't get the balances right, you can make it so that you're never worrying because there's enough exploits in terms of certain capacities for guns or whatever, versus you can nail it in both because of the ways that you can take advantage of knowing what things work where and what things to drop and all that sort of stuff.
Sure. I mean, we could see that here. He's got 3 pistols in his inventory system because he has a lot of space. If he didn't have enough room to bring all of this stuff with him, he might have to drop one on the spot. And what that could mean is, incidentally, that, before I sell this gun, I might as well use all the ammo in it because this game doesn't have an unload mechanic. So before I sell it, I'm going to go and use it a bit longer, use my 17 shots in the number 1 slot pistol before I, use my new one because, I've got the room for it. I can't just drop it. I can't unload the gun. So there you go. And that changes the way that you might play the game and cause you to backtrack once you use your shots, and then you go back to the shop owner. I mean, a lot of this stuff, it's like a lot of,
I think you'll agree with this, Rags. What an ugly inventory.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Guns go down the left. And,
oh my god!
What is this? Yeah, you have the. Excuse.
I love how it's just thrown you completely off. We were saying.
And also, 1, 2, 3. Jesus Christ, the inventory's big. 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 6 guns with you? Fuck me.
Well, this is the problem. I haven't played Village in so long. I don't even remember what I thought of the inventory balancing.
Yeah, but when you were playing it, did you think, man, this reminds me a lot of God of War 2018?
Yes, I did the whole time.
Oh man, this is a fucking mess. This is his video in a visual form right now.
Clean your room.
Shit strewn around everywhere.
He needs to read 12 Rules for Life.
Yes.
Yeah, clean your inventory.
Chapter 2 is clean your inventory.
All your guns need to be organized based down the left-hand side, so that if you, like in the original Resident Evil 4, you if you wanted to swap weapons, you had to do it through opening them in, opening the inventory, scrolling to the one you want, double tapping A. And so you would have all of your guns going down the left-hand side so that you would use the least amount of, button presses to do it. And then it would be quite quick because the menu's quick. But this is
And then you line up everything so you can easily see how much you have of everything.
I mean, one of his pistols and his Magnum and his mines aren't even hotkeyed to a number. So if he wanted to equip them, if he wanted to pull out that Magnum, he couldn't just do it with a button press. He'd have to go to his inventory and do it. So he'd have to scroll all the way to the right, then go down. Also, his grenade launcher is unloaded, even though he has a grenade launcher round, which is fine.
Leave him alone, Rags. Leave him alone.
Is there different types of grenade launcher rounds in Village?
Playing games for ages.
I don't remember if there's different types of
I can't remember
grenade
either. My mind is trying to cleanse itself of that game.
Overstate how detrimental the removal of inventory management is to a Resident Evil title, unless you're going to pack your game full of creative combat encounters to make up for it like RE4.
There's inventory management in RE4.
Hang on. What? Let's analyze that English there, okay? Because I take issue.
Detrimental the removal of inventory management is to a Resident Evil title.
How detrimental the removal of inventory management is to a Resident Evil game?
unless you're going to pack your game full of creative combat encounters.
So Resident Evil 4 is okay though because it has good combat encounters. It's okay that it doesn't
No.
have item management.
But it
Don't give him that much credit. He said creative combat encounters. That has nothing to do with quality.
I'm sorry, is he unaware that Resident Evil 4 is one of the most famously known inventory management games of all time?
Yes. Do you know why everyone bitched and moaned, rightfully so, when in Resident Evil 5 they said, nah, you get 9 slots, take them or leave them.
No.
What's that? The egg? Yeah, it takes up as much space as a grenade launcher. What's the problem with that?
It's a very big egg.
Or it's a very small grenade launcher.
The part that stresses me out Resident Evil 4 every time is when I get all the fish. And I'm like, oh no, I can't fit it all in one big briefcase.
I have to sell them immediately.
No, I don't want to.
Would you rather eat one massive egg or a dozen tiny grenade launchers?
And like I said, he said creative combat encounters. You can have creative combat encounters that can be terrible. You can have creative combat encounters that are good. You can have creative combat encounters that it might in no way impact the inventory. For instance, the railway segment, right? When you're on the rails and you're shooting everybody in both games, or at least I think in the second one, you get unlimited ammo for that. They give you all the pistol rounds that you need. As far as I know, you have unlimited ammo during that segment. So that's a creative encounter that literally doesn't impact your inventory in any way.
Why is he showing this section for creative encounter?
Because they're walking towards them on a bridge.
Oh.
Because I know what this segment is. This is the segment that you get right after you kill your first Las Plagas. And it's nighttime now. This is
yeah, you gotta
this is after you
move the boxes with
yeah,
the
this
water
is after
shit,
the
right? And you get through the cave.
Yeah,
you get
this is after the Del
key,
Lago fight, the waterfall, yeah.
little necklace or something. I remember. Yeah, you need to go because there's a river in front of that, and you have to unlock it, and then all the guys come for you. But this is not creative.
Yeah,
I
you
would
have to
say.
drop down the crates. Yeah, it's not very creative. It's fine. It plays well.
Like I would argue, the encounter in this portion is like famously creative. There's so many different things you can do.
Yeah, well-designed play area.
Yeah.
You're going to pack your game full of creative combat encounters to make up for it, like RE4. There are also...
I can't believe he's just said in his video that there's like the item management is removed from RE4, but at least there's unique creative content. Like I can't... wow, you know what? And that's said casually. It's not something that's the focus to explain to us why the item management is non-existent in Resident Evil 4.
Mahler, you know the segment in the castle in the original where there's literally a free rocket launcher in that glass case.
Yeah.
And then if you're really good at the game, you get to that point and you're like, fuck. I have no room for this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I know why it's there. I know the devs put that in there because they're like, yep, if you're good at the game, you got to make a choice. Do you leave behind all of that stuff to get a rocket launcher, or do you leave the rocket launcher and keep all that stuff? Because those fuckers knew. Well, the rocket launcher is a free boss kill, so if you can take it to kill Vertigo, which is if I have a grenade launcher, I always use it for Vertigo. It's a choice to make. I guess it depends on how comfortable you feel with everything.
I don't think I've ever picked it. I always keep my ammo and stuff, but yeah, no, fair enough.
Yeah, it depends on what you have. It's interesting because if you get there and you're making it there by the skin of your teeth, it is a godsend that you get a free rocket launcher, which normally is like 30,000 pesetas. But if you're already doing really well, it's basically the game saying, yeah, well, too bad. You're doing really good. You don't need it, do you? It's a lot less appealing now because your inventory is full. So it's kind of like a weird... It's just interesting how they kind of set that up to where it's a help for the people who aren't doing good, but not as much of a help to people who are doing really good.
No puzzles that have
to say that the inventory management has been removed in Resident Evil 4 and onward is definitely an overstatement.
It's insane. You have to explain that.
I can understand it being a lot less painful than the inventory system in, say, like the Resident Evil remake for GameCube. Because I remember sitting in the save room going, "Fuck, okay, I got 6 spaces here." As Chris, like, what do I take with me? Just sitting there for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, what can I combine? Can I combine 3 herbs? There's like, oh shit. It's like, oh damn it. It's like, or even worse, do you combine those 2 green herbs to make room, knowing that if you find a red herb, you can't combine it with the 2 greens you did earlier? So mind games.
Also, you still need to get your quest items or puzzle items. You need to take those with you as well. And you're like, oh shit, am I
Quest
gonna run
items
to
are in
this
their own
one? I don't
slots,
actually know which one I need next. So do I take both of them, or do I only get that one, take a chance, and maybe have to walk all the way back and encounter more zombies?
Yeah,
That's bullshit.
whereas with like Resident Evil 4, I feel like the worst it gets is just like, okay, well, I just won't pick up this ammo then, or I'll throw away one
Yeah.
of my flash grenades and then I can fit this thing in, and then okay, keep
Yeah,
going.
Well, it's
that's
what Rags just said.
it's
Like,
worthy to consider.
no
It's a
offense to anybody,
ceiling,
but the
it's not a
better you
floor.
are at the game, the more the inventory management becomes a problem, because the more things you have saved, the more things you have ready. And like I said, encountering the fish, or as he said, the RPG, and then of course there's just the way that you organize it for the sake of, you know, access and everything.
It's a luxury purchase. If
Mhm.
you get to the castle and you're not doing that good, everything that the game has given you, you are using, and you're just like having a tough time, but you're making it through. You're doing it, and you have the option to get that attaché case upgrade, and you're like, I've never come close to filling up my inventory. I don't need to buy this case. Instead, I will use that money on, oh, look, the riot gun has just become available or something like that. And so you spend your money on upgrades or new weapons, which is something you actually need, instead of the luxury purchase that is your inventory size.
Yeah.
There are also no puzzles that have you thinking about how pieces could be used to solve some puzzle you saw an hour ago, and now you have to find your way back. There are...
Okay.
I wasn't listening. What was that?
Well, so he's saying that that's not present in, I guess, Village, or maybe some other ones as well. But the nature of you pick up an item and then you realize it's useful an hour later.
Okay.
That's what I mean. I don't know what else. I need him to say more before I can agree or disagree. It's just like, that is a fact.
I don't know if is that supposed to be good or bad, or I don't know. Has that happened where you pick up an item in a Resident Evil game and then hours later you're like, oh, this was useful, this thing I've been carrying around this whole time? Like, normally it tells you what it does, right?
Well, usually you pick up
And
something that's like, oh, this thing looks weird, but it also looks like it fits into something.
Yeah, and also if it's a quest item, you cannot drop it. It won't let you.
Yeah.
So that's so that
I
you
guess
don't,
he just
soft lock yourself.
I don't know if he's trying to appeal to the, I don't know, Metroidvania style aspect of it. I'm not sure.
There are no tough early
I don't
game
know if this is what he was talking about, but like it's definitely the case where like you'll pick up a key item and be like, I don't know what this is for, and then like hours later you'll find a door where it's like, oh, that's what that other thing that I picked up hours ago fits into. But like you probably at that point put it into a storage box, so you have to like go back.
But this
to the
is
box
the thing,
and
like,
get it.
This would open up a whole set of new conversations about whether or not that's good. Is it good to have items in games that you go, I have no idea what this is, and then hours later you go, oh, cool, it's for this. I don't know. That's a bit more complicated.
Go, and now you have to find your way back. There are no tough early game crafting decisions to be made. There's no deciding whether to kill an enemy or leave him because you'll have to come back here later, because you never have to return anywhere in Village. There's no fear of entering a dangerous situation with no health because your health recharges.
Don't you do a bit of backtracking in the Village itself?
So the problem here is that, as you guys
Definitely,
famously know, we're not fans of The Village. We have our own criticisms of it that are extensive.
Yeah, I do not like that game.
The problem here is that what he's highlighting is like the if you go
weird.
like, if you say this game has backtracking, this game doesn't, we know which one's better. It's like, no, we don't.
No, we
Depends
don't.
on how they did it. And it's like, okay, well, this game, you have to actually manage your bullets and stuff. In this game, you don't really. You can just spend them. It's like, you could be describing fucking anything right now. Like, I know we know it's describing Village. What I'm saying is, like, you need to be more specific with how it's detrimental to the systems if the game is designed with it. We could go into that. We don't like Village, but he needs to do that. He needs to tell us why this is worse.
Yeah, because backtracking can be good and it can be bad. Remember in the first Resident Evil 4, you go through the village 3 times. And every time it's different, especially the last part when it's raining and now the Plagas will spawn. And you have Ashley with you. It's like it's a way different encounter. There's literally different enemies and there's traps now and you're going through different places. It doesn't take long, but you do revisit that area.
Now, if they built the game around these changes, which, by the way, as famously known, Resident Evil 4, there are videos out there, I think, that claim Resident Evil 4 destroyed the Resident Evil franchise, right? Because it was so... the people enjoyed it so much, it changed the format forever, almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make the argument, of course, but what I'm suggesting is that in concept, if someone said, Resident Evil 4 is coming, it's going to have this, 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 and it's not going to have this, 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 you can make this video. You can be like, you see what they've done? Old Resident Evil had this. New Resident Evil doesn't. It's like, yeah, Resident Evil 4 is possibly one of the most beloved Resident Evil games. So clearly we need to be more specific.
They removed all aspects of player accountability and decision-making for the benefit of a general, non-Resident Evil demographic of players, hoping the presentation would be so impressive that people wouldn't notice.
How do you deal with many Resident Evil fans saying this game was awesome? Because we had that a lot.
Yeah.
We did.
Like, I'd be curious what he would
I
say to
mean,
them.
I mean, it made me feel like the series was
freaks like to
doomed,
get beat up a lot.
The thing is, Village was not,
Yeah,
like,
this-
broken from the ground up in terms of concepts. Like, all this could have worked. Everything was out of balance. And the, like, fundamental game shooting mechanics, we had loads to complain about that.
Yeah, the story was bad, the characters were bad, there was a lot of bad gameplay decisions in terms of just navigating the environments. You'd have those forks in the road where one of them would lead to the cutscene that you couldn't get back from, and the other would lead to like upgrades and goodies to make your character better, and you didn't know which one was which. It just like basic video game fuck ups like that were throughout the whole game.
Well, because, yeah, and the reason I bring it up is just, like, if you're going to make the statement, this isn't made for, like, Resident Evil fans, this is made to appeal to, like, the mainstream. It's like, so what do you do with a Resident Evil fan that says this is a worthy sequel and has played, like, all of them? They must be mistaken, I guess.
I wouldn't say I dislike this game, but it's my least favorite out of all the Resident Evil
I can't remember if I
games.
picked
I
it
enjoyed my
above or
first
below
playthrough.
7.
I put it above 7.
There you
I
go.
haven't played 7, so I don't know.
I
think this
actually
was a
kind of
little bit- I
preferred
think this was
7 to 8.
better than-
I think I preferred 7 as well, yeah.
I think 7 is I think that this game had more going for it than 7 did. It felt like they took 7 and added a bit more, but 7 was like
I'm inclined to
like, it's
agree, even
miserable.
though I would say 8 is, like, hollow, right? It's like, look at all this stuff
Oh,
we
yeah,
have.
8
And
is-
like, whoa, cool, and then you look inside and it's just
Whoa.
empty. And you're like, oh.
Oh yeah, 8 is definitely at best an empty game, but in actuality it's a bad game.
Yeah.
And
But
then
I'd
they
still play it over
slapped
7.
on a bullshit extreme difficulty to satisfy the hardcore.
Oh, we're back here again.
Oh, boy.
Is that the connection to God of War?
Does he not like hard video games? Period.
But hang on. Don't the older Resident Evils have really hard difficulties, right?
Yeah, but
they're not bullshit.
They're not bullshit
They're not
because they
bullshit.
challenge you
Yeah.
on inventory management and puzzles, Mel. This is only in the. I mean,
Yeah, but you're telling me that. He's not telling me that.
Yeah, even though Resident Evil 4 has the same attaché case system as 8 does.
well, as he said, Rags, 8 does not have item management. It simply has creative encounters.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
know
like
what-
they
I-
did with God of War. So that if anybody complains about how this game has been watered down and it's too basic, tryhards who have no understanding of what a Resident Evil game
Oh my god, dude. Make
This
an
guy's
argument.
bitter.
Don't just
Ow.
fucking
He's
soy
angry.
out. Make an argument.
Did he stream these games at the high difficulties and he failed and his chat made
Just
fun of him
lame.
and so
Like-
this is his way of getting back at him? Like what a pathetic lad.
Just stop crying. Like, just make the arguments. Like, you can do it. You can say, like, look at this encounter in God of War Ragnarok where on, I don't know, neutral difficulty, it's relatively balanced. You have to do this, that, and the other. And then on hardest difficulty, you just have to do the same thing 100 times in a row to eventually kill the thing. Like, you could make these arguments, but he's just instead gone like, shut up, bitch. You don't understand Resident Evil design if you think this is good. Like,
Yeah, try
okay.
hard.
I guess it is only a 10-minute video, but I feel like you could have said more.
is can respond by saying, oh yeah, we'll play it on the extreme difficulty and see how easy it is. When it's not about the combat difficulty and enemy sponginess and taking lots of damage.
Finally, this is like, why isn't the video about that?
Yeah.
Why have you just thrown that on right at the end, being like, it's not about enemy sponge? It's like, no, of course, but they wouldn't argue that is either, would they? They wouldn't say, oh, it's good because enemies have loads of health.
Because it's
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
spongy.
maybe
Don't
earlier
say
on
that.
when he was setting the premise that he made all his points in his previous video, is that what he's referring to?
No, I think I don't
Even
think
if
so.
he's making a video here that relies on those points, you've got to make them again, if that's the case.
Of course.
You can't just be like, oh, he was talking about his issues with the castle, is what he was in the other video, as far as I remember. But even still, you need to tell us if that's the crux of the point.
Oh, I won't argue with that. I just think that's what happened here.
Because, of course, if he had said everything in God of War sucks on the hardest difficulty because it's just a matter of everything's super healthy. It would be tempted to be like, well, if you knew how to use the combat system, it becomes a hell of a lot easier. That's just, and it's not on. It's hard not to make these arguments when we saw it in real time with Synthetic Man, like not knowing how to work it, being like it's too hard. You know, if we saw examples of him doing really well and still having to deal with ridiculously healthy enemies constantly or something, it's like I feel like you'd have a much better standing. But instead, and remember, what did he say was missing in God of War? The enemies hitting you on the walls, the fact that there's like no box puzzle with archers shooting at you, or that there's no, you know, walking across beams while like big old knives are coming at you. As if those things were in God of War 2018, which they could have been, by the way. There's no reason for them not to be other than the fact that the devs did not think those were valuable challenges for the player to put in, which I'm inclined to agree with a lot of them, if you know what I mean. Like, the Underworld whole segment, I would have fucking lost that. I'd have been like, listen, I know you probably worked for a while on this, but it is nothing but pain. Like, people fucking hate playing this. It's like, yeah, but if you know what you're doing, it's like, if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people won't get to the point where they will know what they are doing.
So you think he thinks if those things were introduced in the new God of War games, it would be better?
He was explicit. He said the change of hard to easy in the older games meant they still had to beat those puzzles, but in the new games they don't because they're not present, because the philosophy is we've got to make it so that the average person can get through, even though, had they put them in, had they been difficult, even more difficult, let's say, as we pointed out, on an easy version of that difficulty, you can make all the puzzles way easier.
Right.
More than enough. And if you don't think so, that's just a lack of imagination on your part as a game dev or a game analyzer.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, I think this argument's broken at several points. Like, I don't think it represents reality, and I don't think in theory it even matches, because we know how to make puzzles easier and harder.
I still want to know how this is all God of War's fault.
I mean, I think it's just a catchy title. That's the only reason he's put it in, because ultimately the point would just be that mainstream gaming has led to a decrease in sort of challenge or creative challenge, which there's an argument to be made, but it ain't this.
I mean, it implies that when they made Resident Evil Village, they were like, man, look at God of War, we need to do that.
And bosses with 1,000,000 hit points. None of that stuff fixes the massive gameplay issues these games have. And when I talk about developers not caring, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying the artists don't care, or the programmers, or the QA department, and all those people who work really hard and feel proud of their work. I'm talking about the people at the top, who make the games this way. Because this stuff doesn't happen by accident. You end up with a game devoid of any interesting gameplay systems because you choose not to include them.
I just don't agree.
He thinks that the platforming, all those platforming segments, like in God of War, those were the interesting gameplay
not the
segments,
combat.
not the combat.
Not the combat.
Which is what like a fucking alien pretending to be a human says.
I just don't get why he was saying, you know, let's pretend it did have it. And he was like, okay, so God of War original on the hardest difficulty, when you put it down to easy, good God, wouldn't his possession be, they destroyed the combat. They made it so easy you can just fucking tap square. But luckily, thank God, they kept the puzzles as hard as they were. Whew, that was close.
I was thinking the same thing, but the other way around, which is surely this problem could still exist with those games, regardless of whether they have platforming or puzzles. That if you had a higher difficulty, couldn't it easily fall into the same trap of having bullet spongy enemies?
Oh, you're going a different route than I was.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, like, talking about how Resident Evil has inventory management or how God of War old games had platforming and puzzles is like unrelated to whether or not including higher difficulty levels would still have bullet spongy enemies or just bullshit encounters or whatever he said. It doesn't address
they're totally
that point.
independent. And also, if he's bitching and whining because he's not good enough at video games, so if God of War 2018 had those platforming segments, it wouldn't impact at all his complaint that it's just a bullshit difficulty where you just die a lot.
Yeah.
It's literally wouldn't change anything.
By the way,
exactly.
If his problem is the combat, he needs to highlight the mechanics.
Point. This is it is an irrelevant observation, and it was what led the video.
And if we could be a little spicy, what if someone made the video
always
like So Resident Evil Village drops, and they say, "Oh fuck, what an amazing game!
Yeah,
Loved
like
it." And they
turn.
talk about all the things like, "Oh, the characters are so amazing and different, and the landscapes and stuff." And I was so into Ethan Winters. Oh my god, the combat just top notch, and I was bouncing. Oh, cool, 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 cool. And then Resident Evil 1, like original, drops, and they play it, and they go, "Oof, this is just indicative of the modern sludge of video games." They couldn't even be bothered to have like a full combat system with all kinds of enemies. Instead, you've got like very few enemies. You have to awkwardly try and either avoid or kill with your one bullet, because they couldn't be asked to create actual challenges. They instead just hamper you in resources completely. And then they drop shit like, "Oh, do you want to grab the sack of flour? That might be useful in 5 hours." And see what I mean? Is this like this is indicative of modern gaming development, where they've gotten so lazy they just put shit in your way. Do you remember some of the Scorn puzzles, Rags, that were like boring as hell?
Oh God.
I think in that entire game there was only like 2 puzzles I actually liked, and the rest were just like a boring chore and a waste of time.
I guess the point I'm making is when you
yeah.
go this broad, you could just make any narrative and it matches. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Basically, yeah. If you pretend like you're not, full of hindsight over which one was first or second, and you got to be specific about the mechanics, or you never know how you can, sort of describe things to paint a picture.
If they just, like, if God of War 2018 or Ragnarok, they're like, "Okay, we listened to you, we put in a puzzle," and it's just, you have to place, like, you've got like 10 stones, and you've got to put them all in the right slots, and they're all different shapes, but they match the indentations, and Kratos walks when he picks them up and drags them toward it. You'd just be like, "This is the worst fucking thing ever," and he's like, "Yeah, but it's a puzzle."
Yeah, it's a nice puzzle.
Yeah.
Okay,
this
man.
is, huh.
And like, if you put one in the wrong slot, and they look similar, it's a game over, and you have to redo it.
Yeah,
Oh,
the floor
perfect.
breaks.
Perfection.
Perfection.
As long as there's no bullet spongy bullshit enemies for you fucking tryhards.
I can't believe that a man who I imagine is very aware of gaming meta and has reviewed a whole bunch of games has simultaneously in this video said, "We need the puzzles back in God of War," while citing the fucking Hades missions, which everyone hates, and that he described Resident Evil 4 as not having item management. Can't believe those two things are said.
He's saying that we should have the puzzles back in God of War because of the attaché case in Resident Evil 8.
Oh, yeah.
It's like connecting these
course.
bizarre different points through these at what can best be described as spectral connection.
There's just certain things that you make statements on that you should be ready for everyone to be like, blah, 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 why would you say that?
I mean, like, isn't the point of making these videos to like impart your knowledge onto other people and tell people how you feel and why you feel it? Like, don't you want to explain how you feel instead of just saying, "Yeah, this is fine because of the things."
I'm gonna put it out there. Make it 11-minute video instead of 10. Make it 12. 13.
What?
Oh,
Are you crazy?
Stop!
14.
You can't talk that
I
long
can only
about
take so
stuff.
much
long
gamer wisdom.
15.
you take that back.
Or like 10 hours, which if I made a video on God of War Ragnarok, you can guarantee it would be at least that.
Oh,
there are, as much as I love, we always talk about Resident Evil 4, especially when we talk about other Resident Evil games, and Resident Evil 4 is just a good piece of knowledge to have when it comes to game design because it does so many things well. But you could talk for a long time about Resident Evil 4's failures or its problems and its issues, and in order to do that, you kind of owe it to people to be specific as to why things should be the way they are. You don't want to just throw this stuff out there. Like, do you really want to bitch about the attaché case system and just kind of throw that out there, and then say it doesn't promote item management? It's like, do you really want to just do that? I feel like you should feel like you need to work harder.
A little bit.
Don't care about your game having engaging gameplay. You care way more about your game being accessible to more people who didn't even like the other games anyway. And fuck that. I've seen this happen to God of War and Resident Evil at this.
No, fuck off.
I love how like thin it is.
Yeah.
I've seen it happen to God of War and Resident Evil. Like,
and now I'm angry.
I don't know. The whole thing is amusing.
It's not even like I love the idea of telling.
I'm mad. I'm crying and coping the video.
Just like I'm cracking open fucking God of War in 2005 and then play them all over the years. That he's like, "You're not really a fan of it if you like Ragnarok." So okay, fine.
You don't like Resident Evil if you like Village.
Yeah, which I think is dumb too. I don't even like Village, but this is silly.
I think it's I think it's dumb. Village is a shit game, but if you like it, it's like you're not less of a Resident Evil fan. you're just contributing to its demise. But you're not less of a Resident Evil fan.
Contributing to its further in that line, right? Because it's running the remakes, this, and there's some other ones it's making at the same time, right? Like the over-shoulder stuff.
Do you remember how fucking terrified this game made us for the RE4 remake?
Oof, yeah. Which, to be fair, some of the fears were realized. RE4 remake is not as good as we'd like it to be, but it's still pretty fucking amazing, I will say.
Yeah, it's very good. I would definitely recommend.
I'm comfortable saying that if you like the Village DLC, you're part of the problem.
It made me realize that the remake team has a better handle on the franchise than the mainline team.
Yes.
Which is just fascinating.
You wonder if that's because of the fact that they returned to the older ones when remaking, and they're like, oh, look at this. This kind of works really well, actually. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Right.
And I think it's going to infect some other great series soon, and it's going to suck. People are just going to be fine with it. They're going to accept this shit all the way till games literally...
This reminds me of, like, how everyone does the thing, like, gaming is going to shit, but then you inspect it, and you're like, oh, we don't agree at all for why. if we were to agree with this statement. So many people do. It's the same with Marvel. It's like, why is Marvel falling apart? There isn't a Muppets movie, man. That's the big problem. They gotta get a Muppets movie. You're like, wait, what? That's
Muppets.
They gotta do more references to each movie in each movie. That's the big problem, bro. No. We need more seasons of Loki, man. That's what's really killing it. We need more.
Ask them to do nothing. Well, that's a depressing note to end on. Oh well. The Streets of Rage 4
You could have ended it anywhere you wanted.
Okay. You wrote it, my dude.
Yeah, you did it. You put a I didn't want to make this video at the end of the video.
I guess points for effort in terms of waiting this long to say it.
No.
I would have liked a sigh at the beginning, but oh well.
Good, doesn't it?
Wait, sorry. Rewind. Rewind like 5 seconds.
Depressing note to end on. Oh well. The Streets of Rage 4 DLC looks pretty good, doesn't it?
How is he allowed to? It's a combat game. It only has combat. No
Is there even puzzles in that? I don't know.
It's a beat 'em up.
Damn.
You can unlock new attacks and abilities for yourself with money.
That's like a puzzle.
Unlock new.
I mean, Streets of Rage 4 is really cool. I just find it funny. Surely that's irreconcilable with the observations that he's made in this video about how what saved these games before was platforming and puzzles and navigation, and then he praises a game that is strictly focused on combat.
Like this, like what's this icon? Isn't it weird that he has this like, oh, under the mayo, I would do it, and then he's spending this video bitching about how God of War
it's
is
a marauder from
the Marauders from Doom.
Doom Eternal. Yeah.
But God of War is too difficult for me.
I just don't understand why he couldn't have made a better video.
It's stupid.
Yeah,
I actually feel like I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he is capable of making a better video. As in, like, I feel like you had better things to say than what you put in there. That was shit.
Yeah.
I feel like I could make a better takedown of God of War 2018 than that, as like a efforts of it's failing in mainstream video gaming. It's allowing grandpas to play the game. It's ridiculous.
Keep grandpas.
We need more shitty puzzles.
Fuck grandpa.
We got one video left, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy.
It's the shortest one, so don't worry, you're on the home stretch now.
You said one of them is for meme potential.
This is a old one. It is 5
really?
minutes, and it is the man himself, the myth, the legend. We haven't covered him in a little bit, but you'll know him. You'll know him so well.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Oh, really? This is.
Yeah.
Oh no! It's Robert.
This is what I'm here for.
Oh my God.
Welcome back, Robert. This is his.
I wasn't ready for this.
This is I think it's 12 years old or something. His video on Halo Combat Evolved.
What's interesting is that you said it's 12 years old, and it's probably just going to look exactly like his videos now.
You won't tell the difference, of course not.
Oh man.
Combat
Evolved question mark.
Is it evolved? Really?
Is it truly?
Yes, combat does evolved.
I see.
Hey, welcome to my new show. You know, when the Escapists told me they wanted me to do another show for them.
This is the first of his big picture show. Isn't that great?
Goodness.
Okay.
We're watching Genius.
It hasn't
Unfold.
changed at all.
No, He's not evolved at all.
I couldn't quite process what was going on, but when they said it could be a show where I just get up on my soapbox and say whatever I want about whatever random nerdy thing is on my mind at the moment, while these pop art representations of my fractured psyche spell out my emotional state.
It's always been a thing. These really long sentences.
Yep.
Yes.
Is this another one of his videos where we have to play it at 0.5 times speed?
I'm
to
hoping
understand
we'll
what
get
he's
away
saying?
with.
I hope
He's not talking too fast. It's just these are long sentences, dude.
Oh
Am I the only one that caught that those PFPs are supposed to be representations of his fractured psyche?
Yes, that's what he said.
I think you are.
Okay.
Even though that is what he said, but I was distracted by a lot of other stuff mentally.
It all became crystal clear. I am working for crazy people, and it's awesome.
Okay.
Now, providing my producers don't experience a sudden moment of clarity as to the dark and terrible force they're about to unleash upon the interwebs, on the big picture, we're going to
God, he was always lame too, you know.
He was yeah, I'm kind of getting boogie vibes from this.
Oh yeah.
no.
talk about all kinds of stuff. TV, science, food, movies, comics, politics, monkeys, whatever. But because I like to make a big entrance,
I'll have you know, Donkey Kong is not a monkey. He's a gorilla.
You wouldn't have
True.
thought Movie Bob would say that, make that mistake. You'd think he'd be the one to say the actual.
Unless he was referring to just Diddy Kong, but he said monkeys, not monkey and gorilla.
Maybe he wasn't the one who edited it, and
I feel it's
But
important to
Diddy
mention.
Kong's supposed to be a chimpanzee, isn't he?
He's got a tail.
Do chimpanzees? No, I guess you're right. Chimpanzees don't. have
Chimpanzees
tails.
and gorillas do not have tails.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
He's
You know what else
taking
doesn't
a
have
while.
a tail?
He is taking a while, John. You're right.
But for reference, everyone,
video, and it's
we're a
only 1
fifth
minute
of the
in.
way through.
Considering the length of the video, he's taking a while to get to Halo. Yeah.
kick things off by talking about video games.
Ooh.
These
Yay.
video games.
Ooh.
Alright, so it's no secret in the gaming world that I'm not a big Halo fan, but
Aw.
because some
Oh,
readers kept asking,
alright.
I did go and give Halo Reach a shot.
Mm.
I'm still not feeling it. Sorry. Hey, big ups to Bungie on all that brilliant characterization on Noble Team, though. The girl
Not about
soldier
brilliant.
is a badass. The
Well, no,
other
he's being
badass...
sarcastic.
Yeah, Rags.
Because I was like,
Right.
they did. I was about to say they actually do a pretty good job considering, you know, it's Halo. I don't, but I was just like, I don't think it's brilliant, but it's good. And he's just like, no, it's shit because the woman is even though there's clearly character and personality distinction between the two. If you fucking gave a shit.
Wow. You just
No,
shitting all
it's
over his
fine.
opinions.
Movie Bob's great. I love him. He's my biggest fan. I'm his biggest fan.
Who's
My
the
biggest
character on
fan.
Noble Team who is not a badass?
Well, that's what I find kind of funny. Look, all right, Noble Team are very straightforward and kind of shallow, okay? But like, you can still characterize them more distinctly than just the badass soldier person. They each have like they do the
They've got
thing you do
personalities.
where the team has you've got the stoic leader, kind of the snarky tech girl, the gentle giant, you know, those sorts of archetypes. The cheeky sniper.
Yeah,
They
there
have
is an
traits.
element of if you just had a transcript of Halo Reach, you could probably do a decent job assigning names to the dialogue lines. There's something there.
Well.
Team, though. The girl soldier is a badass. The other badass likes to stand out. The really big guy is actually a big-hearted softie.
Oh, there you go.
Boy,
All right.
way to break the mold, fellas. But
Jesus
ultimately-
Christ.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Ironically, Movie Bob does not approve of the big guy being a gentle giant.
I just
No, they don't break the mold, all right?
But
Well,
Movie Bob
don't have
is
to
because
break
he's
the
a big
mold.
fat guy and he's evil. So there you go. Creative.
I know real life soldiers who fit all of those archetypes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
and
they're
they're
humans. And
boring.
humans have personalities.
Fuck those people. Boring.
It did lead me to a kind of revelation, or at least a notion that had been
Oh,
building up
boy.
slowly in my subconscious, finally broke out and flowered into a full-formed thought.
You guys know Movie Bob. Speculate. What is this revelation he's had?
I have no idea.
But I guess it's going to sound
Something to do with
incredibly
people-
racist.
Something to do with fascism.
Oh, it's probably going to be something along the lines of gamers are dumb because they like this stuff and they don't actually like stories or narratives in games, and it's probably going to delve
For a
into
game,
something
for
meta.
a series that started with Combat Evolved, the combat sure hasn't evolved much. Oh,
Oh, maybe that's why they only called the first one Combat Evolved. Even though there's actually quite big differences between the three.
No, but I
Especially
don't
Reach.
even know if that would be what he said. I don't know.
That might
I don't
be.
know
That
what
might
he had
be.
to say.
But would he say that when he's openly said he's never been a fan of the others, but he finally tried Reach? It implies he hasn't played 2 or 3 or ODST.
More like combat
But
regret.
then again,
Got
Bob
it.
is not nearly as smart as he thinks he is, so he might actually say that.
Did
Fringy
he
might be
play
onto
Combat Evolved or only Reach?
I think he played Combat Evolved and he said it wasn't his thing, but
Yeah.
enough
And then he
people
played
told him to
Reach.
play Reach, which is probably like 6 people, and then he
Okay.
said that then he did it.
I think all he
And
says
then-
specifically is I've never been much of a Halo fan. He just shows a copy of Combat Evolved.
Well, that's why I don't think he's
Right.
played 2, 3, or ODST, because he said he's not a fan of it. So I'm going to assume he hasn't played those games.
I'm not 100% sure he's played any of them.
I think he's probably played Combat Evolved, because I think he was honest when he was saying it wasn't for him.
What is this revelation he's come to?
Wait, we got CJ's gone with fascism. Rag's gone with gamers need like better taste. Fringy gone with
Actually,
mechanics.
I'm going with Fringy.
Huh?
I'm going with Fringy. I'm on Fringy's team.
Too bad.
That-
It's
No,
Fringy's,
fuck
not
you.
yours.
I can. No,
Okay,
yes, I
right.
am. No, he can have. I can. Yeah, I am gonna be on his team,
Too bad.
whether he likes it or not.
You're not
No.
allowed. Mel, what's yours?
Fringy's
And it has to
right.
be different from the first 3.
Oh, I said it's probably gonna sound something that's indistinguishable from a Nazi quote or a Hitler quote.
Something indistinguishable from a Nazi. He's having a revelation. You got to guess his revelation.
I enjoyed playing as the super soldiers, fighting the alien menace invading our homeland.
He's probably big. I mean, it's the weird, lame jokes like, "Oh, it's more like combat regressed or something."
That's mine. Can't do that.
Wait, oh, that's oh, damn it.
I like to put the sauerkraut on my Moa burger.
Close enough to mine.
Yeah, I guess so.
I believe in you, Mel. You can come up with something.
That's the thing. The only thing I had. It's late, okay.
All right, you think about it for a
I'm
second.
not really.
Mark and
I'm
John
not
is
familiar
still
with. Yeah, well, I was just gonna say I'm not really familiar with Movie Bob, and I'm wondering if he's the type of person to inject some political bullshit into this, and that's the reason he doesn't like it, or if he's just gonna say like Halo's too straightforward or something. I don't
The
know what
political
his
thing
complaint
is
would be.
highly possible.
Okay,
I don't know if
Is,
that's
is that
what-
sort of
I-
his
Yeah.
thing?
I mean, it's not an unfair assumption. But we'll go with that for you. Mark, you got anything?
I think he's probably going to say that the combat is too similar to the other games, that it doesn't seem like much has changed.
That's what Frankie said.
Yeah, okay, so I'm on Freddy's team then.
No,
He's gonna.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, so Fringy's got
Oh,
3
okay.
people on his team.
You understand?
Yeah,
Frankie
but
gets the
okay,
points.
fine,
You two
fine,
get
here,
nothing.
I'll give Bob
Maybe this
I'll-
is a trick by Mahler. He's seen this. Maybe he set us up with the.
I'm not at all
video
trying to
before.
save them from joining a team that'll lose at all. No,
No.
That's not what I
no.
do.
I'll
I think
give
you
Fringy's
set-
right.
You eased us in here. He's gonna complain that there's not enough platforming in the Combat Evolved.
That's a good one.
That's why it's.
I'll give
gonna
him
be
some
bad.
credit. I'll say that he liked the bloom mechanic in the DMR and thought that having to control your recoil really made the game feel a bit more intense for him, and that really got him into it.
All right.
Actually, I think there actually is a platforming segment at the beginning of
There's a whole
the one
jetpack
level where you
area.
get the jetpack. Yeah,
Yeah.
what's it? Exodus? New
Oh.
Alexandria, right?
Exodus is the mission.
Exodus. It is Exodus. Yeah, when you meet up with the
But that's not at
ODSTs,
the
there
beginning.
actually
That's
is
like the
platforming.
middle of the game.
Maybe that's what I was getting confused at, but good levels though, really good ones.
All right. Let us discover this revelation.
The Covenant is so much more interesting and diverse visually than the Spartans are. Does anyone else notice this? Now, to
Well,
be fair, this
Wait, but the Spartans, they're more diverse
Um,
than a specific group of individuals. An entire alien alliance comprised of several
Yeah.
different races is
none
more
of the- none of
diverse
Mobile Team
than
looks
a
the
handful
same.
of soldiers.
Who are all humans from the same program, who are in the same
Okay.
culture.
I
with-
mean,
They're all wearing
he's
different types of
right.
armor.
He
I
is right.
guess.
The Covenant is more diverse, but that's because it's many, 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 many beings instead of
Oh.
How
just
diverse
6
are the
people.
elites from each other?
it's literally it's a cooperation of multiple species that are united.
He's going to make more points on this topic,
Okay.
all right?
Okay.
Here we go.
makes sense in context. The Spartans are a military outfit specifically raised and scientifically augmented to be largely faceless, emotionless force of living weapons. They're a militaristic, quasi-fascist wet dream, basically.
Oh my god! No, he did say the F word.
No.
So CJ has definitely won, but it might be room for more than one winner.
That's not fair. You're not allowed to say that Movie Bob was going to say fascism. That's not fair.
Something to do with fascism, and he is correct.
I think you all.
Wow.
But to be fair, John said inject some political bullshit, which I mean.
Again, that is the same. But that's just less specific to the thing CJ said.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's why.
Yeah,
No,
CJ
CJ
wins
that
this
one.
one. Definitely.
Chicken dinner.
Oh, you
boys.
guys have no idea just how much CJ has won this one.
Powerful soldiers is a fascist wet dream.
Down to
He's not
being
going to
named
talk about platforming then?
No. Fascist platforming, maybe.
How old is this video?
I think, like I said, it's something like 12 years. Let me find out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 years ago. Jesus.
Man.
2011 it came out. July.
Wow.
It's kind of crazy how long Movie Bob has been around doing his thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's still going, but he's exactly
don't
the
know,
same.
man.
Like, down to the fucking fascism claims. He's exactly the same.
just wet dream, basically.
I didn't know he was Escapist, but Escapist is done now, isn't it?
Yep.
So
yeah.
So he's just on his own now, still doing videos, Movie Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Living weapons.
Cool.
They're a militaristic, quasi-fascist wet dream, basically, right down to being named after the society that wrote the book on militaristic, quasi-fascist wet dreams. This stuff has been the lifeblood of the military sci-fi genre ever since Starship Troopers, except there, the Space Marine guys were up against an enemy whose collective, insect hive mind makeup made them even more faceless and anti-individualist, so it kind of balanced out.
I find it so interesting.
I didn't see that coming.
So the thing is, he hasn't been given the update, which is you can now defend the bugs because they were attacked first. That's the new talking point that doesn't actually line up at all with the film or the director's comments.
Yeah, I 100% thought that's where he was going.
But this is 12 years ago, so he doesn't know about that. He would have put that in here if it was made today, though.
100%.
But in Halo, look who fights for the Covenant. Big guys, little guys, creatures from tons of different worlds.
Yeah, but do you know why they're doing it?
Look what he just look at this fucking image.
Look, it's the good guys.
Theocracy.
It is an intergalactic theocracy bent on the destruction of our entire civilization.
Just the fact
But at least they're diverse.
Look how diverse they are. Big guys, little guys. Like, we got those. We've got big guys and little guys. Like,
no, we don't. We only have guys.
Man, I'm guessing he actually doesn't know anything about the Covenant, does he? He doesn't know anything about the Covenant. Or like...
give him a second. It might be worse. He might know the context and still make these claims.
Does he know? Does he know the nature of the grunt service to the Covenant? Does he know?
Let's find out.
Guys, little guys, creatures from tons of different worlds in every color of the spectrum. I mean, just look at all these dudes for a minute. It's like Reach is being invaded by a Benetton ad from space. In terms of diversity, the Covenant makes the Planeteers look like the KKK.
What the fuck?
Well, at least, look, I know this might be controversial, but at least the KKK only wants to destroy one race.
Can you ever have
God
imagined you'd be in a
damn.
world where someone would say, the Covenant make the Planeteers look like the KKK? What?
The Covenant might want to eradicate all of humanity, but at least they're diverse.
Well, I was not prepared for this.
Well, apparently CJ was.
Holy.
This is amazing.
It's like this video. You're like, oh, it took a while for the video to start, then it just fucking dropped off a cliff.
The video just began with, people said I should play Reach, and this is where we're at. I'm really halfway.
I'm ready for bed now.
What are you doing?
I feel like there's got to be someone at the Escapist cleared this and against someone's wishes, and I seriously think they were kind of trolling to be like, no, let him cook.
He must have dirt on somebody. He must have like a video of someone at Escapist like cheating on their wife or something. He's got to have dirt.
He's got leverage of some guy.
It's Occam's razor. It dictates that he must have dirt blackmail on Escapist.
For a minute, it's like Reach is being
that's such an
invaded by
extreme comparison to draw that I would think it's satire. Like,
Well,
but
yeah,
I've
Movie
heard
Bob.
things about Movie Bob where it's just like, okay, I guess this guy has ridiculous opinions, so here we
Who
go.
else but Movie Bob?
For a minute. It's like Reaches being invaded by a Benetton ad from space. In terms of diversity, the Covenant makes the Planeteers look like the KKK. And of course, these are the bad guys.
What?
Yes, yes, they're trying to make humans extinct. They're in a war of aggression against our entire species for theocratic reasons.
Oh,
they are the bad
okay.
guys.
But Rags, they're pretty diverse.
That's true. They are pretty diverse. They have big guys and little
There are
guys.
Benetton ad. I don't even know what that is, but I guess that's.
I didn't get it either.
It's
Is that
funny.
an American thing?
People like
Oh,
share
my
the
goodness.
insane commentary from different like accounts these days on whatever website. This is one of the stupidest and most insane things I've heard. It was 12 years ago. How did this
Yeah.
not get
can't believe the
around?
Covenant
Like,
are the
what the
bad.
fuck?
It's wild.
Yes, he's
Like the
always been like this.
KKK.
WTF is a question that has multiple answers in this context.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I know, all these different species come from different worlds because they were conquered and converted by the Covenant. So it's mainly diverse because it's essentially a slave army.
To serve what purpose as well? What is their goal, Movie Bob? What is
Why
their
are they on
intention?
Reach? What are they
Why do
doing?
they come to
Why do
Reach?
they hate
Why
our
are they
faces so
firing
much?
lasers at humans?
Which is, of course, supposed to remind us in part of another famous multinational slave army that went to war with another bunch of guys.
It's racist because the Covenant are the Persians.
Did you watch
The
300 and he
Spartans
just
are the
wrote a bit
enemies.
about it?
He thinks 300's racist, and therefore Halo Reach is also.
You know, the people at Escapists are like, two guys like play Halo, they just go, yeah, I like the shooting in it, and I like the wheel and stuff. Yeah, it's just like, oh, we need to write up something about this. We got that Movie Bob guy. He'll probably say something unique.
Yeah,
and then
no, I'm telling you,
they check out their video and they're like, wow, that's unique. Like, that's
We definitely need to put that out.
okay. People listen to this.
It's like, wait, dude, we're getting accidentally brilliant satire from this guy. He just doesn't know it.
Lord.
Well, and what's funny is I think it would have been kind of amusing to see if we could have sold this as being a recent video from him. How many people would have believed it because of how crap it is, like in terms of, you know, quality of
Production
bitrate and stuff.
values,
Yeah.
he's never improved in a decade.
Nope.
I think his Starship Troopers take would have surprised me more if it was from last week.
Well, the thing is, he would, if he remade this video, it would be even worse. Like, he would say even more crazy shit nowadays.
Oh yeah.
I was actually surprised he brought up Starship Troopers in the way that he did, because like me, Mark, and Metal were talking about Starship Troopers recently. We were talking about how, you know, the way that movie gets misinterpreted because people see a military that's like remotely elaborate, you know, with its armor designs and the budget that it has or whatever, and people immediately think fascism. And so it's just like if he thinks that of Halo, he'd probably think the same of Starship Troopers.
Well,
but
to be fair, fascism is when defense budget. So.
Well, non-fascism is diversity,
usually
apparently.
can't leave the military. In Starship Troopers,
Make
you
sure-
can leave the military whenever you want.
If you want to convince people you're not a fascist, make sure to have big guys and little guys in your army.
Yep. You can do anything. You can get away with anything. You can genocide anybody as long as you have big guys and little guys.
Like someone
doing
sees you commit a war crime, you just point to a little guy. You're like, "There, look, he's on my team.
Look how little he is.
And the guy like
Oh,
salutes.
small little
and
guy.
I'm with him.
That's little yip yap over
But
there.
come on, how many
That's
people
my
actually
guy.
play Halo for the context? Think about how this looks when viewed in the macro.
A good number of people
I
play
like
Halo.
Halo.
because they like
Everyone.
the world and the
Halo
story.
has a long series of novels.
Yeah,
No.
lots
I mean, the
people play
games in and
Halo
of the
for
games in and of
No.
themselves have a good story. So
You take that back.
a lot of memorable
No.
moments and characters. But I mean, okay.
Spartans. But come on, how many people actually play Halo for the context? Think about how
Yeah,
this
like
looks
why
when
would you
viewed-
say there's a campaign on Halo? Halo campaigns are well regarded
Yeah.
They
and
are.
played, and played over and over with in co-op.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
the context?
There's plenty of people who have
Is it-
like,
Halo's not
fondest
Call of
memories
Duty.
their friends playing Halo co-op at whatever age.
Halo is not like Call of Duty, where there are plenty of people who do not play the campaign and would be surprised to even know it existed.
the context. Think about how this looks when viewed in the macro. Militaristic culture visibly pretext on submission of individual self to quasi-fascist collective equals good.
They're just trying to not die. That's it.
They're doing their best to not get wiped out. They might have to if you're fighting in an existential, war for your existence and you're losing, you're not doing all that good, and so you lean into the defense budget. I don't know if it's fair to call you a fascist at that point. It just seems a little mean-spirited.
Isn't Bob also a guy who wants to live in space?
Well, he wants to live in space and wipe out all
because
conservatives.
the Covenant are in space.
Did he say he want to wipe out as many as 75% of the population?
So he wants this, I guess, organization full of pseudo-fascists.
Well, I feel like the population would be a hell of a lot less diverse if we wiped out 75% of it. Just saying.
Yeah,
Movie Bob would not approve of the elites leaving the Covenant. He'd call them traitors. They're making it less diverse by leaving.
I think he would welcome our new Covenant overlords.
He'd be like, well, look, they got little guys, big guys, guys with tentacles. It's great.
I'm a big guy.
Multiple races and species working together to a common goal equals
the common goal of destroying humanity, yes.
Also, humanity, which has, in a different context, multiple races and many different cultures and religions and political orientations, they're all kind of pooling their shit together, too, so they don't fucking die.
Exactly.
The Covenant are working towards a common goal. What goal, Movie Bob?
What goal might that be?
To do?
Why would you not apply this to the Germans in the 40s? They were all getting together for, just to uniting for a common goal. It's like, what?
They were diverse enough.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, when the skin...
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. We have a swastika in our Halo Reach review.
Oh,
no. Bigots
No!
Go back to
Fuck, we gotta hear the context.
If you loved Halo, you're gonna love American History.
Yeah, seriously.
Equals evil. I mean, when the skinheads and neo-Nazi bigots in general talk down about how diversity is bad and you
why
mix
is a cat and a dog? What's
because they're multiple different species working together, I guess. Look, there's a big guy and a little guy.
The races, isn't this usually the basis of their crazy argument that mixed societies or mud races or whatever they call them tend to be these...
What are we talking about?
What is happening?
Why are you making me think about Hitler in your Halo Reach video? I just wanted to shoot the aliens. They're trying to kill me, Bob.
Have you thought about how diverse they are, though?
Like, Jesus Christ.
Bob, I just want to play video games, man.
What happened, Bobber? Like, you need to calm down. What is going on?
Or whatever they call them, tend to be these destructive, unclean hordes, while pure cultures emphasizing sameness and conformity are superior. Look, I'm not here to accuse Bungie of promoting fascism.
Yeah, because that would be really fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of doing that a little bit. You're kind of doing it. You're implying it softly.
I wonder what he feels about Dune.
I don't.
His head would explode.
Especially since what we do see of Spartan creation does cast the whole thing in an air of morally ambiguous gray, and holy crap!
No, it's not morally ambiguous. It was a bad thing to do.
It's bad.
It's never depicted as morally ambiguous.
Especially when you add on the additional context that they weren't created to stop the Covenant. They were created to stop insurgencies. So the Covenant just came along at the right time for them to be pivoted into that role. There's like a lot to talk about there. It's something that the show sure as hell isn't particularly interested in delving into all that much.
Games, and particularly the novels, are very clear that it was not a. You're gonna get some renegade points for that one.
Wait, can we go back to that? Did his eyes just turn blue? So hold up, you got this young guy with a
just like
well-shaved head turned into the ultimate human weapon, and you know it worked because his eyes are blue now? Bungie, that's some pretty scary unintended symbolism there. This is some kind of parody, right?
This before.
Right?
Okay. Guys, we should have stopped Movie Bob 12 years ago. What did we do?
How
did we let this happen?
Now.
Like, the signs were already there. Like, we failed, like, as a race.
We
like,
were
as the human race.
That's
We
not
just
our
failed.
fault. But there's outliers like movie.
I don't know. I
Land.
feel responsible a little bit, at least.
Remember, Trump stole his Halloween.
That's true.
And that's a big deal because that's the candy holiday.
Okay, maybe
wait, why
that's
does Chet
taking
say
it
it's
too
not only my fault? God damn it.
far. The show is called The Big Picture, after all, and in this case, the big picture isn't the creepy fascist undertones in Halo, or the rather embarrassingly vast pantheon of Heinlein wannabe Space Marine stories. It's the fact that this primitive tribalistic idea of the pure and thus noble monoculture under threat.
How does he square away the fact that How does he even square away the fact that humanity then worked with the elites in Halo 3?
Does he
I was
realize
gonna
it's
ask
all of
at the-
humanity
He's
fighting
not
on our
played
side in Halo.
3.
Well, he can't call it a monoculture because you literally in the first mission of Reach, you have to have an interpreter to talk to the locals because you don't know how to do it because they're a different culture from a different part of the planet.
It's just how has he gotten? How did he do this? How did he end up straying this far into insanity? It's pretty straightforward. The Covenant are an alliance of aliens that are seeking to exterminate all of humanity, and humanity is fighting back. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
But at least the Covenant are diverse. They got big guys and little guys.
I
all working for a
like how
common goal.
I love how he still glosses over the fact that the grunts are enslaved. He's like, yeah, I mean, they're enslaved, yeah, but still, though.
It
Like,
literally,
I
they
was
literally
still hung
mentioned the
up
Grunt Rebellion in Halo 2.
I'm
The
just still
first time
hung
we
up
ever
on the fact that this is not on his own channel, but on the Escapist channel. Like they just let that happen.
I love the idea that he uploads it. He's like, you gonna watch it before we release it? It's like, oh, I don't think we need to do that, do we? And he's like, nah.
I can't. Like, if I hired someone to make a Halo Reach review and it was 5 minutes long and this is what it was, they'd be fired on the spot. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I might be like, we could release this on April 1st. But that's about it. Like, just so you know.
Culture is still so tragically pervasive in the human imagination that it even crops up here. Which is especially ironic since the whole idea of the Covenant as bad guys is supposed to be critical of blind loyalty to arcane belief systems. Why does some part of our
It is,
collective...
though.
It
says
is.
It's supposed to be, but it is.
Humans are
That's the
fighting for their
obvious arc in the
lives.
game, is that he realizes that he was misled into doing terrible things based on a lie.
It's all humans too. Most of the time you spend on Earth in the entire series is in Africa.
That's right.
psyche still fear the concept of racial or cultural...
Wait a second. Wait, what did Bungie mean by that? You can go to anywhere on Earth, and instead they destroyed Africa.
Uh-oh.
What did Bungie mean by
They were in cahoots with Capcom when they made
I don't
Resident
know.
Evil 5.
It must have been. It was the style at the time to destroy Africans.
Or to have Master Chief being the guy who's putting his life on the line to save the people of Africa. Yeah, that's really racist.
Yeah,
White savior. Bad trope.
Oh, God.
mixing. And why is it so ingrained that we hardly even notice it anymore? More importantly, why aren't we more inclined to try noticing it and even getting rid of it?
We'll end up like you.
My dude, you called the Covenant good because they're diverse. Shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Bob.
That's
and that's
wild.
the big picture.
What the fuck is this video?
That is insane.
What the
That's
hell
an oddly
was
specific
that?
Look at a weird thought of yours. That is not the big picture of anything.
What the? That is my god.
I think I jinxed it, guys. My bad.
Oh Jesus!
That is
Yeah.
wild.
Okay, we all owe CJ a beer.
He played Halo Reach, and then he decided to go on this massive tirade about fucking. Oh man, jeez, he's crazy.
Yeah,
he's a crazy guy.
He is.
And it did not happen recently.
Oh my
It's
god!
highly possible he just didn't play the game. They're like, "Hey, do a review on this game. We'll pay you for it," and he just wrote something up.
Apparently they told him you should do another show for us because apparently he did so well with his other shows. It's like you can talk about whatever you want. That was their second mistake.
Wow.
Then this happened, and I guess
Holy
he's allowed to
shit.
upload it, and here we are.
It's so funny that he presents this as being like really thoughtful when his interpretation is hyper superficial.
Yeah.
And it's not even like a complicated story to grasp. It's pretty straightforward. But it's literally just look at all of the different aliens. They must be the good guys.
Yeah.
The little guys want to kill us, the big guys want to kill us, and the medium guys want to kill us.
But there's
The
so many
alien
of
ones
them.
wanna
different
kill us.
They look
sizes.
different. Ooh. God, that was shit.
God, what does
I
he think
hated
about
that.
the flood? Do I even want to
Funny
ask?
though.
Yeah, are they ultra diverse or not diverse at all?
They gotta be the well. You know what? I can't predict anything from him. You never know what you're gonna get.
I don't even know what he would take away from the flood.
He'd probably think they were some kind of metaphor for the Jews.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. They like to do that, yeah.
He threw the fucking orcs, being like, "You see, it's just like, oh god, don't go there, not you two." Then again, he probably has gone there.
Well,
in the
I
past.
guess he was on that well before. What are the extra credits before they decided to throw
Oh,
that?
yeah.
You didn't ask for this.
That was the
And
key
to think
to
they weren't even the
conversation.
first people, you know.
No, they weren't.
Well,
I find it so funny that Movie Bob's like format of making videos hasn't improved at all in over a decade.
Either in substance or style.
How is that even possible to be making stuff consistently for 10 years and for you to not naturally get better at it? You know? Even down to the most basic things of getting a better microphone. How does that not just happen naturally?
Never change a running system.
But
That
oh
is-
yeah,
yeah,
because it's all been working well for him so far.
the saying he goes by is, "If it's broke, don't fix it."
Okay.
His
That's all you
saying
do.
is, I was perfect to begin with. What is there left to improve?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he doesn't need to improve his production values. His profound and mind-blowing insight is enough to see you through to the end.
Well,
Boy, oh boy.
I mean,
which of the
what a
three
ride.
Why did
videos
you
was
show
your
us
favorite?
this? Why did you show us this?
To ask you what your favorite was.
Oh, I mean, the second one got us off on a lot of really fun video game tangents.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
maybe for that reason I liked it the most, even though the video was shit. But you know,
I just decided to check the comments. Many people just pointing out that Sergeant Johnson exists. Like it's a major and
He
prominent
exists.
character in the games that he just like decides to omit as
Town.
part of his narrative.
I think Film Robert's video was the funniest to me.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
figured.
It was the most unexpected.
I mean, the second video was the one that prompted the most interesting conversations, but the video itself was very messy. I guess the first one is the best out of the three, but even then, that one was very messy as well. This has just been a mess.
It is just all around big destructive mess, which is why obviously I wanted to check them out. There's some
oh
lot of
yeah,
fun
of
there,
course.
Yeah, absolutely.
None of the three had a clear thesis.
Well, I mean, Movie Bob had a clear thesis. Halo was
I mean,
fascist.
yeah, I guess
Halo is
that's fair.
fascist and the Covenant are good guys.
Yeah,
Keep
oh,
coming
okay.
in.
Yeah,
I can see
you
him
got me.
waving a flag when they invade. Like, yeah.
And they just
Come get
fucking
us,
shoot
baby.
him.
What, like he's just like, woohoo! And then as they're charging up their laser, woohoo! Yeah!
It's like the people on top of the building in Independence Day. They're like, "Oh, we love
Independence Day right
aliens."
before they
Yeah,
got
just
blown
fucking
up.
blow 'em up.
It's just bizarre that that's the thesis of a Halo Reach review.
They asked him to
Well,
review a
talking
game,
about-
right?
Talking about the mechanics and everything of the game that's not the big picture. That's the little bitty picture. The big picture is something fascism, something diversity, alien good.
I don't know what it is with
wow.
The Escapist, because I remember like extra credits really got on my nerves, and now I've learned Movie Bob is extra, or is The Escapist. Like, if the same company hires Movie Bob and extra credits, I have to like
Yeah,
question their hiring practices.
He really must have.
main guy.
He's got to have dirt on someone because he's never been popular. He's always had these insane, bizarre takes. He's not involved or improved in any way, and he always kind of drags their reputation down. And I don't know how he lasted that long. I don't get it. He must have dirt on someone.
I hear he's best friends with Lindsay Ellis.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Man, that was.
She's great.
Man, that was tough for him, wasn't it? That was like a
Yeah.
rough sort of turn of events.
Yeah, it was. For those who don't know, it's just Lizzie Alice basically said, "Leave me alone." He kept messaging her, or he kept
Oh,
saying
I
that
remember that.
she was his friend, and she was like, "I'm not your friend. Stop saying I'm your friend." It's like, oh,
Oof. Feels bad, man. I
Just kind
understand
of a
though.
Lisa Simpson, like, no, no, you listen to me. I don't like you. I never liked you.
Yeah. Here's the exact moment where his heart breaks.
It's the exact moment Ruby Bob Cotton rips it off.
And
poor
I'm
Ralph.
pretty sure that wasn't far away from when Quinn got it from Sarah Z and someone else. I think it was Jenny
I think it was
Nicholson.
also Lindsay Wells, wasn't it?
It was about the same. It was around the same time, yeah.
Yeah, because they badly hid his icon, but people wonder if they did it deliberately. like, well, we didn't leak it, okay, but it's just internet sleuths. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
In any case, that wraps
Was
the
it- yeah,
episode. That's the three videos. I feel like you guys need to recover now.
I do need to recover
them batteries.
physically,
Yeah,
mentally, and
definitely.
I think
I need to recover
spiritually.
But before we go, we shall have a little thing about it. What's everyone up to? Why don't we start with CJ? It was wonderful to have a chat with you again, sir. How are you doing these days? What's up?
Hello. Oh god, my balls.
Hello.
Fuck's sake.
Hi guys.
I think
That's
my
good.
balls just dropped.
Oh my goodness.
No, I'm doing alright. Working on stuff on and off, plodding on, as they say.
Anything struck your fancy with like new media?
Done any platforming lately?
Well, I got a couple of things in the works I need to do before, but probably going to take a look at Madam Web now that it's out. on,
Oh, it's good.
It's a
You'll love it. It's really
classic.
good.
Best movie
It-
about
it's a
paramedics
classic.
ever.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one.
We enjoyed it. So many memes. I'd even recommend checking out the marketing. I'm sure you will, but
Oh
just
yeah,
all
yeah.
of it,
No, I've been saving stuff for like months. It's been it's
It's
crazy.
a funny movie.
Oh, it'll be fun to see whatever brings forth. I'm sure you probably got a couple things, but keep a bit of secret, right? You know what's gonna happen.
We won't tell anyone. It'll just be between you and us, and we won't tell anybody.
No, you have to wait and see.
Ooh.
Oh,
Very
goodness.
well. John,
Exciting.
CJG, what are you up to?
Last Arby and the Chief that I did was about Chief taking his helmet off because that's such a
Meme at this
triggering
point.
issue for a lot of people with the show and everything. And I'm
Trigger.
pretty deep into shooting a new Machinima series, so yeah, if you want to check my stuff out, John Graham on YouTube.
Hell yeah. Marcus, what about you? I don't know if you
Tomorrow,
know.
Metal and I will be talking about the film 1% Warrior. It's a new Japanese action film that Metal didn't like very much. I liked quite a bit, but I think both of us agreed that the ending sucked. That'll be on Metal Commander channel tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern and 5 German time.
Well, yeah, if people don't
Pressure.
know, Metal's Forge is
Yeah.
now hosted by the two of these fine gentlemen.
Indeed.
Is it still called Metal's Forge? Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Metal Box Forge,
Yeah,
Box
I wasn't-
Forge.
The show already had a title. I think it's a good title. It's fine.
Mark said he really liked the name, so
Wow. What a cuck. What a
Oh,
cuckoid.
Oi.
Yeah.
You know I'm going to make a
What a
video
What if
called
you call it Mark's Forge?
Carino.
What do you think?
God of War ruined
Please.
Mark the Cyborg.
Yeah. Turn me into
I
a
knew
sweet
it.
cuck.
so
Eminem's Forge.
Eminem's one.
Little
Maybe.
soy boy cuck. That's like getting married and saying, "No, honey, you don't have to change your name."
Boo, cuckoid.
So you got the Forge. You making any videos yourself? I assume you're streaming games, right, Mr. Mark?
Yeah. I've been playing my way through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think I've got some sort of busy work to do in it, like going around and clearing open world objectives. But I'm getting towards the end of the story, and then I might be playing some Dragon's Dogma after that. And every so often, you'll see me playing some Helldivers because the only good bug is a dead bug.
Well, I just hope that whatever game you're playing, there's plenty of puzzles to break up the combat. Hard ones.
Oh,
I would
yeah.
say.
Right.
I guess the puzzles in Helldivers are the stratagems.
We all love it. Platforming and Helldivers. It's quite good.
Hey, you can dive off stuff and it looks cool.
It does.
Yeah.
Cinematic. Mootle, what about you?
Well, as you already heard, Metal's Forge tomorrow on 1% Warrior or 1%er. You find another both thingies, but yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. Streaming wise, I'm playing for Dragon's Dogma. I'll probably do like 1 or 2 more streams on that, and then I'm done with that, and move right along to Dragon's Dogma 2 when that comes out. So that should be good fun. Come check that shiz out, and yeah, just working away on other stuff as well.
Hell yeah. All right, sweet. Well, links to everybody's Flizzaflasms in the description. Rags, Fringy, anything you guys want to mention in any way, shape, or form, perhaps?
No, I don't think I want to mention anything. No, I do not. I don't want to do that. I don't. No. I'm going to be reviewing Halo Reach from a political standpoint.
No.
Yeah, I really want to delve into the politics of
Through a
the
feminist
Covenant.
lens.
Yeah. I've been
I'm just
inspired.
working, editing. You know the deal.
Very well. I will say the entirety of the EFAP TV Loki Season 2 series is out. You can go check
Yay!
out our entire
boy.
coverage, edited by Fringy, starring Jedi Brooks as a guest. And it was fun and totally not mind-numbing in
I
terms
missed
of...
Moodle.
Yeah. If you
Well,
hope
Mel-
to understand what happens in that show after watching this, you're shit out of luck because nobody knows what happens in that show.
In fact, I think Mel's been in all of the EFAP TVs except the new one that she'll be arriving, which is... I mean, it's already...
Pretty much, yeah.
We've been doing
Well,
Halo, because I saw someone ask, what's the plan with Halo? I think we mentioned it before, but I don't mind restating. We've got a team for watching it and reacting to it, like creating the EFAP TV episodes. Some of them are, you know, the whole process it takes a while, as you guys saw with Loki. So next week, Wednesday, you'll be getting your War arc, which is going to be Kingdom of Heaven.
Ooh.
Brace yourselves for that one.
I'm so ready.
Good luck, chat.
The 8-hour-long movie,
You're
right?
gonna have to
Bring
strap
it on.
in. But yeah, the week after that is probably going to be like a gap for the Wednesday if we just sort stuff out. And then the week after that, I believe, is when the Halo TV arc will happen. So, of course, the show will have ended, but our coverage will have just begun. And you'll be watching us descend into madness, probably. But also, we'll be setting up an episode to talk about it as a whole with good old ER and... Oh, yeah, John, who's right here. That'll be nice and fun. But yes, just trying to think if there's any other announcements. I'm working on EFAP movies, War Arc still myself, trying to get it fixed up before Lord of the Rings is fixed. It's all good to go. As some of you may know, every Friday you're going to be getting a little supercut of stuff from the mainline episodes. Just an attempt to have some form of monetization, as well as it's another form of people being able to watch it. And I assume that'll be fun for you. Then we got catch-ups every Monday. And, well, more EFAP every Saturdays, as should be expected. Other than that, I got nothing else to say. Anything else for anybody else?
I want to just a general thing. I want to try to do more this year. I want to do more party gaming streams again. We haven't been doing a lot of those.
We need to do small gaming stuff. It's true.
Yeah.
New Year resolution.
Especially like on Metal's birthday.
Humble Party.
The kind of
yeah,
Humble,
we did.
Yeah, Rumble Party. That was it. Or Pummel Party.
Humble Party, but that's always fun stuff. I'm gonna make it my mission to make more of these this year. Make it happen. Whoever is available at the time. But yeah, I think that those are always really fun, and we kind of been neglecting those. So I want to bring it back. I want to bring them back. Just
nice.
Just one thing.
I'm inclined to agree. Yeah. Is there anything else before we sign off?
The Gentleman's a really good show.
It is. Highly recommend it. It was lots of fun. All right then. Well, thank you all for keeping us company. Thank you for the kind messages and generous donations. They shall all be addressed. Don't you worry in the future. But for now, good morning, good night, good afternoon, all of them and everything. Yep. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Thanks,
everybody.
We'll see you later.
See ya.
Bye-bye.